Jared, we're getting ready to go. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day number 3 of the Valleyfield Regatta. We're starting the day with our novice. Nick's going to come and call the novice class. After novice is finished up, we will go ahead and do a wrap-up of Friday and Saturday and get you ready for Sunday. But novice is going to run 2 qualification heats and a final here early this morning. We'll get them done, and then we will recognize the champion a little bit later on today. But thank you for coming out. Thank you for tuning in. It's day number 3 of the 86th annual Valleyfield Regatta. I'm going to turn it over to Nick. Nicholas, novice is all yours, bud.
Alors bonjour mesdames, messieurs, bienvenue à cette dernière journée des 86e Régates de Valleyfield. Désolé de mon petit retard. Alors on débute le tout avec les qualifications novices. On aura le N817 de Elliott Sauvé, le Formax, le N444 de Jaden Théoret, le N71 de Loïc Gauthier, le N379, le Lady Dog de Béatrice Daou, le N666 de Maïka Léger et le N1 de Médéric Guillet. Alors, un absent, c'est Florence Mailloux dans le Huskies. Ne peut être au rendez-vous aujourd'hui. We are 1:35 away to the start of this first heat of the last day. Alors, on aperçoit Loïc Gauthier dans le Little Wild One. Très jeune fan de Andrew Tate. On est à 1 minute 7 du départ. Ça, c'est l'ancien Lucky 13 d'Alice Caron. Jaden Théoret, le fils de Marc Théoret, le petit-fils de Robert Théoret. L'an dernier, c'était Nolan aux commandes et là, c'est Jaden. We are 45 seconds away to the start. So Médéric Guillet has a perfect weekend since the beginning of the weekend. It's 4-4. It's 3-3, sorry, this weekend. On est à 30 secondes. Alors, les pilotes là qui vont se placer pour prendre leur départ. On voit Théoret s'amener, on est à 15 secondes. 10. Oh là là, pas beaucoup de place. Et Guillet va-t-il se trouver un trou? 2, 1. Et Gauthier va connaître un bon départ malgré tout. Mais là, qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Et Médéric Guillet s'est touché. Je crois à l'amorce du départ et ça nuit à Guillet. Et c'est Théoret. Oui, c'est le 4-4-4 en tête. Pas chassé par Maïka Léger. Et Médéric Guillet qui s'arrête. Problem for the N1. Oh, Guillet has done. Et on complète le premier tour et que ça va faire mal pour le Thunderbolt. Mais tout ça, c'est Jaden Théoré en tête. Micah Léger, she's second. Lloyd Gauthier is third. Béatrice Daou is fourth. And Elliott Sauvé is fifth. Alors, Guillet semble à l'extérieur du parcours. Et Théoré, qui avait besoin de points suite à une course manquée hier. And Micah Léger, she's finished second every races this weekend. Et Lloyd Gauthier, ce qui sera pénalisé au départ. Drapeau blanc, one more lap to go. The Little Wild One is third. The Lady Dog is fourth with Béatrice Daou, and fifth, it's Elliott Sauvé with a 4MAX. Et les écarts demeurent très stables. Un demi-parcours pour Jaden Théoré, lui qui a gagné ici il y a 3 ans. En 2023, last turn. And here's your first winner of the day, Jaden Théoré, Little Miss Valleyfield, and 444. C'est le Miss Valleyfield, mes excuses. Deuxième, Micah Léger. Troisième, Ray Gauthier, mais tout ça reste à déterminer. Troisième, Béatrice Daou. Et Elliott Sauvé s'amène dans le Little Wild One. Alors, voilà ce qui conclut cette première épreuve en classe novice. More action here to come here in Valleyfield. Next up will be the heat 4A, 4B in novice class. Alors, dernière qualification du week-end en classe novice. On aura le N37 d'Antoine Mailloux. Le N32, C'est la vie de Clovis Doré. Le N519 de Colin Henderson. Le N9 de Dog de Raphaël Daou. Le N109 de Olivier Maisonneuve et le Wild Thing de Zach Parent. Le N80 sera aussi dans cette épreuve. Alors, désolé. Alors, les pilotes à surveiller sont évidemment ceux qui nous ont donné une chaude lutte hier et qui s'affrontent pour une troisième fois de suite, soit le N109 et le N80 qu'on aperçoit à l'écran. Les deux pilotes qui en sont possiblement leur dernière année en novice. Le N9 de Raphaël Daou de Dog. Ça, c'est le numéro que pilotait Mathieu Daou tout au long de sa carrière. On est à 2 minutes 10 du départ. Colin Henderson with the Hassan Secret 519 boat. We have 6 boats on the water, and there will be a final with 10 boats. And I hope Médéric Guillet will be okay to come back to the in the final. Alors, la parenté de Antoine Mailloux. Tiens, je pense que tu sonnes. So yesterday we had a great battle between the 109 and the 80, and Zach Parent won the heat. Et là, Maisonneuve peut prendre les devants au championnat avec l'abandon de Médéric Guillet. Alors, on se prépare pour le départ. Belle vue du drone dans le virage numéro 1. On voit en haut de l'écran le N37 aller se préparer pour la procédure du départ. On est à 25 secondes. Au Parent là, qui va aller tourner très large. 15, 15.
Et vous allez assister, mesdames et messieurs, à cette qualification de la Q4 groupée dans 10.
Et Maisonneuve va peut-être être trop rapide au départ. 4, 3, 2, 1. Il sera limite au départ, mais je crois qu'il sera légal. Alors, avec la vue de drone, on sort du virage. C'est l'angle d'attaque en tête. Est-ce que Parent va lui jouer le même coup qu'hier? Il tente déjà de vouloir s'insérer à l'intérieur, mais cette fois, Maisonneuve. Et c'est serré entre Doré et Daou. Et Mailloux qui a reculé. C'est Doré côte à côte avec Daou et Henderson. One lap down. Et on le voit en Martès, mais là, quelle bagarre entre Raphaël Daou et Clovis Doré. The 9 and 32 battles for the third, and Henderson is closer to them. Alors qu'on la voit là maintenant en vue de drone, mais c'est toujours la domination du N109 de Olivier Maisonneuve. Mais on voit Daou là côte à côte avec Doré. On a déjà eu ce type de bagarre-là entre les deux paternels, Mathieu Daou et Sylvain Doré. The white flag is up. One more lap for Olivier Maisonneuve. Alors que Doré est toujours tout près de Daou. Et même chose pour Henderson. Et Doré là, va tourner très large. Et Maisonneuve là, qui est loin en avant. On n'en parle pas. Il prend un peu sa revanche suite à la remontée de Zach Parent hier. Alors que je regarde dans les puits et je ne vois pas le Thunderbolt à l'eau. But this is the last turn for Olivier Maisonneuve with the 109. Et ce sera la victoire de Olivier Maisonneuve. L'angle d'attaque. Deuxième, ce sera Zach Parent dans le Wild Thing. Et Raphaël Daou qui va possiblement se qualifier en vue de la finale. Et Henderson va avoir réussi à passer Clovis Doré. Et Antoine Mayou va conclure la marche en 6e place dans le N37, la parenté. So, there will be a short delay to calculate who's got him in the final. Coming up next will be the final in the novice class.
Première place, 3 présences en finale, que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
À toi, Ignacio.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, c'est le fun.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
J'ai commencé à courser, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game, puis on fait juste embarquer puis on continue après.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
All right. All right, good morning, everybody. We've just witnessed two of the final two novice qualification heats. They are calculating right now to determine who will be in their final. I think they're doing an 8-boat final.
10-boat final.
8, okay, cool. So they're going to be coming up here in just a few minutes. So while we have a little bit of time, we wanted to kind of recap the weekend so far. Obviously, it started on Friday. Great Friday of racing. The Friday format a little bit different with the 3 laps around the race course instead of the normal 5. But Eddie Camfouche got the victory in the Friday final for the Formula F. And Martin Rochon, he's looked good all weekend long at the Friday final for H350. So let's talk about a little bit what happened yesterday and throughout the weekend. We'll start in Grand Prix. Obviously, in Grand Prix right now, it is Jack Lupton. He's the boat to beat. I mean, he was outstanding from the get-go. On Friday, he set the fastest lap in time trial, just under 32 seconds, 31.956 seconds in time trial. And yesterday, he had a perfect 2 for 2. Right behind him is Andrew Tate. I mean, that old boat is looking really good. Boat's been around a little bit, but Andrew is driving the heck out of it. He won from lane number 2 yesterday, shot like a cannon. If you go back and watch that qualifier he was in, where he was stuck in between Bobby King and Ken Lupton. A great showing for the 71. And also, the other boat that's running really well right now, Ken Lupton as well. So both Lupton boats running well. Andrew Tate's running well. The news of the weekend, obviously, is the 35. Brady Kennedy, they've been having some issues in that GP35. Jones Junction presents the TM Special. Thought it was an electrical issue on Friday. They changed out the mag. And they will try to come back out here and do their best today. But right now, he is outside looking in of that 5-boat front line. Another great story, John Shaw getting his first victory yesterday in the 135, the Miss Cool Cat Motorsports, his first Grand Prix heat victory here in Valleyfield. Boat looked really good. I think they're going to be a contender. And also the 10 of Kevin Egret had a great showing yesterday. He went out, finished all of his 2 qualification heats. And he's currently on the front row for the final. So who knows what's going to happen in GP. We got one more round of qualifying before the final. So looking forward to that. Let's go down to class. We'll go to Pro Hydro. Some of the most competitive heats of the weekend, Nicholas, have been in Pro Hydro. You've had the opportunity to call them all weekend long. And it's been a different winner, but Eric Labelle seems to be the one to beat.
Oui, Eric Labelle, hier. Désolé des petits problèmes de voix ce matin. Je souhaite que tout se replace aujourd'hui. Oui, Éric Labelle, c'est le pilote à battre hier, les 2 victoires. On a appris que l'oiseau bleu de Delirus ne sera pas de la partie aujourd'hui. Des problèmes, je crois, de moteur. Donc, on ne peut être au rendez-vous, tout comme Derek Anderson. Alors, on sera à 4 bateaux aujourd'hui, mais le spectacle va être encore très, très spectaculaire en Pro Hydro.
Yeah, Eric Labelle's fast, but Guillaume Charette right now sits at the top of the ladder with the most points. So if the final were to be run right now, Guillaume would have lane number 1, and obviously that's where you want to be going into the finals. We'll step down to Hydro 350. It has been a tremendous show. We've had 18 boats show up for Hydro 350. Right now it's Nick Roos on top of the leaderboard. Remember, Hydro 350, a little bit different format than everybody else. Only the top qualifier will make the final. So one boat will make it directly into the final. The next 12 qualifiers will make it into 2 6-boat consolation heats, what we call semifinals. And the top 3 from each of those semifinals will make the final. So right now, Nick Roos got the fastest time of the weekend, got 2 heat victories. His draw, he's ended up, unfortunately for him, he's going to be in a 5-boat qualifier, where his competitors are going to be in 4-boat qualifiers, which could be a little bit of an advantage. Who knows? But he's still got to come out here and win from lane number 5. We'll see how he does. But right now, H350, Nick, it looks like Nick Roos and Martin Rochon are the 2 boats to look out for.
Oui, Nicolas Rousse et Martin Rochon sont les 2 pilotes à battre. Pour l'instant, si on enlèverait la dernière ronde de qualification, c'est Nicolas Rousse qui passerait directement en finale et Martin Rochon, même s'ils ont le même nombre de points, s'en ira en demi-finale. Alors, Rousse aura une qualification quand même très compétitive, tout comme Martin Rochon. Ce sera très intéressant de suivre qui passera en demi-finale et qui devra passer par les demi-finales et qui passera directement en finale. I think we're going to have a lot of action today in the Hydro 350.
Yeah, Hydro 350 is a toss-up. Obviously, we're going to have the 4 qualification heats and then to the semifinals and then the final. So, great day of Hydro 350 racing coming up for you. Jersey Speed Skip, it's the 10 and the 45. Does anybody have anything for them? Right now, they don't. Jimmy Stewart looking really good. They blew a motor actually earlier in the season, Nick, and they've replaced it and got another Jessel motor in there. So they're looking good to go in that JS10. And, of course, Samantha wants it. I know she really wants to win here in Valleyfield. So we'll see how that 45 does. In Formula F, it's been Eddie Campush, but John Shaw, they have that Kreitzer motor in the boat. They are ready to go. They are actually sitting at the top of the leaderboard with the fastest time. Obviously, if you don't understand, Friday was a different day of racing. We restarted on Saturday for Formula F, just like Hydro 350. So right now, John Shaw is the top qualifier with 50 points, 2 victories, and the fastest time. Once again, they are not in the same qualification heat. Eddie will be in 3B, John will be in 3A. So opportunity for both of them to win again, and then we look at the time to determine who's got that lane 1, and that could be the matter of who wins the final later today.
Oui, John Shaw et Eddie Calfouche, on s'attend à cette bagarre-là en finale. Possiblement les deux côte à côte. Alors, pour l'instant, c'est John Shaw qui a le temps le plus rapide. Donc, il aurait l'intérieur en finale. Il n'a que terminé premier. Peu importe si Eddie Calfouche l'emporte. Donc, ça risque d'être intéressant.
All right, we got about 30 seconds before the final for the novice. So real quick, Formula R is the 817 and Francis Soave and Renaud Simard at the top of the leaderboard. Francis is going to get back behind the wheel today to run that 817 4MAX racing. But Benjamin Leger, he's the story of the weekend. The young driver from right here in Valleyfield in the 21 Supernova is doing a great job.
Oui, Benjamin Léger qui connaît tout un week-end. Se pointe actuellement deuxième. And it will be the first time for Gustave Ebo and Alice Caro in the inside lane. They are done with the restriction. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do inside lane.
All right, that's the recap of what's happened so far. We look forward to a beautiful Friday, but it's time for our first final. 10 boats on the water for the novice final. Nicholas, have fun with this one, bud.
Thank you, John. Alors oui, dernière finale, dernière course du week-end en novice. On aura le N109, l'angle d'attaque d'Olivier Maisonneuve, le N80 de Zach Parent, le N666, le Charpentec Toxic Girl de Maïka Léger, le N1 de Médéric Guillet, le N379 de Béatrice Daou, le N444 de Jaden Théoret, le N9 de Raphaël Daou, le N519 de Colin Henderson, le N32 de Clovis Doré, le C'est la vie, et le N71 Loïc Gauthier dans le Little Wild One. Alors, pas besoin de vous dire qui peut gagner cette finale. Le peloton est tellement relevé. Et attention, on doit s'attendre à toute une finale entre Olivier Maisonneuve, Zach Parent, Médéric Guillet. Et je rajoute Maïka Léger aussi qui connaît toute une saison dans le Charpentec Toxic Girl. Elle qui est la fille de Danny Léger. On la voit justement à l'écran. Béatrice Daou with the Lady Dog. On the outside lane for now. We're at 150 away to the start. And it's great to see Médéric Guillet back on track. Alors, est-ce que Zach Parent peut répéter l'exploit d'il y a un an? Est-ce que Théoret peut répéter l'exploit sur le circuit que porte son grand-père? Lui qui l'avait remporté il y a 3 ans. L'année dernière, rappelez-vous, c'était la seule finale disputée ici à Valleyfield. It was the only final here in Valleyfield last year. On aura un peu plus tard au Quai des Champions, vers le milieu de l'après-midi, le vainqueur de la finale. On est à 50 secondes. Alors, je salue Denise Rush. On est à 30 secondes. Parent, lui, veut absolument voir l'intérieur. Guillet va être, lui, complètement à l'extérieur. On est à 15 secondes. C'est Parent qui est trop rapide à 10 secondes. 5 secondes. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ah, c'est sûr que Parent devancé le départ. Faudra oublier Parent au départ. Il se jump the gun. Et c'est Maisonneuve qui a connu le meilleur départ. Et là, qui va se sortir au virage? C'est Maisonneuve. Et Léger qui est côte à côte avec Médéric Guillet pour la 3e place, mais en réalité la 2e. Et la Maisonneuve. Et attention à Guillet qui s'amène à l'extérieur. Théoret 5e. Les deux Daou 6e et 7e. Anderson est 8e. Doré 9e. Et là, regardez comment que ça valse dans le virage. Et on confirme que le 80 a devancé le départ sur de Elias Jump the Gun. Et Théoret qui s'amène pour la 3e place. Est-ce que Guillet peut aller chercher Maisonneuve? Guillet est maintenant dans la queue d'eau de Parent, mais je crois que Maisonneuve, ce sera trop tard pour Guillet avec un tour et demi. Et Léger pourrait terminer sur le podium, mais il est pourchassé par Jaden Théoret, le 4-4-4. Last lap, white flag, one more lap for Olivier Maisonneuve with l'angle d'attaque. 2e, c'est Médéric Guillet dans le Thunderbolt. Michael Léger, 3e, mais toujours pourchassé par Théoret. Et Doré là, qui est côte à côte avec Daou pour la 6e place. Anderson est 7e. Et 8e. Dernier virage pour Olivier Maisonneuve. Dernier droit. Voici votre champion de la classe novice ici à Valleyfield. Victoire de Olivier Maisonneuve. 2e, Médéric Guillet, Thunderbolt. Et est-ce que Léger va pouvoir souffler un soupir de soulagement? Michael Léger sur le podium devant Jaden Théoret. Béatrice va terminer 5e, Doré 6e, Raphaël Daou 7e, Anderson 8e et Loïc Gauthier 9e. Et pour Zach Parent, c'est malheureux, mais il a devancé le départ. So that's it for the novice program. I think there will be a short delay before the inboard program. I'm going to let you with John Tomey in a few moments.
All right, congratulations to Olivier Maisonneuve, your winner of the novice final. He'll get a chance to come out to the dock a little bit later on today in front of the thousands of fans that'll be here in Valleyfield. So congratulations to him. You see his dad there on the drone shot. Congratulations to the 109. Great run for them. He timed that start perfectly. And a great job by the novice team over there, led by Mr. Bob Abbott. I saw Jimmy Shane was down there with him as well today. He's in the water right now, helping Rafael Deo in his novice boat come into the pit area. So it's really cool for those kids. Andrew Tate was down there yesterday, and Jimmy's over there today. So that's really cool to have a couple unlimited and Grand Prix drivers over there helping with the novice kids. Really, really awesome job. That is a tremendous asset for the sport. I'm so pleased with what they're doing over there. Really, really cool. All right, just got a little bit of news for our fans in New Zealand. I know it is currently 1:31 a.m. So if you're awake in New Zealand, it's 1:31 a.m. on Monday. But you have the opportunity now to download our HRL app. I just got word from Emily that the app is now worldwide. So you used to only be able to download it if you lived in the United States or Canada. but now you can download it worldwide. So for our friends in New Zealand and Australia that are watching, we know we have a big following over there, especially with the Lupton boys running here this weekend. Please download that HRL app. And Stephen, you can put that in the chat that it is available now in New Zealand and Australia. So if they would like to download that to stay up to date with what's going on, please do so. And if you're just joining us and you haven't done it so far, go to your Google Store or your Google Play, whatever, however you download your apps, and or your Apple Store, excuse me, and you can download your Hydroplane Racing League app right there, and you can stay up to date with everything we're doing. It's got the schedule, what lane assignments, and everything. Okay, I'm getting a word from Steven that we do have a QR code on the screen that you could just scan and download. But please do that, and you can stay up to date with us all weekend and season long. All right, that'll do it for our novice program today. Thank you all for tuning in. It's going to be a tremendous, tremendous Sunday of racing. We have beautiful weather on tap. I know it's been since 2023 we've been able to run the finals here at Valleyfield. We want to run the finals. We are going to run the finals today. It looks like a beautiful day of racing. Fans are starting to come out. The gates opened at 8 o'clock. Jared and Tate Meyer and I were walking across the park to come over to the tower. And the gates opened and the fans were running in here to get their spots along the shoreline to get ready for this tremendous Sunday, what we call Championship Sunday here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. So stick around. We'll take a short break. They'll do the national anthems, and we'll go racing. Formula R 5A, 5B be our first inboard heats of the day coming up here in just a few. Stick around. We'll be back. All right, our national anthems have just taken place. We've got the G18, the Compulsion, and the G81, the Illusion. These boats are 1930 replica hulls built in New Hampshire. Robert Muller and Bill Marcuson are doing the driving today as those boats make their way around the race course for opening ceremonies. So if you're just tuning in, welcome. It's almost 9, what time is it? 9:41 here on the East Coast as we get ready for an action-packed day of racing here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Great shot of those boats coming across our finish line. The Compulsion on the outside and the Illusion on the inside. As I said, those hulls are replicas from the 1930s, and they were built in New Hampshire. Let's go ahead and go over the schedule for you. We'll start the day with the Formula R, their final qualifiers. 5A, 5B for Formula R. Then we'll move to H350, 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, H350. Grand Prix, 3A, 3B, 3C. Grand Prix. And then Formula F, 3A, 3B. Jersey Speed Skiff, final qualifier. Pro Hydro, final qualifier. And then we'll get into the consolation and semifinal heats. And then it'll be the 6 finals that we have to run here this afternoon. It's going to be a great day. The weather is perfect. There's a little bit of a breeze coming across the race course. Really in a good spot. But I think it's going to be a great day. Looking forward to it. Thank you all for joining us. Just a reminder that you can download that HRL app now anywhere in the world. If you'd like to download that, please do so. You can stay up to date with everything going on here in the Hydroplane Racing League. As we're on stop number 4 of 6 here at Valleyfield. In 3 weeks, we'll head to North Tonawanda, New York, the first weekend of August 1st and 2nd. We'll be in North Tonawanda, and then we'll end the season in Beauharnois, Quebec. I believe that is like the weekend of the 25th or something, 24th, 25th of August. So 2 more stops in the Hydroplane Racing League season. But we got to get through today. Sunday at Valleyfield. Everybody is geared up and ready to go for a great day of racing. We are finished with the opening ceremonies. The only thing left to do is put boats into the water, and we'll be ready to go. Formula R should be in the water waiting to go for their first qualifiers of the day, which will be their final qualifiers of the weekend. 5A, 5B coming up for you here in just a few. Stick around. We'll be right back with Formula R qualifications.
Love hockey? Check out bet99.net.
All right, so unbeknownst to us, we didn't know this was going to happen, but they have a couple guys out there testing. Jacob Hainu is in one of them, and I'm not sure who's in the other. I do know Jacob Hainu's in the 41, the Crabster, testing that boat, but I think it's a couple guys that might want to think about purchasing a Jersey Speed Skiff. So they're giving the opportunity. We had a few minutes here that let them go out and test a couple of Jersey Speed Skiffs. So that's why they are on the water out there right now. See how many laps they give them, but they'll throw the black flag up, give them a few laps. So just a little testing session for a couple guys that are interested in purchasing a Jersey Speed Skiff. So we should be started with the Formula R qualifier at 10 o'clock. So they're throwing the black flag out right now, so get them back to the pit area as we get ready to go for first qualifier of the day. I'm sorry, for Formula R. So. We'll head back to the pit area and we'll come back with Formula R Heat 5A and 5B. Oh yeah, don't forget, forgot to mention, download the HRL app as you see there. And also if you're in Canada, you can go to Bet99, and you can actually bet on the races today. So if you want to, I think Bet99 is an application that you can download. You can download that Bet99 app, and you can actually bet on who's going to win the finals later on today. So we'll mention that throughout the day, but a pretty cool thing that they've come on board here in 2026. Nice promotion that they're doing here in Valleyfield. So Bet99, your place to bet on the regatta. Stick around. We'll be back. All right, here we go. First 5-minute gun of Sunday has commenced. We are ready to go with Formula R Heat 5A. 5A will start making their way out of the pit area for their first and final qualification heat of the weekend. Obviously, once again, Formula R is our beginning class, our up-and-comers, our guys and gals that haven't been in the sport very long, but they're getting the ride. They ride the old. Most of these guys are switched over to the K20 Honda, but there are still a few Ford 2300s left out there. As they'll come out of the pit area, they'll come around for the first time. We will introduce it to you as we're 4 minutes and 14 seconds from the start. There on your screen, you can see Lucas DeRoche, the 104 D-Rock Racing. Having a good weekend so far is Lucas. Looking to make his way into the final a little bit later on today. The boat on the inside, that's the 88 of Alex Duke. On the outside, the 910 be driven by Mark Lalonde today. Mark Lalonde driving the 910. Hope Racing. They come across start finish line. Coming down here on the front stretch right now, you got Remy Beauvalin in the 91 and the 817 of Francis Suave. And the final boat in this qualifier will be the 11 of Garrett Huff. All 6 boats out on the race course for qualifier 5A, Nicholas.
Alors oui, est-ce que c'est déjà un avant-goût de ce qu'on pourrait voir en finale? Lucas Desrochers et le Ford Max seront dans cette qualification. Les deux ont connu leur part de difficulté hier, dont pour Desrochers qui a eu un abandon à cause d'un problème électrique. Marc Lalonde qui remplace Justin L'Espérance aujourd'hui suite à son crochet hier. Justin a subi une commotion cérébrale. Donc on est mieux pas prendre de chance. Garrett Huff est là. Beauvillain qui est arrêté. Lui devra possiblement passer par la consolation. Ça va lui faire mal. Il devra assurément passer par la consolation. Et ça donne une chance à Garrett Huff qui a besoin de points pour éviter de passer par la consolation.
Yeah, unfortunate for Remy Beauvalin, he pulled off the race course in the 91. And he's already out of the boat looking at the back. Not sure what happened to Remy, but unfortunate for him. He was running really well this weekend. And this is probably going to put him out of the final and put him into the consolation, unfortunately, for Remy. So, tough break for Remy. Another guy that's having a tough weekend is this 88 of Alex Duke. The boat's fast. He's just not been able to finish any heats this weekend.
Oui, hier, Alexandre Leduc, 2 abandons, dont hier après-midi, n'a plus quitté les puits. Et ça lui permet d'être à l'intérieur. Et là, avec l'abandon de Rémi Beauvillain, ça peut aider des pilotes comme le Hope Racing Team à se qualifier en vue de la finale. Et là, est-ce que pour Beauvillain, c'est un problème majeur qui va l'empêcher de passer à la finale, passer par la consolation? Alors, beaucoup de questions encore à suivre. On est à 1 minute 17 du départ. À l'intérieur, on aura le Fat Boy et Alexandre Leduc. Dans le deuxième couloir, Marc Lalonde dans le Hope Racing Team. Garrett Huff dans le troisième couloir, le Tantoli Kahotic. Lucas Desrochers dans le D-Rock Racing, le bateau vert, dans le 4e. Et dans le 5e couloir, ce sera le...
All right, inside 1 minute to the start, 53 seconds away. I know Nicholas just went through it, but we'll go through it one more time. Alex Duke will have lane number 1. Mark Lalonde will have lane 2. Garrett Huff will be in lane number 3. Lucas Desrochers will be in 4. And Francis Suave of the 817 will be up on the outside. Great shot from our drone as they head down the backstretch in their predetermined lanes. This is Heat 5A. So these guys have already run 4 times, so all the points that they've accrued throughout the weekend have gotten them ready for Heat 5A here. We're 22 seconds from the start. First heat of the day, the Sunday edition of the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Everybody looks like they're in a pretty good spot as there are 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, please start. The 817 of Francois Suave will lead him down into turn number 1. Washington Post to his inside as everybody hold their lane all the way through the apex of 1. So Suave in the 104 out lanes 4 and 5, but a nice turn from Mark Lalonde. And Nicholas, it looks like the 9-10 will lead him off the exit of 1.
Marc Lalonde est en avant. Sauvé, ouais, déroché, il est actuellement dernier. C'est Hoff qui est deuxième. Le Duc est actuellement quatrième. Et on confirme que c'est un bon départ. Alors, surprise de voir le 104 dernier, mais là, le Duc a des problèmes. Et Marc Lalonde qui fait exactement ce qu'il devait faire.
Mark Lalonde will lead him off the exit of turn number 2. He just got word from the tower that it is a clean start, so everybody's legal. Mark Lalonde comes across in first position, but a battle shaping up for second between Alex Labuca on the inside, Garrett Huff in the middle, and Francis Suave on the outside. 3 of them battling it out for second position here in Heat 5A for the Formula R. But your leader off the exit of 1, Mark Lalonde, is shaking up that 9-10.
Et là, c'est serré toujours pour la deuxième place. Garrett Huff et Francis Sauvé. Et le Duc à l'intérieur qui ne lâche pas. Est-ce que Huff va pouvoir remonter dans le Tantali chaotique? Lalonde est loin en avant. On commence déjà à l'oublier, mais c'est côte à côte. Garrett Huff, Francis Sauvé.
Off the exit of 2 is still Mark Lalonde, but a battle shaping up between Suave on the outside and Garrett Huff on the inside. When Suave comes off that turn, he pitches over just a little bit. Keep Garrett Huff tucked in. And it's all Mark Lalonde as they head down to the turn number 1 here on lap number 3. Remember, we go 5 times around here. Qualifier 5A for the Formula R class. Mark Lalonde still leads, and Suave from lane number 5 is all the way up to second, but it's Lalonde's race here in the 9-10.
Ça va faire du bien pour l'équipe du 910 si tout tient bon. Lalonde avait amorcé la saison pour l'équipe du 910, alors que Hoff, lui, voit un peu l'écart augmenter entre lui et Francis Sauvé, alors qu'on va compléter le 3e tour de piste.
Off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. It's still Mark Lalonde. He's opened up by 2 full Rooster Tails. But Garrett Huff is driving the wheels off the 11, trying to stay up with the points leader in that 8-17. And Francis Suave as he comes across his second position. So 3 down, 2 to go here in Formula R Qualifier 5A. And unfortunately for Alex Leduc, he's having mechanical issues back in back in turn number 2. Down on power once again is the 88, but off the exit of 1 here on lap number 4, it's still the 9-10.
Alors que le Duc lui a fait un crochet, mais là, Sauvé qui toujours s'éloigne de Garrett Huff et déroché incapable de remonter dans le Direct Racing. Marc Lalonde qui va changer de siège pour s'en aller en 350 dans 3 courses sera surveillé tout au long de la journée.
Off the exit of 2 to be the white flag this time by. One more lap around for Mark Lalonde, taking over for Justin Lasperez, who had a injury to his leg yesterday. Looking really good here in Heat 5A for Formula R. So Lalonde leads, Suave runs in second. The 11 of Garrett Huff runs in third. Lucas Desrochers runs in fourth, and Alex Deuce runs in fifth, but off the exit of 1, 3/4 of a lap away for the 9-10.
Et Huff va-t-il tenter une dernière poussée dans le Tantali chaotique? Un demi-parcours à faire pour le Hope Racing Team. Et Marc Lalonde venu en relève à l'Espérance. Et ça va sûrement lui donner un soupir de soulagement de voir que Marc Lalonde va amener son bateau avec la victoire de cette première qualification de la journée. Victoire et soupir de soulagement pour l'équipe du Hope Racing Team. Deuxième, Francis Sauvé, Formax qui assure le couloir intérieur, suivi de Bennett, embarcation, de Bennett Armstrong, conduit par Garrett Huff. Desrochers termine 4e et le Duc va terminer 5e dans le Fat Boy.
Good run for Mark Lalonde, filling in for Justin L'Esperance there in the 9-10 Hope Racing. He gets the victory. But a nice second place run for the 8-17 team, and based off of the points, that should put the 8-17 in lane number 1 for the final. So Francis Suave and Renaud Simard having a great weekend. as they win 5A here in Formula R and solidify their position in the final later on this afternoon. So one qualification heat down, Nicholas. We got a long way to go. Coming up next, 5B Formula R. All right, 5 and a gun has sounded for qualification heat 5B for Formula R. We should have 6 of the boats make the call. Remember, there are 12 Formula R boats here this weekend. We'll have an 8-boat final, Nicholas. 7 of them will make it directly in, and then we'll have a 5-boat consolation heat to determine the final boat in the final. So 12 boats started for Formula R. We're going to whittle it down to 8, and right now by my calculations, after that second place run there in 5A, the 8:17 should have enough points to put himself in the inside lane for the final, and he's going to be tough to drive around. We're coming out here for heat 5B. As I said, should be 6 boats. That boat you see on your screen down into turn number 2, that's the 86 6 Cents Racing of JP Gay. As he comes through turn number 2, good shot by Tate Meyer sitting down there in turn 2 all weekend. Tate's done a tremendous job getting some great shots off of turn number 2. As you see JP coming across start-finish line in that 86 6 Cents Racing. Boats through turn number 2 right now. There's Aiden Sovey in the 50. Good shot of Benjamin Leger in the 21. The 13 of Alice Caron. The 55 of Gustav Humboldt. And the 113 of Marcel Descoteau. And who knows what that kid's going to do in that 113, Nicholas. He's been all over the race course.
Oui, Marcel Descoteau qui est tout le temps à la limite de l'adhérence. Ça a toujours été comme ça avec ce bateau-là, même avec Samuel Tremblay. Et il nous fait des peurs à chaque fois. Là, ça va être intéressant de suivre Alice Caron et Gustave Imbeau qui ont terminé leur restriction, le My Way et le Lucky 13. Alice sera respectivement dans le 2e couloir et Gustave dans le 3e. Donc, vont-ils être nerveux? Assurément. Et à surveiller Benjamin Léger qui est capable de nous donner de belles courses. Il a remporté hier sa qualification. Et le fils de Yannick Léger sera à surveiller. Il partira du 5e corridor.
Coming across start finish light now. That's Benjamin Leger of the Supernova on the outside. He's the son of Yannick Leger, and Yannick drove everything from a 2.5 liter stock all the way up to H350 and Grand Prix, and his young son Benjamin is behind the wheel of the 21 Supernova, and he has done a great job. Finally off restrictions is the 21, so he'll be able to move to the inside. He came into today second in points. If he can get a good run here, he might have lane number 2 for that 8-boat final, which would be a really big deal for his first Valleyfield weekend. We are 1 minute 53 seconds for the start, 1:53 away. Formula R qualifier 5B on the race course. Just a reminder, we're going to take it from 12 boats down to 8 for the final. 7 boats will make it directly in, and after this, Nick, we'll know who's in the final, and we'll know who has to go through the constellation. So we can give you that information shortly after this qualification heat. For everybody tuning in, don't forget Bet99. You can bet on the races using Bet99, and you can also download that HRL app anywhere in the world now. We just got news this morning, Nick, that you can, if you're in Australia and New Zealand, you can now finally download the HRL app.
Oui, l'application maintenant est disponible partout pour, pour suivre tout ce que vous désirez suivre sur l'application HRL. Donc, elle est maintenant disponible tout partout au monde.
Inside 1 minute to the start. We'll get them lined up for you. And lane number 1 will be the 86 of JPGA to his outside in lane 2. I think this will be Alice Cron's really her first time this far inside. She'll be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 55 of Gustav Humble. Lane 4 will be the 50 of Aiden Sobey. Aiden's got to get a good finish here. He was into the weekend in 3rd place in points. He's looking for a good run here in 5B. To his outside will be young Benjamin Leger, and way up on the outside, stone restriction will be the 113, Marcel Descoteaux. So we're 20 seconds for the start. Formula R Heat 5B. As they come down to start-finish line in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark is close for the 55. We'll have to wait and see what the call is. I think he might have jumped it, but he'll lead him down here into turn number 1. The 86 on the inside of the 55 in lane number 3 as they come through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 1. Remember, we go 5 times around. Right now, it's the 55 of Gustav Humble with the lead.
Alors, c'est Gustave Imbeau, mais selon ce qu'on a vu, il semblait avoir devancé le départ. Il faudra voir. Et Guillet qui est aux trousses, tout comme Sauvé et Descoteaux. On confirme que le départ est bon. Imbeau a pris tout un départ et Léger est actuellement 5e dans le Supernova.
Off the exit of 2, Gustav Humble hit the start right at 0, and he is your leader. So getting word from the tower, it's a clean start. So your leader is the 55, the My Way and Gustav Humble. Aiden Sobey runs in 2nd, Marcel Descoteaux runs in 3rd, the 86 runs in 4th, the 21 of Benjamin Leger runs in 5th, and Alice Caron runs in 6th. But down into turn number 1 here on lap number 2. A great start for the 55. He leads, but Aiden Sobey's making up a lot of ground in 2nd.
Sauvé là, s'est éloigné de Descoteaux pour la 2e place. Est-ce qu'il peut se lancer aux trousses de Gustave Imbeau? Oh, qu'on doit être nerveux dans son cas. Première présence à Valleyfield et là, il mène cette course de belle façon devant Aiden Sauvé et Descoteaux.
Gustav Humble comes off of turn number 2, and what a story this would be. Benjamin Leger got his first ever Valleyfield win yesterday. Gustav's looking for his first ever qualifying win in that 55 to My Way. He runs in first. Aiden Sobey. Charlie Walsh, the 50 running in 2nd. Marcel Descoteaux runs in 3rd. Benjamin Leger runs in 4th. And the 86 of 6 Sense Racing runs in 5th. Through the apex of turn number 1. They'll come up the exit pit. It's still Gustav Humble with the lead.
Sauvé s'est inséré à l'intérieur, à la mi-course. Et Guillet qui a encore une fois fait un crochet.
86.
Et là, est-ce que Sauvé peut remonter sur Imbeau? On est à la mi-course. Descoteaux est toujours 3e. Léger 4e.
Off the exit of 2, Gustav will come around and complete lap number 3. It'll be 3 down, 2 to go. Here in Formula R, qualifier 5B. And the My Way. And Gustav Humble from right here in Valleyfield, Quebec, looking to get a nice victory here in Heat 5B. Aiden Sobey still runs in 2nd. In the R50, the 113, Marcel Descoteaux runs in 3rd. And Benjamin Leger runs in 4th. Everybody getting pretty evenly spread out as they come off the exit pit in turn number 1 here on lap number 4. 2 full rooster tails for Gustav.
Oui, Beau là, s'éloigne de plus en plus alors que Guillet et Caron se font la lutte pour la 5e place, puisque eux devront passer par la consolation. Et il va rester un tour à faire. Je pense que ça va être le tour le plus long de la chaîne carrière de Gustave Imbeau. 1 lap to go.
One more lap around for Gustav Humbo. His white flag being displayed on the race course. The 55, the My Way, currently still your leader. We'll call it almost about 3 full Rooster Tails now over top of Aiden Sovey, running back in second. Third is still Marcel Descoteaux in the 113, another one, and fourth position is Benjamin Leger. But if they come off the exit pin of turn number 1, 3/4 of a lap away from his first ever heat win in the 55.
Alors, un demi-parcours à faire. Est-ce qu'il peut? Il doit certainement être très heureux. Et je suis sûr que toute sa famille en sera très heureux. Dernier virage pour le pilote du My Way. Dernier droit.
Comes off the exit pin of turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checkered flag this time by, and what a story this will be. Gustav Humble, the first ever victory in the 55, the My Way. Second position will go to Aiden Sovey. In the 53rd place will go to Marcel Descoteaux. In the 113, another one. Benjamin Leger will get fourth. Looks like the 86, 6 Cents Racing. JP Guillet will come around and get fifth, and Alice Caron will end up in sixth as they come through the apex of turn number 2 here on lap number 5. So that'll do it for Formula R qualifiers. Once we do the tabulation and do the math, we'll determine who will make it directly into the final and who will be in the consolation. So we'll figure all that out. We'll come back with that information. Coming up next, Hydro 350, Qualifier 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and then we're right into Grand Prix Hydro early this morning with their 3 final qualification heats. As we're underway, Championship Sunday at the 86th Valleyfield Regatta. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Dans quelques instants, qualification 3A classe Hydro 350, présenté par Grace Canada.
All right, 5-minute gun has sounded. First qualifier for H350. As they make their way out onto the race course. I've got 5 of them scheduled to come out, but I think we've got a couple scratches, so we'll have to wait and see which boats make their way out of the pit area. We'll see who makes their way out of the pit area for H350, sponsored by Grace Canada Heat 3A. I know the 104 Mark LeCompte, I believe he's still on the trailer. He's had issues all weekend long, unfortunately, because when he's up and running well, he is pretty quick. So unfortunately, the 104 Unique Racing and Mark LeCompte not going to be able to go. So we should still have 4 of them. Make the call for Heat 3A. The first boat on the outside, you can see on your screen, that's the 23, the Yellow Torpedo and Francis Cote. He's followed up by the 225, Nicholas Roos, currently sitting at the top of the leaderboard. Fastest time of the day yesterday at 2 heat wins. There's Grant Liddycote in the 97, the Ascendant, and Danny Leger in the 666, the Carpentech. The 4 boats that we expected to make it out of the pit area are out. Remember, we started with 18 H350s here this weekend. We will cut it down to the top 7 for the final. As we said earlier in our warm-up show, only 1 boat will make it directly into the final. That 1 boat will be the one with the top points or fastest speed if we have a tie. Right now, that is the boat, the 225, here in qualifier 3A, and Nicholas Roos. If Nick wins this qualifier, he should point himself directly into the final for the 2nd weekend in a row. He did the same thing in Brockville, where he was able to make it right into the final. He didn't have to go through the semifinal. So that's a little bit of a different wrinkle here in 2026. Only 1 boat makes it directly in, and everybody else has to fight through the semifinals. There's that boat on your screen right now, Nicholas Roos, as he comes through turn number 2 down here on a timing run to start-finish line. 2 minutes, 22 seconds from the start, 2:22 away. As everybody by now on Sunday has their timing marks figured out. The only difference is in what lane you start from. Here in the 3rd round of qualifiers, once again, it's the points that matter. The boats with the most points start on the outside. It gives a fair advantage to everybody. If you're down in points, you get an inside lane, a little bit better draw. Hopefully you can pick up some points in the point standings and make your way into a better spot in the semifinals later on today. 140 from the start, Heat 3A. Hydro 350 sponsored by Grace Canada, 350 cubic inch motors, speeds upwards of 125 miles an hour. And in my opinion, the most competitive inboard hydroplane class that we have anywhere in the world are these 18 H350s that we have here this weekend. There's a couple other boats around the country that we would love to have with us that are not here this weekend. Hopefully we can iron out that so we can have the top 20 boats in North America here racing next season at the 87th Valleyfield Regatta. Inside 1 minute to the start, Hydro 350 qualifier 3A, sponsored by Grace Canada. It'll be the 23 of the Yellow Torpedo. Francis Cote, he'll be inside lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 97, Grant Liddycote, finally off restriction. He'll be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 666, the Carpentech and Danny Leger. And on the outside, he's going to have to do it. The 23, why is the 23 outside? Okay, all right. So the 23 will be outside due to the repairs from yesterday. I forgot that as we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, wow, nice start. Everybody was right on it. Grant Liddycote and Danny Leger right there at the start as they head down into turn number 1. So Liddycoat has that inside lane in the 97 ascendant. He's running right alongside Danny Leger, but Nicholas Roos is right there on the outside. All three of them come off the exit into turn number 1. Roos tail separates first to third as Danny Leger leads.
Alors que bagarre à 3, Danny Léger, Nicolas Rousse, Grant Liddycoat et Rousse s'amène à l'extérieur. Regardez le 2-2-5, on confirme que le départ est bon.
Off the exit at 2, just getting word from the judges stand it was a clean start, so everybody's legal. Danny Leger and Nick Roos side-by-side battle for the lead here in qualifier 3A from the H350s. They head down into turn number 1. It's Roos on the outside and Leger on the inside. Nick Roos really going to push hard here. He wants to make it directly into that final and not have to go through the semifinal. He cannot finish second. He's going to have to finish first, but it's Danny Leger on top.
Quelle bagarre! Nicolas Rousse, qui avec une victoire peut s'assurer du premier couloir à finale. Mais attention au 6-6-6 de Danny Léger. Léger qui s'amène, Rousse se pointe, côte à côte.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap 2. Side-by-side dueling here in 3A for Nick Roos on the outside and Danny Leger on the inside. The 225 really needs this victory here in qualifier 3A, but he's got a stubborn Danny Leger on his inside in the 666, the Carpet Deck. You can throw a blanket of them as they go through the apex of turn number 1. They're still side-by-side off the exit of 1.
Oh, la Rousse a perdu un peu de rythme. Léger, mais voilà que Rousse se pointe. Dans le sillon du 6-6-6 et Danny Léger à la mi-course. Léger qui a besoin d'une victoire pour consolider sa place en demi-finale. Et Rousse, lui, doit remonter, s'assurer du premier couloir.
Coming around a complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Very important battle for Nick Roos in that 225. He's going to find a little bit more as they head down here into turn number 1 on lap number 4. Leger on the inside and Roos on the outside. Side by side for 3 laps. They'll come off the exit of 1. It's still Leger, but Roos is right there.
Roos est toujours là, côte à côte. Léger et Nicolas Rousse qui s'amène. On est côte à côte, ponton à ponton. Du Hydro 350 à son meilleur, là c'est Rousse qui se pointe en avant. Léger qui colle les bouées, ne veut rien savoir. Drapeau blanc, un tour à faire.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 4. White flag being displayed, and now Nick Roos is opened up by a boat lane. They head down here into turn number 1 on the 5th and final lap. Leger's going to really hug the buoy rail as they head down here into 1. Roos on the outside and Leger on the inside. Nick Roos has found a little bit more as they come up the exit. Does Danny Leger have anything left? Nicholas Roos is now opening up by 3. Now 4 boat lengths as they head down the backstretch. Half a lap away from a direct spot in the final for Nick Roos as they head down here into turn number 2. Leger's going to give it one more shot as they fly down here into 2. On the outside, the 225. On the inside, the 666. They'll come around and be the checker flag this time by. And Nicholas Roos has done enough. Your winner of qualifier 3A, the 225, and Nicholas Roos. Second place, we'll go to the 666, the Carpet Tech, and Danny Leger. Grant Liddycoat will come across in 3rd position. And 4th, we'll go to Francis Cote. In the yellow torpedo. Great battle, Nick, there in Heat 3A. But if my calculation is correct, that should put Nick Roos in the final directly and not have to go through the semifinal.
Oui, pour l'instant, c'est Nicolas Rousse qui serait qualifié directement par la finale. Il faut absolument que Martin Rochon remporte la prochaine qualification et doit obtenir un meilleur temps. So, John, Martin Rochon has no choice. He had to win the next seat, and he has to have the best time of the weekend.
Yeah.
And we just heard Kent Anderson will be scratched.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Rashawn to overtake Nick Roos, especially being on the outside here. We're going to have to get that time and see what that time is to beat. Maybe we can look it up on the app there and see. But if I'm correct, Roos should be the one boat to make it directly into the final. So we'll wait and see, but it is off of time. You're right, but Rashawn's still got to come out here and win And he's going to have, 3 boats to his inside. I know the 600 of Joe Les is a scratch, but it is a good heat for him. But Mark Lalonde's fast, so he's going to have to drive around, just like Nick did. He's going to have to drive around the outside of everybody here in qualifier 3B. But that's why every single qualification in the HRL is so important.
Yeah.
Because if you're tied going into the final, especially with this new format, you're going to either make it directly in or you're going to have to battle your way through a semifinal.
Yeah, exactly. Comme John vient de le dire, avec ce nouveau format, les pilotes doivent y aller à fond, peu importe ce qui arrive, peu importe s'ils ont une grande marge. Et hier, vous nous demandiez la question, pourquoi que les pilotes ne sauvent pas la mécanique? Ils n'ont pas le choix d'y aller à fond. Regardez, là, ce matin, aujourd'hui, Nicolas Rousse avait le même nombre de points que Martin Rochon. Et c'est par la vitesse qu'on déterminait pour l'instant que c'était le 2-2-5 qui s'en allait directement en finale. Prochaine épreuve, qualification 3B, classe Hydro 350.
All right, Heat 3B making their way out onto the race course for their H350 qualifier 3B, sponsored by Grace Canada. Should have 4 of them make the call. I know Joe Les has some mechanical issues, and I think he is scratched, unfortunately, for the weekend. See the boats on your screen right now coming through down the backstretch. That's a 751, a Mark Lalonde on the outside. The first boat reaching turn number 2, and then Bert Henderson in the H8 last minute again. Coming through turn number 2 right now. So coming down the front stretch, the low racing. Good to see Mark Lalonde with this boat up and running well. They've had mechanical issues. They were out of the Brockville 1,000 Islands Regatta 2 weeks ago. They did not even attend due to those motor issues. But they've got the boat up and running pretty good so far here this weekend. Looking to get a heat victory in that 751. Here's Matthew Brown, the 74. First year in H350 for Matthew. Trying to grab the reins of that 74. And here is one of the boats to beat for the weekend. The 773 coming across start finish line right now. Not on your screen, but Martin Rochon just came across start finish. So those are the 4 boats to make the call here for 3B, sponsored by Grace Canada, H350 qualifier. Mark Lalonde on the screen there in the old Bergeron Hall you see. Coming down here to start finish line. Got a combination of a couple Bergeron Halls in here and a couple Henderson hydroplane halls in this qualifier. At H8 last minute again 2 weeks ago in Brockville, Ontario. They busted the left sponson off of it. Bert took it back to his shop and got it fixed up. They've just been working with some issues in the motor department there. You can see on your screen that is the 773 coming through turn number 2 right now. RTX sponsored Martin Rochon's boat. Another one that had the left sponson ripped off in Brockville. Spent the last 10 days preparing it And he has come out here and he is a rocket ship in the H350 qualifiers. Himself and Nicholas Roos came into today tied at the top of the leaderboard. Nick had the faster time, however, and it's really hard to get a fast time from lane number 4 or 5, so I could be wrong, but with that victory from Nick Roos in 3A, that should put him directly into the final, and everybody else will have to go through the 2 6-boat semifinals. So we start with 18, we whittle it down to 13, and then we put the top 7 in the final. So that's how it works as we go through the weekend with this new format for H350. Great shot of Bert Henderson coming by. 1:30 to the start. 1:30 away. You can see the 751 cutting the race course. That's a legal maneuver as long as you cut from the back stretch to the front stretch. In between the start-finish line and the entrance pit of turn number 1. Great shot from our drone as he chases him down into turn number 1. You can see Martin Rochon just swung out wide there because he's going to be on the outside of lane number 4. 1 minute. 1 minute to the start. Let's get them lined up for you here for Heat 3B. It'll be the 74 Matthew Brown will be on the inside, lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the H8 last minute again. Bert Henderson will be in lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 751, the Lolo Racing of Mark Lalonde. And on the outside will be the 773. RTX sponsors Martin Rochon. Grace Canada brings you H350 class here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. We're inside 25 seconds to the start. Everybody's in a pretty good spot. 17 seconds away. H350 qualifier 3B. So we are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Take a good start from Mark Lalonde in the 751 from lane number 3. He'll lead him down here into turn number 1. With Matthew Brown and Bert Henderson on the inside. And Rashad on the outside. Good turn for Mark Lalonde as he comes off the exit pit of turn number 1. He is your leader. On his outside, though, there is the 773 hidden in the white water. All 4 boats within a roost tail of each other as they head down into turn number 2. Lalonde leads. Rashawn runs in second. Henderson runs in third as they head down here into turn number 2. On lap number 1. Bert Henderson trying to move over inside, leaving a little bit of room in there for Matthew Brown as he comes around to complete lap number 1. What a turn for Henderson. And he will lead lap number 1. The H8 last minute again is your leader. Mark Lalonde runs in second. Martin Rochon runs in third as they head down here to turn number 1 on lap number 2. Henderson in lane 2. He is your leader off the exit of 1, but he's got company on the outside. Just got word for the tower. It is a good start. Everybody was legal, so Henderson is your leader. Lalonde runs in second and Rashawn runs in third. The H8 last minute again, it found some speed overnight as Bert Henderson brings it down here to turn number 2 with about a 4 boat length advantage. Coming around to complete lap 2, it'll be 2 down and 3 to go here in Hydro 350 qualifier 3B, sponsored by Grace Canada. And it's Brockville's Bert Henderson, your leader, and the H8 last minute again. 751 on Mark Lalonde runs in second. Martin Rochon runs in third. As Henderson heads down into turn number 1, great shot from our drone as he brings the H8 last minute again through the apex of turn number 1. Martin Rochon has moved to the buoy row like he does all the time. And Rashad has gone to the buoy row and he's going to have a side-by-side battle with the 751 as they head down into turn number 2, halfway through qualifier 3B here in H350. Henderson leads, but Rashad has gone to the buoy row and made up a lot of ground. Already up into second position as they come to the apex of turn number 2. So it'll come around and complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go for the H8. The last minute again in Bert Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. Second position is Martin Rochon. Third position is the 751 of Mark Lalonde. They go down to the turn number 1 here on lap number 3 of 5. It's Bert Henderson having a great boat ride here in qualifier 3B. Rashawn on the buoy row is up into second position, and Lalonde is back to third. 3.5 in. Wow, Rashawn has lost power off the exit of 1, and Rashawn is down. You can see it on our drone shot there. Martin Rochon lost power, and he is down. That is going to shake it up. As we go through the apex of turn number 2, Bert Henderson has got this going all his way. 2 full Rooster Tail advantage. He'll cover out a complete lap number 4. It'll be the white flag this time by. So one more lap around for Bert Henderson in the H8 last minute again. Mark Lalonde will move up into second. Third position will be Matthew Brown as Henderson tiptoes through turn number 1. 3/4 of a lap away from a heat victory for Bert Henderson as he goes to the outside of Martin Rochon. Henderson half a lap away from a heat victory here in qualifier 3B in the H8 last minute again. Mark Lalonde runs in second and Matthew Brown runs in third. But overnight, the Billhauer family has found some speed in that H8 last minute again, looking really good as he comes off the exit pit at turn number 2. It'll be the checkered flag this time by, and your unofficial winner of qualifier 3B, Bert Henderson. Second place will go to Mark Lalonde in the 751. Third will go to Matthew Brown, and an unfortunate did not finish for the 773 and Martin Rochon, and that will shake the point standings up, as that will probably now, Rochon came into Sunday second in points, and that is going to drop him like a rock down to probably about 10th or 11th.
Oui, ça va reculer. Martin Rochon, il regarde dans le moteur. Oh, ça, c'est pas un bon signe.
You're looking at the motor probably to see if there's any oil leaking or anything like that. He was looking down towards the headers on that H773 to see what could be a diagnosis of the issue real quickly there, but probably just looking to see if there's any oil in the belly pan there.
Oui, probablement, on vérifie que s'il y a de l'huile ou non. Souhaitons-y qu'il puisse revenir en demi-finale. Sauf que là, ça ne le placera pas à l'intérieur, John. He won't be inside. He will be on the outside lane. So it's going to be hard to him.
Oh, yeah. But he's going to have trouble making the final now. Let's just be honest, right? The top 3 in each of the semifinals will make the final. He's probably going to be starting in lane 4 or 5 in that semifinal. So that one DNF right there changes the entire weekend for Rochon.
Oh, yeah. Alors, dans quelques instants, la vague 3C, classe Hydro 350, tournera Donald Letuc, Jacobello et Tommy Shannon. À la qualification 3C, classe Hydro 350, on aura 3 bateaux à l'eau, soit le New Cannonball de Donald Leduc à l'intérieur, le H2 Nouveau Racing de Jacobeno et le 306 Dog Nasty de Tommy Shannon, qui doit absolument l'emporter parce que Nicolas Rousse a réduit l'écart au championnat de 4 points encore, de 25 points. Et Rousse est maintenant assuré de passer directement à la finale. So, the drivers to put your eyes on, it's all 3 boats. Donald Leduc had a great weekend this Friday morning. He went through the final Friday afternoon. Jacobeno, the Nouveau Racing, that's the boat to Richard Renault drove last year. And Tommy Shannon in the Doug Nasty will be at the outside, so 3 boat races because Kent Anderson is scratched. On est à 2 minutes 44 du départ. Il reste 2 qualifications avec celle-ci avant les Grands Prix. So Donald Leduc has won 3 times here in the Formula 2500 and Formula 2.5 liters, like we said before. Il a gagné ça en 2012, en 2013 et en 2015 avec le CS48 ou F48. Jacobeno, a new driver in the Hydro 350, not a new driver on the HRL series. And Tommy Shannon this year decided to drive only the 306. On est à 1 minute 35, des conditions plus qu'idéales. Et souhaitons qu'on aura des finales pour la première fois depuis 3 ans. Et d'ailleurs, pour la finale 2.5 litres, les couloirs sont déjà déterminés. Et après la prochaine vague, en hydro, on saura qui devra passer par les demi-finales. Le seul qui sera assuré de passer directement en finale, c'est Nicolas Rousse, qui le rapproche un peu plus de son rêve de gagner ici à Valleyfield. On est à 48 secondes. Alors, puisque ce n'est que des pilotes québécois, je ferai cette course en français. Alors, le Duc à l'intérieur, le bateau jaune et noir. Et nous, dans l'embarcation bleu, blanc, rouge. Et à l'extérieur, dans le bateau vert, bleu, Tommy Shannon dans le Doug Nasty. On est à 15 secondes du départ. Shannon n'a rien à perdre. On est à 10 secondes. Oh, et non, et le Duc. On est à 4 secondes. 3, 2, 1. Et Shannon a connu un excellent départ. Le Doug Nasty a pris tout un départ. On sort du virage. C'est le Doug Nasty côte à côte avec Jacobeno. Le 2 et le 306 et Donald Leduc à l'intérieur qui a bien failli frapper la vague. Et on attendait ce duel, le Doug Nasty et le Nouveau Racing. Attention au virage. Et non à l'intérieur qui s'amène, qui va légèrement pas trop coller les bouées, mais son corridor intérieur le favorise. Mais attention, 306 avec un tour de complété. Et Leduc qui est pas très loin. Lui veut tenter de se choisir un bon couloir en vue de la finale, mais Eno à l'intérieur. Shannon a perdu du rythme. Mais attention, en ligne droite, le Dog Nasty a du rythme. Et Eno ne veut pas lui laisser la porte ouverte. Et le Duc est à peu près 2 longueurs de queue d'eau derrière Jacob Eno. Au virage, tout le monde passe bien. Eno, Shannon qui est là et le Duc s'amène à l'intérieur. 2 tours de complété. Oh, Shannon va s'arrêter! Incroyable, le Dog Nasty! Incroyable! Qu'est-ce qui se passe ce matin en Hydro 350? Et ça vient de donner la première place au championnat pour Nicolas Rousse. J'ai entendu un son douteux devant la tour des officiels. Et ça va aider le 2 et le 48 avec 3 tours de complété. Oh my! Ça vient de relancer tout le week-end en 350. Martin Rochon et Tommy Shannon, 2 des favoris qui devront partir de couloirs pas favorables en vue de la demi-finale. Et ça, c'est l'hécatombe en 350 ce matin. Dernier tour à faire pour le H2. On avait toute une bagarre jusque-là, mais là, ça a ouvert la porte à Eno. Et le Duc, lui, va se contenter d'une 2e place. Va lui donner quand même 21 points dans l'ancien Awesome Secret de Tyler Kadatz. Un demi-parcours pour Jacob Eno. Et sans le vouloir, va réduire l'écart au championnat et grappiller maintenant des points sur Tommy Shannon. Et ce sera la victoire du H2 et Jacob Eno dans cette qualification 3C. Et deuxième, ce sera le New Cannonball de Donald Leduc. Donc, ça vient de relancer toute la course au championnat et la course pour le week-end. John,
Man, that is going to shake it up, man. Your top 2 of the top 3 have engine issues. When Tommy came by on that 4th lap there, it just expired. So I'm not sure the extent of the damage, obviously, but you could just hear the boat shut off on him, and unfortunately he was unable to finish that heat. I don't think he was going to catch Jacob, but he would have still gotten 2nd place points, and now he's going to be mired back in that pit of like 10, 11, 12 area and have to fight his way back in to the final. But hey, good for Nick Roos. We know he's in the final.
Yeah, and now Nicolas Roos is going to take the lead of the championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's won his heat, and now Tommy Shannon at the DNF, so everything's going to shake it up.
Everything.
So 1 more heat to go. So, alors, beaucoup d'actions encore à venir. Prochaine qualification, classe Hydro 350.
right, coming up heat 3D, Hydro 350, sponsored by Grace Canada. The final qualifier of the weekend for the H350s. And with the misfortune of a couple boats, this is a great opportunity for the 300 at Andrew Tate to pick up some spots, move a little bit closer to the inside. Just a final reminder for everybody, the 2026 season has changed the way we determine who gets into the final for H350. The top point getter, who right now is Nicholas Roos and is going to be Nicholas Roos, he will be in lane number 1 for the final. We know that. Everybody else will have to go through semifinals. The top 12 remaining boats will be placed in the semifinals based off their points that they've accrued through the weekend. So right now, Andrew Tate came into today in 4th position in points, but with a victory here, he can find himself on the inside lane for one of them semifinals, which will put him in a good spot to make it into the final. So a little bit different way of doing things in 26. I think it's shaking it up a little bit, but it should make for a competitive heat 3D here today. You can see on your screen, that's Michael LeBoeuf going down the backstretch of the 155 to Zoomerang. We talked about him a little bit, and they did a really cool thing. Did you see it the other day, Nick, where they did a baby announcement, a gender reveal, we call it in the States, where they put blue dye in the headers and started the boat up? That was pretty cool.
Oui, hier, on a annoncé le sexe du bébé de Michael Leboeuf et sa conjointe. Et on a mis du bleu dans les pots d'échappement. Et c'est un garçon qui les attend. Donc, félicitations à eux. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Et là, attention du Hydro 350. Là, je ne vois. OK, couturier est là-bas. Attention à Andrew Tate qui, comme John l'expliquait, peut essayer de se rapprocher le plus possible pour l'intérieur en vue des demi-finales. Hâte de voir Eddie Calfouche dans le 999 dans le deuxième couloir. Attention, il peut brouiller les cartes.
As Nicholas said there, that was Eddie Calfouche coming by, and for the first time in an H350, he's going to be in an inside lane. So far this weekend, all the times he's driven that 999 to Black Beast, he's had to start up on the outside. He's off restrictions, so he's going to be in lane number 2 here for qualifier 3D. We'll see how Eddie does having an inside and closer lane. Coming down the front stretch, you got the 14 on the inside, Frederick Coutier in the 155, Michael LeBoeuf on the inside. Here's Andrew Tate in the 300 to Pennzoil. Andrew did an interview yesterday. Says he really likes the handling of that 300. The boat's come a long way since the beginning of the season. That thing is for sale. They have a brand new one. It's almost finished. Yeah. There were speculations that they might be bringing it here, but it didn't get done in time. So that new 300, I'll probably see it somewhere down the line later here in probably Lakeland or something like that, where it's nice and calm.
Or maybe Tonawanda.
No, they're not going to bring that to Tonawanda.
As we know, it's going to be John Hugan here in Lord Tonawanda.
Yeah. So, I think it'll still be that boat. Yeah. I don't think they're going to bring the big.
Andrew, John will have no break because in 2 heats it's going to be the GP 71.
Yep.
So it's going to be a great heat with Brendan Kennedy.
Yep.
And Andrew on the outside can win this race. But the Pennzoil had a great weekend. In Cambridge, it was Michael Tremblay in the boat.
Yep.
And as we know, Andrew won't be in Tonawanda because it's going to be in Seattle with the Unlimited.
Yep. So Tom Hugadier going to get back behind the wheel.
Yeah.
Crazy. I've seen crazy things. That's a crazy thing.
You never know where he is.
You never know. All right, 40 seconds from the start here for 3D. Let's get them lined up for you. Sponsored by Grace Canada on the inside. It'll be the 155. Michael LeBoeuf in the Zoomerang, lane 2. Will be the 999 Eddie Calfouche, going to be in lane number 2 here in the Black Beast. Lane number 3 will be the 14 of Frederick Coutier in the Legacy 1, and on the outside, the aforementioned 300, the Pennzoil sponsored 300 of Andrew Tate, driving for the Budget Buster Racing Team out of Cinnamon, New Jersey. He'll be on the outside as we're 12 seconds from the start. H350 qualifier 3D. Final qualification heat of the weekend for the H350s. We are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark looks like a clean start for Frederick Coutier as he leads him down here to turn number 1 for lane number 3. Watch the motion to the inside. LaBeouf, Campouche, side by side through the apex of turn number 1. And Eddie Campouche gets a great turn off the exit of 1. And Eddie will lead him down the backstretch of the 999.
Comme on vous disait, voilà, déjà Eddie Campouche est surprise. Andrew Tate est 4e. Et là, attention à Leboeuf là, qui se soulève dangereusement au virage. Campouche et Leboeuf compte à compte. Et attention à Couturier qui est pas très loin.
Off the exit of turn number 2, Eddie Campouche in the 999. Got it inside lane. The boat's running really well. He'll come across start finish line and complete lap number 1. Campouche leads. LaBeouf runs in 2nd. Coutier runs in 3rd. And Andrew Tate's on the outside in 4th. Down into turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Remember, we go 5 times around in qualifier 3D. And it's Eddie Campouche by 3 boat lengths over top of Michael LaBeouf.
Et voilà Couturier qui se pointe et Tate ne tente rien là pour remonter. Est-ce qu'on se concentre pour la 4e place? Et est-ce que là, on devra peut-être prendre des décisions difficiles du côté de la bête noire? Est-ce que Campouche sera au volant pour le restant de la saison? Parce que là, il domine.
Off the exit of 2, getting word from the officials it was a clean start, so everybody's legal. So Eddie Campouche is your leader across start finish line to complete lap number 2. Miguel LaBeouf on the inside, running in 2nd position. Frederick Coutier running in 3rd, and Andrew Tate back in 4th. Down into turn number 1, we'll call it a rooster tail, almost 2 full rooster tail advantage for Eddie Campouche, but the battle is for 2nd between the 14 and the 155.
Leboeuf là est pris dans les vagues du 999, mais ça a aidé. Couturier et Tate a-t-il des problèmes? Ne semble pas à 100% dans le Pennzoil. Et Campouche, quelle histoire pour la bête noire sans Eric McKenna.
Eddie brings it off of turn number 2. He had that wing in the upright position. He got it centered back up. Coming around to complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go for the 999. The Black Beast driven this weekend by Eddie Campouche out of Grand Island, New York. 2nd position to the 14. The 155 to Miguel LaBeouf running back in 3rd. And Andrew Tate in 4th. Down into turn number 1 here on lap number 4. Eddie Campouche by 2 rooster tails on the rest of the field.
Et Leboeuf là, toujours derrière le Legacy One et Campouche qui s'éloigne de plus en plus. Couturier 2e. Est-ce que Tate va réussir un miracle avec un tour à faire?
Off the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap number 4. It'll be the white flag this time by. How about this? He got it inside lane. He might have it. One more lap around for the 999, the Black Beast and Eddie Campouche. He leads over top of Frederick Coutier with a good, strong, solid run here in 3D for Fred. 3rd is the 155. Not sure what Andrew Tate has up his sleeve back in 4th position, but it's Eddie Campouche off the exit of 1.
Un demi-parcours. Il a débuté sa carrière en 350 vendredi. Et là, file vers une première victoire. Il sera à surveiller en finale, en demi-finale. Et je laisse le soin à John.
Off the exit of 2, gonna come real wide, and what a story this is. His first weekend in 350, Eddie Campouche, your winner of 3D. 2nd, we'll go to the 14 of Frederick Coutier. 3rd, we'll go to the 155, Miguel LaBeouf. Andrew Tate in the 300 will get 4th. As we said, Eddie Campouche all weekend long had to start on the outside. He finally got it inside lane, and he shows what he can do in that 350. Good ride for Eddie. And hats off to that 999 team. Eric McKenna, the owner of the boat. Their team was here supporting Eddie all weekend long. Eric is out with a torn Achilles. Unfortunate, unable for him, not able to go here in 2026. So he's been searching for a driver here this season. He might have just found one in Eddie Campouche.
Oui, est-ce qu'on vient de trouver enfin le pilote remplaçant? On sait que Rémi Leblanc a débuté la saison et Rémi a décidé de se retirer. It's got to be a driver to put your eyes on in the semifinal.
Yeah, great opportunity for Eddie, you know. I mean, you can't turn down that ride, so good opportunity for Eddie. Nice job winning 3D. Well, we're through the qualifications, so we'll tabulate the points, and we will let you know who is in what lane for the semifinals later on today. Remember, the top 3 from each of semifinal A and B will make it into that 7-boat final. We know that Nicholas Roos will be in lane number 1 for the final. He's locked that up. So everybody else, the remaining 12, will be fighting it out to sea. Coming up next, Grand Prix, sponsored by Journal de Montreal. Grand Prix 3A, 3B, 3C, coming up next.
Prochaine épreuve, qualification 3A classe Grand Prix, présenté par le Journal de Montréal.
Première place, 3 présences en finale. Que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
À toi, Innocent.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, je crois.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
J'ai commencé à courir, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game, puis on fait juste embarquer pour continuer après.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
Good yesterday, and I'm happy for them because they have struggled here stateside. Especially Jack has struggled stateside, and they finally got a boat, got the weight distributed right, and hopefully they'll come out here and perform well in this third and final qualifier. Grand Prix Hydro, sponsored by Journal de Montreal, making their way out of the pit area. They'll come down here, do turn number 2 down here to start-finish line. Bobby King, the first boat on your screen there, the all-white 50, the Freedom, makes his way across start-finish line. John Shaw, the Cool Cat Motorsports. John had a good day yesterday, an unfortunate penalty in the first qualifier, but came back and got his first ever GP qualifying victory yesterday. Looked really good in that 135. Cool Cat Motorsports for Ed and Andrea Thompson out of Street, Maryland. John's from Centerville, Maryland. And here's the aforementioned Jack Lupton for our friends in New Zealand, good morning. I know it's the middle of the night, but Jack Lupton coming across start-finish line into 33 Lupton Motorsports. Your top qualifier and your top point getter so far is that 33. Nicholas, we're about 3 minutes from the start.
Alors, à surveiller, c'est Jack Lupton dans le Jack Lupton Motorsports. Il a eu la meilleure vitesse vendredi. Il mène actuellement la fin de semaine. Alors, est-ce que Bobby King et John Shaw peuvent jouer les tours de fer? John Shaw actuellement n'est pas qualifié pour la finale, tout comme Bobby King. Alors, les deux doivent absolument obtenir un bon résultat. Et Lupton, avec une victoire, s'assurerait du premier couloir en finale. So John with a win. Jack Lupton will be locked in the first lane in the final.
Yeah, if Jack can get this nice heat victory here, he should have enough points, as Nicholas said, to put himself in lane number 1 for the final. Look at that shot from the drone. That's a great shot by our drone team of Jack Lupton coming down the front stretch on the tunnel around. Here comes John Shaw. 135, the Cool Cat Motorsports. He's followed up by Bobby King in the GP50, the Freedom. Bobby drives for the Brody family out of Grand Island, New York. The GP50 racing team out of Grand Island. And Bobby King back behind the wheel of that GP50 this weekend in Valleyfield. I ran into Pat Hewitt this morning. Pat drove up from Brockville. He wasn't able to make it on Friday and Saturday, and Pat is back on the radios for Bobby. So that combination, Pat Hewitt and Bobby King, have been together a long time, so hopefully that'll help Bobby out with his starts a little bit today. So we're 125 from the start, GP qualifier 3A. Everybody looks like they're ready to go here in this 5-minute mill. But it's going to be a great day of Grand Prix racing. We got 3A on the water now. We'll come back with 3B and 3C. Here's a great shot coming down the front stretch. King on the inside, Shaw in the middle, and Lupton on the outside as we're 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute away, GP qualifier 3A. As they head down here to turn number 1, we'll go ahead and get them lined up for you. As you see them on your screen right now, it'll be the GP50 of Bobby King out of Memphis, Michigan. Drives for the Brody family out of Grand Island, New York, at the GP50, the Freedom. He'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be John Shaw. John's out of Centerville, Maryland, in the GP 135. The Cool Cat Motorsports he drives for Ed and Andrea Thompson out of Street, Maryland. And on the outside, out of Waverly, New Zealand, will be Jack Lupton in the Jack Lupton Motorsports. As we are 18 seconds from the start, this should be a good flying start with all three of them side by side through 2. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Have to wait and see if there's any calls as they head down here to turn number 1. King is your leader with Shaw in the middle and Lupton on the outside. All three boats side by side as they fan off the exit of 1. Here comes Jack Lupton on the outside and John Shaw in the middle. Side by side racing here in qualifier 3A for the Grand Prix Hydros. Shaw is going to send it hard down into 2. Lupton on the outside, Shaw in the middle, and King on the inside. They'll come around and complete lap number 1. 1 down, 3 to go here in the 4-lap qualifier for Heat 3A for the Grand Prix Hydros. Lupton and Shaw are side by side as they head down into turn number 1 here on lap number 2. John Shaw in the middle, Jack Lupton on the outside. Just got word from the tower. It's a clean start. Now Shaw is off the pace. Shaw got into the white water. Jack Lupton is able to scratch away. 1.5 in, 2.5 to go, Nick. Jack Lupton looks really good.
Alors Jack Lupton a connu tout un départ et là il s'éloigne de plus en plus avec le Jack Lupton Motorsports et John Shaw encore une fois vient d'échapper. Et ça avec une victoire, ça va assurer Jack Lupton en finale. Troisième dans le Freedom.
Jack Lupton took those 2 turns number 1, got a nice comfortable advantage. Opened up by a good 3 full rooster tails on the rest of the field as they go down the backstretch. 2.5 in, 1.5 to go. And Jack Lupton and the Jack Lupton Motorsports, the GP33 out of Waverly, New Zealand, is a rocket ship here this weekend in Valleyfield. They'll call up the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 3. 3 down, 1 to go. Jack Lupton, your leader, recalls start finish line. Josh Hall still running in second position in the 135. The Cool Cat Motorsports. Bobby King back to third position for Freedom. Down through the back of turn number 1 here on lap number 4 off the exit of front. It's Jack Lupton.
Un demi-parcours à faire pour Jack Lupton et le Jack Lupton Motorsports. Est-ce que c'est enfin son année à gagner à Valleyfield? Il partira à l'intérieur en finale. Dernier droit.
Off the exit of turn number 2, the checker flag flies. And from Waverly, New Zealand, good morning, New Zealand. The 33 and Jack Lupton, your winner. Second place, we're going to John Cho in the 135, the Cool Cat Motorsports. Third, we're going to Bobby King in the 50, the Freedom. Heat 3A in the books for Grand Prix Hydros. And with that victory in 3A, Jack Lupton's going to have lane 1 for the final.
Oui, c'est maintenant coulé dans le béton. Jack Lupton aura l'intérieur en finale. Alors, ça risque d'être assez intéressant. Et attention, dans la prochaine vague, Brendan Kennedy et Andrew Tate vont s'affronter.
Up next, we'll move to qualification heat 3B. Should have 4 boats make the call, including Josh Culver. Hopefully they figured out what happened with the 17 yesterday. The 35 of Brad Kennedy, another one they need to figure out what's going on in that 35. Electrical issues, I was told on Friday, but we'll see. The 10 of Kevin Eagert had a great day yesterday. He's going to be in lane number 2 here for 3B. And then Andrew Tate, currently second in points, will sit on the outside in the 71. And now, just based on the points, we know that Lupton's going to have that inside lane, but is that really where you want to be in a GP final? That's always the debate here in Valleyfield, because turn 2 is so tight, and if you are side by side going down into 2, it's really hard to hold that inside lane. So we will see, but Lupton right now will have lane number 1, and we will see how everything else shakes out. Coming up, 3B. All right, here we go. Heat 3B Grand Prix Hydros. 5-minute gun has sounded. They should be making their way out onto the race course. Beautiful Sunday morning here in Valleyfield. Early morning in Waverly, New Zealand for our Australian and New Zealand friends that are watching back home. Approximately 3:30 in the morning over there. My friend Jeff Ayler sending me the updates on the time in New Zealand. So thank you to Jeff for tuning in from Rikers Ridge, just outside of Madison, Indiana. As the boats start making their way out of the pit area for Heat 3B Grand Prix Hydros. Boats on your screen. There's Brandon Kennedy in the 35. The Jones Junction presents the TM Special. On his outside, Andrew Tate in the 71. The Wild One. Out of Wild Lake, Michigan. Boats owned by Huey Newport out of Cincinnati, Ohio. And that GP71. Still waiting for the 10 and the 17. They normally do take their time coming out of the pit area. They'll come out at about the 3-minute mark or so. Here for Grand Prix Heat 3B. Started with 11 Grand Prix boats this weekend, I think, and I'm going to get clarification on this, but I think we're going to run a 5-boat front line and a 2 trailer boats. That's normally what we do, but I'll get confirmation on that. As here comes Kevin Egret out right at the 3-minute mark. He leaves the dock in the GP10, the Freak, out of Edmonds, Washington.
Alors, à l'intérieur, c'est Josh Colby. Pas du rendez-vous, il ne semble pas au rendez-vous. Ce sera Brandon Kennedy. Kennedy qui devra assurément passer par la finale consolation. Lui qui était... Ah, et voilà Josh Colby qui s'amène. Lui qui était pris par les parieurs pour gagner ce week-end. Kevin Egret sera surveillé dans le Freak, le GP10, et Andrew Tate dans le Wild One va surveiller, lui sera dans le 4e couloir. Il peut s'assurer du 2e corridor en vue de la finale. On est à 1,55 du départ. Attendez-vous à tout un duel.
Good to see the Mr. Day make his way out of the pit area. Josh Culver had a mechanical issue yesterday. And there he is on your screen right now, the 17. Out of Tri-Cities, Washington is the Miss Renee and Josh Culver. So all 4 have made the call here for Heat 3B. Grand Prix Hydros, 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. They run on methanol, speeds upwards of 160 miles an hour. The largest automotive powered inboard class in the world right here at the prestigious 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. And you have not won a GP race until you win the GP final in Valleyfield. We are looking to do that here today and a little bit later on this afternoon. All the boats starting to get lined up here on the front stretch. We are 1 minute to the start. 1 minute away as they head down into turn number 1. Great shot from our drone there of Andrew Tate, who'll have to start out in lane number 4. So let's get them lined up for you. Lane number 1 will be the 17, the Miss Renee. You can see Josh Culver out of Tri-Cities, Washington, up just a little bit early. To his outside with the 35. The Jones Junction presents the TM Special and Brandon Kennedy out of Bear, Delaware. To his outside, the 10, the Freak, Kevin Egret out of Edmonds, Washington, and far up out of the outside, out of Wild Lake, Michigan, the 71, Andrew Tate, the Wild One. All 4 boats, a great shot by Tate Meyer as they come through turn number 2. 10 seconds to the start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody believe the cross down into turn number 1. Kennedy on the inside, Egret in the middle, and on the outside is Andrew Tate. And it's Brandon Kennedy off the exit of 1, but here comes Tate and here comes Egret, side by side by side, as they go down the backstretch here on lap number 1 of 4. Andrew Tate is your leader in the GP71, the Wild One. But he's got company on his inside as Tate's got to hold it on the outside in lane number 3. Kennedy hugs the buoy row. Egret slides out, and Tate holds the advantage down the outside in lane number 3. 1 down, 3 to go as Andrew Tate tries to Brandon Kennedy's found a little bit of speed overnight as he heads down here into turn number 1 on lap number 2, and Brandon Kennedy gets a great turn through the apex of 1. Just got word from the tower. It's a clean start, so the battle is for the lead between the 35 and the 71, and Brandon Kennedy by about a boat late. Andrew Tate hitting the white water back in second position as we head down here into turn number 2. Kennedy on the inside and Tate on the outside, side by side dueling. Here in qualifier 3B as Brandon Kennedy gets a great turn off the exit of 2. 2 down, 2 to go. Kennedy leads. Tate runs in second. Go ahead down here to turn number 1, side by side. Long time GP racers. The apex of turn number 1, and Brandon Kennedy's boat just turns really well through the apex, but here's where Tate's able to make him a little ground. They head down the backstretch, 2.5 in, 1.5 to go. Then a scintillating 3B. Kennedy on the inside and Tate on the outside. They'll come through this turn number 2 really tight as they come up the exit pit, and Brandon Kennedy will be looking for the white flag this time by. So one more lap around for Brandon Kennedy in the 35. That's a TS Mitchell, and he's slow, but he picks it back up. I thought Kennedy had lost power just moving across start finish line, but he picks it back up, and it's Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is down on power in turn number 1. So Kennedy leads. Tate's going to try to lift the 71 back here to the start finish line. But down the backstretch, Brandon Kennedy in the 35. The Jones Junction presents the TS Special will come through turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checker flag this time by, and it's Brandon Kennedy in a much-deserved victory. That team worked really hard overnight. Your winner of 3B. Andrew Tate will bring the 71 off of turn number 2. He'll get second place points. He needed to keep that boat running, and he did. He needs the points as we head through the final later today, and Kevin Ekert come around and get third. Unfortunately for Josh Culver, he broke down coming to the start in the 17, the Miss Renee. But battles all over the race course there in 3B. And Brandon Kennedy and that team get a much-deserved victory, a lot of work. They were the favorites coming into the weekend. They've had struggles all weekend long, but I know they worked hard last night and get a nice victory here in 3B.
Oui, ça va l'aider à se rapprocher pour avoir un bon couloir en vue de la finale de consolation. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé avec Andrew Tate? On l'a vu ralentir à l'amorce du dernier tour. Est-ce qu'il pensait que la course était finie ou c'est un problème de moteur? Bref, ça risque d'être assez intéressant. La prochaine, on aura les 3 équipes québécoises et le Néo-Zélandais, soit Éric Langevin, Ken Anderson, Ken Lupton et Ghislain Marcoux.
You can see on your screen there, Josh Culver getting the Miss Renee on the tow rope. They'll bring him back to the pit area. One of the coolest things I saw yesterday was an onboard from the 17. And Josh Culver had just brought the 17 across the finish line and finished in 4th position. And this Valleyfield crowd erupted when he threw the lid up and got out of that boat just for his determination on finishing the heat yesterday. And that's just really what makes Valleyfield special. The fans are awesome, and they really do love their Grand Prix drivers. So unfortunate for Josh, they are not able to compete in 3B. Hopefully they'll get it on the trailer, get it ready to go, as they'll probably, yes, they will be in the consolation a little bit later on today. All right, one more Grand Prix qualifier coming up for you. 3C, sponsored by Journal Day Montreal coming up. Don't forget, Bet99. Bet99, you can bet on the races through Bet99 and also download that HRL app. Everybody in Australia and New Zealand, the app is available to you now, so download that app. Coming up next, 3C. All right, Grand Prix Heat 3C. Making their way out of the pit area. 3 minutes, 34 seconds to the start. Grand Prix qualifier 3C. You can see on your screen there on the inside, 757, Canada boy, Ken Henderson. On the outside, the 577, the Lucas Oil of Ken Lupton. Down the front stretch on the timing one is the 212, the Silco Racing of Eric Longevan, and the final boat is Ghislain Marcoux coming through turn number 2 right now, and the Mercier Racing GP 101 from right here in Valleyfield. So all 4 boats have made the call for 3C, the final qualification heat of the weekend. Grand Prix Hydros. As down into turn number 2, there goes the 212 of Eric Longevan. Ken Henderson's had a good weekend so far in the 757 Canada boy. I believe coming into today, he was second or third, excuse me. I believe he was third in points. So a good weekend so far for Ken Henderson. There's the 101, Ghislain Marcoux, the ADS sponsor, Mercier Racing. And the 212 Silco Racing and Eric Longevan. Grand Prix qualifier 3C is on the water. From the start. Ken Lupton and Miss Lucas Oil up, coming down the back stretch here. He's followed by Ghislain Marcoux. You can see them on your screen as I get ready to head down into turn number 2. 125 for the start, 125 away. Grand Prix qualifier 3C. Good shot of Ghislain on the outside. I'm glad to see they got that boat fixed. Had an issue yesterday in that 101. Ken Lupton, your second qualifier. Look at that great drone shot of all 4 boats heading down into turn number 1. Longevan on the inside. We're focused on Ken Henderson right there in the 757. And you have Ken Lupton to his outside. And Ghislain Marcoux out in lane number 4. As we're 41 seconds for the start, Grand Prix qualifier 3C. Let's get them lined up for you. The GP 212, Silco Racing, and Eric Longevan will have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 757 Ken Henderson, the Canada boy out of Brockville, Ontario. He drives for Mario Blaine from right here in Valleyfield. Ken Lupton will be on the lane number 3 from Waverley, New Zealand. And on the outside will be the 101 of Ghislain Marcoux. We're 13 seconds from the start. Grand Prix qualifier 3C here at the 86th Valleyfield Regatta. We are 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way to the apex and 1. Ghislain got there first. He's out in lane number 4. The great boat speed by Ken Lupton. He'll come off the exit pin with the lead. Lupton from lane number 3 is your leader. Marcoux on the outside, Henderson on the inside, and Eric Longevan down in lane number 1. They go down into turn number 2. Ken Lupton and the Lupton Motorsports leads them through the apex of turn number 2, but Ken Henderson get a great turn. And Henderson is on the inside, had to get out of it just a little bit. Lupton will lead him across start finish line. Ghislain Marcoux is running really hard on the outside. Lane number 4. Lupton leads. Henderson runs in second. Marcoux runs in third, and Longevan runs in fourth. Through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2 of 4. It's Ken Lupton, the Miss Lucas Oil, your leader down the backstretch. Ken Henderson runs in second. Ghislain Marcoux runs in third. Eric Longevan from the outside. Just getting word from the tower. It's a clean start. So everybody is legal as Ken Lupton out from lane number 3 will come around and complete lap number 2. 2 down, 2 to go. For the Miss Lucas Oil, the GP 577. 757 of Ken Henderson. Third place to 101 as he played Marquis. And unfortunate for Eric Loachman, he spun out down at turn number 1. But he's got it back up and running. As he comes off the exit pit at turn number 1, it's Ken Lupton, your leader. You can see him on your screen there. Midway point of the backstretch with a 2-4 ridgetail advantage over top of the 757. The Canada boy, Ken Henderson. As he comes to the apex of turn number 2 to come around and get the white flag. Gonna be one more lap around. So 3 down, 1 to go. And Ken Lupton is your leader. Ken Henderson will go to the inside rush in second. Eric Longevin's got a lap down in third. In fourth. And DJ Marquis runs in third. But off the exit of turn number 1, here on the 4th and final lap, is the GP 577, the Miss Lucas Oil. Your leader down into turn number 2 for the 4th and final time. And the Lupton brothers have come to play this weekend. Jack's looking really good, and so is Ken. Off the exit of turn number 2, your winner of qualifier 3C, Kenny Lupton in the 577 to Lucas Oil. Second possession, great run for Ken Henderson and the Canada boy. Third place is going to be Clay Marquis in the 101. The ADA sponsored 101 as Eric Longevin will have to go around one more time in the GP 212 to Silco Racing. So that'll do it for our qualifiers as Eric will bring the 212 around. As he went a lap down there, he's going to come around and complete his heat so he can get the points. So here comes Eric Longevin bringing the 212 Silco Racing. Unfortunately for him, he spun out down there in turn number 1 on lap number 2. Kind of pointed in the right direction, and he gets 4th place points. So once again, that'll do it for Grand Prix qualifying this weekend. Up next, we'll go to Formula F, qualifier 3A, 3B, Jersey Speed Skiff, then Pro Hydro, and then we will get into our consolations right after that. So stick around. Congratulations to your winners in GP. The 33, Jack Lupton, your winner of 3A. The 35, Brandon Kennedy, your winner of 3B. And the 757, I'm sorry, the 577 of Ken Lupton, your winner of 3C. So we'll tabulate the points. We'll let you know where everybody stands. We'll come back with the final round of qualifiers for Formula F 3A, 3B coming up next. All right. Formula F qualifier 3A making their way out of the pit area. Final round of qualification heats for Formula F. We'll have 3A, 3B. Boats on your screen right now. Coming off of turn number 2, that's Adam Carruthers in the 38, the Heron Choker Racing. He comes from Rexton, New Brunswick. The Carruthers family, a long time in boat racing, both on the outboard and inboard. There's the 92, the orange boat on the outside, John Shaw. Out of Centerville, Maryland in the F92. His boat to the inside is the 35. The Jones Junction presents the TM Special, Kyle Hayes out of Clarkston, Michigan. As John and Kyle side by side from turn number 1 here during the 5-minute warm-up period. Cool story about John you see on your screen there on the outside. They blew the boat over on Saturday in Brockville. Jacob Haydu gave them a spare motor to finish out the weekend in Brockville. Jacob took his motor back, and then John got a call from the Kreitzer family out in Ohio. And Joe and Kevin Kreitzer allowed John to borrow that motor, allowed Al Thompson to borrow that motor that they're using here in Valleyfield. And they got to be pretty impressed. That motor's run really well so far this weekend. John currently sitting at top of the points ladder, tied with Eddie Campus, but with the fastest heat of the weekend. He currently has lane number 1 for the final. The boat you just saw on your screen coming off of turn number 2, there he is right there. That's Ken Brody III in the in the F50, the Senseless Racing out of Grand Island, New York. So all 4 boats have made the call here for 3A. Adam Carruthers is slow in the entrance of 2. You see him right there on your screen now. I think this happened to Adam last year where he was out there having fun with the crowd when he broke down. That's unfortunate, but I think he's far enough off the race course that we should be good to go. He's outside those outer course markers, so if he can't get it fired up at 38 Heron Choker Racing, we should still be able to go with this heat. 1:33 for the start. Formula F. Everybody in this heat's got a Honda K20 motor. New to the class a couple years ago was a Honda powered motor. Puts out a little bit more horsepower than the old Ford 2300s, but the thing is it's much easier to find parts for the Honda. Adam Carruthers is throwing the lid up on the 38, so unfortunately the Heron Choker Racing will be out of this qualifier heat 3A. Hopefully they'll be able to get it fixed up for the final later on this afternoon. So it'll be Ken Brody III. He'll have lane number 1. Kyle Hayes will have lane number 2, and John Shaw will be on the outside in lane number 3. That's how they'll all line up. Beautiful drone shot. Here's a good shot by Tate Meyer down in the turn at number 2. So it's Brody, Hayes, and Shaw. That's how they'll line up here. Qualifier 3A for the Formula F class. We're 16 seconds from the start. As they'll come flying down here to start finish line here in the final qualification round for the Formula F Hydros, as we are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Nice start for Ken Brody. He'll lead him across the start finish line, but watch to his outside as John Shaw will have to hold that lane number 3 as they head down into turn number 1. Kyle Hayes obviously down all power as he come across start finish line. Back in 3rd position, but they come off the exit of turn number 1. It's Ken Brody III, your leader. We'll go 5 times around here at qualifier 3A. Brody leads. Shaw runs in 2nd. Shaw is tiptoeing that 92 across the midway point of the backstretch as they head down here into turn number 2 on lap number 1. So Ken Brody III leads. John Shaw runs in 2nd, and Kyle Hayes runs in 3rd. Brody having a nice run off the exit of 2, coming around to complete lap number 1. So 1 down, 4 to go. John Charles making up a lot of ground in that 92. And he heads down side by side with Birdie as he head down into turn number 1. So Birdie on the inside and Shaw on the outside. To go to the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Ken Birdie could do his teammate Eddie Kemfush a big favor here if he's able to hold off Shaw, but here comes Shaw on the outside. On lap number 2, John Charles made up a lot of ground from the outside. He pulls even with Brody as they go down into turn number 2 here on lap number 2. So Shaw on the outside and Brody on the inside through the apex of this tight turn number 2. Ken Brody hugging the buoy row out and about lane number 1.5. Shaw is running the wide turn out and about lane number 5. He'll come down to complete lap number 2. So 2 down, 3 to go. The 92 Tenacity and John Shaw has overtaken Ken Brody the third for the lead here in qualifier 3A. As he comes to the apex of turn number 1, opening it up by about 6 or 7 boat lengths. And John Shaw down the backstretch. Over top of Ken Brody. Back in second position. So halfway through qualifier 3A. And John Shaw looking to pick up a victory here and solidify that position in lane number 1. We'll have to wait and see on the times, but John's got 2 more laps to go to have a perfect weekend so far as he comes around and completes lap number 3. So 3 down, 2 to go. John Shaw, that 92 Tenacity. Ken Brody is back to second position. Kyle Hayes, unfortunately, having some mechanical issues in that 35. Jones Junction presents a TM special. Kyle's going to try to bring it around and complete this heat and get the points. Currently running in third. So 3.5 in, 1.5 to go here in 3A for the Formula F class. And it's all John Shaw. He heads down into turn number 2 on lap number 4. He'll come way wide this time by, and we'll give him the white flag, signifying 1 more lap around. Shaw and the Tenacity. Wow, hit a big roller that time. He's come across start-finish line, got out of the throttle just a little bit. As he takes that 92 over closer to the buoy row through turn number 1. So Shaw will head down the backstretch, 3/4 of a lap away. Here in Formula F, Heat 3A. We'll head down into turn number 2 with a comfortable advantage over top of the rest of the field. John Shaw bringing around. He'll be looking to remain perfect on the weekend. And a great shot by Tate Meyer as John brings the 92 Tenacity a little bit wide that time by. And your unofficial winner of Heat 3A, we'll go to John Shaw, the 92 Tenacity. Second place will go to Ken Brody in the 50. Good start by Kenny that time. He was right there with Shaw. Ran with him for about 2 laps. And then Kyle Hayes will come around and get third. Up next, Heat 3B. And then once 3B is completed, we'll be able to determine the lane assignments for the 8-boat Formula F final. Only 8 boats here, so everybody will make it into the final. As Kyle Hayes will bring it across to get third place points. Good shot from the other side here in Valleyfield. I believe, yeah, that is the shot from right across from us here at the start-finish line. They're packed on the opposite side here as we are almost finished with the qualifiers for the day. We got Formula F qualifier 3B coming up, followed by Jersey Speeds giving them Pro Hydro, and then we'll get into the consolations and the finals on the championship Sunday at the 86th Valleyfield Regatta. Stand by.
Love hockey? Check out bet99.net.
Alors, qualification 3B, classe Formule F. Oh, là, des problèmes déjà pour Chiasson dans le How. Problem for Mathis Gabriel Chiasson in the How. Which lane it is? Alors, à l'intérieur, on aura le Dreamweaver de Kevin Smith qui sera à l'intérieur. On aura Marc Lecomte dans le 555. Dans le Happy Sully s'il quitte les puits. Dans le troisième couloir, on aura le How de Mathis Gabriel Chiasson. Il a réussi à repartir. Et là, Eddie Calfouche a son sort entre les mains. S'il réalise un meilleur temps que John Shaw depuis le début de la fin de semaine, il partira à l'intérieur. Sinon, il partira dans le deuxième couloir. Alors, il reste 3 courses qualificatives. Par la suite, on aura des vintage. Et voilà, Marc Lecomte qui s'amène des puits. On aperçoit Mathis Gabriel Chiasson, le How. Lui, son mentor, c'est Patrick Howard. Il a longtemps porté ce numéro, le 57. La dernière fois, c'est en Grand Prix. Eddie Canfouche. Can he be perfect today? He's won a seat in the Hydro 350. Et il sera de la demi-finale en Hydro 350. Un peu plus tard, The How, that's a new boat built by Bert Anderson last year. It's a boat for the Honda engine. Et le Happy Sunny qui, jusqu'à l'an dernier, c'était Michael Tremblay dans le 555. Et là, c'est Marc Lecomte. So, 2 American drivers and 2 Québécois in the seat. On est à 1:35 du départ. For the last time of the weekend, the Formula F, sponsored by Valleyfield Honda. On est à 1:12. Next race will be Jersey Speed Skiff. John fera le Jersey Speed Skiff et moi la Pro Hydro par la suite pour toutes les consolations ainsi que les finales. Nous serons ensemble. On a très hâte de décrire notre première finale ensemble. On est à 44 secondes. So in the lane inside will be Kevin Smith. Derek Smith will be 2 race. Kevin Smith with a Dreamweaver. Marc Lecomte will be in the lane number 2 with a 555. Third will be Mathis Gabriel Chiasson in the How. And fourth at the outside lane, Eddie Canfouche. On voit Eddie Canfouche en avant de tout le monde. On est à 15 secondes. On est à 10. Oh, Chiasson n'a pas beaucoup de place. On est à 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh là là! Est-ce que Canfouche était légal au départ? Alors qu'il sort du virage, c'est le Viper. Eddie Canfouche, Kevin Smith. Et là, on voit la vue du drone. Et c'est un bon départ. On confirme que Canfouche a pris un bon départ. Alors, Sébastien Leduc, là, qui voit Marc Lecomte se pointer en 2e place. Et Chiasson est actuellement 3e. Oh, attention, Kevin Smith s'amène. Oh là, Smith a été frappé la vague de Marc Lecomte. Et attention, Viper et Eddie Canfouche à l'extérieur. Oh, Lecomte, le vétéran qui sème la charge à Eddie Canfouche. Canfouche à l'extérieur et Lecomte qui colle les bouées. Ne veut rien savoir. Et Canfouche se ramène dans le droit alors que Smith et Chiasson. Oh, Marc Lecomte, really impressive in this heat. He's battling with one on the favorite on the final. Et Lecomte ne lâche pas. Le Viper s'amène. Oh, et là, Kevin Smith a fait un crochet. Il pourra repartir. 2 tours de complété pour Marc Lecomte et Eddie Canfouche. Voyons voir au virage. Lecomte, Canfouche. On voit le ponton, là, pas vraiment collé, mais perd du rythme. Mais voilà le Viper qui s'amène. On est très haut dans les airs, mais Lecomte résiste toujours face à Eddie Canfouche à la mi-course. Halfway in the race, but Marc Lecomte still in the lead. One of the veterans drivers in the HRL. Est-ce que Canfouche sera hésitant d'aller à l'intérieur avec 2 tours à faire? Est-ce qu'il pourrait subir sa première 2e place cette saison? Oh, Marc Lecomte, est-ce qu'il pourrait être parmi les favoris en finale? with 1 lap and a half to do. Marc Lecomte is dancing on his sponsors, but Canfouche, I think, will be in the second place. Est-ce qu'il va tenter de s'insérer à l'intérieur? Non. Alors que Chiasson est 3e, Smith 4e. Dernier tour à faire, white flag. Est-ce que Lecomte va tenir bon face à Eddie Canfouche? The how is third with Chiasson. Et ça c'est vraiment impressionnant de voir le Happy Sonny avec tous les problèmes qu'on connaît depuis le début de la saison. Dernier virage pour Marc Lecomte. Il vient créer la surprise dans cette qualification. Victoire de Marc Lecomte et le Happy Sonny 5-5-5. Deuxième, Eddie Canfouche, qui devra se contenter du deuxième couloir en finale. Alors, c'est un peu une surprise de voir Eddie Canfouche ne pas voir assez à l'intérieur. Et là, ça assure le corridor intérieur à John Shaw pour la finale un peu plus tard cet après-midi. Coming up next will be the Heat 4A in GSS class.
All right, 5-minute gun has sounded for, Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier, their final qualifier of the weekend. The Jersey Speed Skiffs will be making their way out. This is qualifier 4A. Pro Hydro will come out next for 5A. But skiffs making their way out of the pit area. The first boat, the JS 45 in the red. Samantha and Jerry Awancio, your 2025 HRL and APBA High Point champions in that JS 45. They're looking to turn the tables on Jimmy Stewart and Pekka Awancio. They've won here in Valleyfield the last time we've had finals. I think they won 3 or 4 finals in a row. I'm not sure, so I know Samantha and Jerry would love to be able to turn the tables on Jimmy and Peg, but we will wait and see as the boats start to make their way through turn number 2. The red is on the inside. On the outside, Alexander Dewa is driving the Very Cherry today. He's got Mikkel Tremblay in there with him this afternoon, riding along with him in that JS 99. The 113, another one, Louis Boudin. On your screen there, you've got the 10 and the 721. Jimmy Stewart and Pekka Awancio in the 10. The 721 is Courtney Truelove with Rob Schiller. There's the 181, new boat to me, driven by Craig Braun. He's got Samuel Tremblay riding along with him today. As the Jersey Speed Skiffs make their way out on the race course, 2 minutes and 55 seconds to the start. The JS 41 on your screen, great shot of Abigail and Brendan Langford. Abigail doing the driving, Brendan doing the riding. She looks like she's going to cut the race course off of the exit of turn number 1 and bring the 41 around. There's the 45 on your screen. Samantha and Jerry Awancio. A great shot of our drone right over top of the 41 Crabster as they yield to the boats on the race course, and they'll come out into their predetermined lanes. Lanes based off of the points they've accrued throughout the weekend. This is Heat 4A, Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier. Jersey Speed Skiffs run a 283. Boat 16 feet in length. Flat bottom. They have a cavitation plate on the back of the boat. It's controlled by a hand pedal in between the driver and the rider. The good drivers will change that throughout the race. Some of them just set it and forget it, so to speak. But it all depends on the conditions on the race course. Beautiful day here, Sunday in Valleyfield. And all 7 are on the race course for Jersey Speed Skiff qualifier 4A. 1 minute, 30 seconds from the start. 1:30 away. Louis Boudin going to go up on the outside of the Very Cherry there in the another one. Great shot of the 113 out of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Good to have Louis back running this weekend. Haven't seen him in about a year, so good to see Louis back here in the 113. Great shot of the skiffs coming down the backstretch as they get ready to go. 1 minute to the start. So they're up just a little bit early. Lane number 1 will be the 99, the Very Cherry, Alex Dewa. Lane number 2 will be Louis Boudin in the 113, another one. Then it'll be Abigail Langford in lane number 3. Lane number 4 will be the 721 of Courtney Truelove. Lane number 5 will be the 45, Samantha and Jerry Awancio. Lane number 6 will be the 10, Jimmy Stewart and Pekka Awancio. And on the outside will be Gabriel Braun. Craig Braun, excuse me, in the 181 as they are up really early, 22 seconds from the start. Bows up on all 7 Jersey Speed Skiffs. They're going to have to come down. So 10 seconds. Don't want to go too early as you are 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. I don't know, Louis Boudin might be a little bit early, but here comes the fleet To the outside. The 99 of Alex DeWall was going to get down there first with the JS 99. Everybody going to try to hold their lanes through the apex of turn number 1. Alex DeWall will get there first, and look at Jimmy Stewart on the outside. Jimmy Stewart in the JS10. Yump and Yimini is your leader off the exit of turn number 1. But look at Samantha Watsio to his inside, and Alex DeWall. Oh, wow. Stuffed the 99, but he got it right back up. Whoa, he was lucky on that one. Might have to trim that plate a little bit on that JS 99. Start was legal. We're just getting the word from the tower. Start was legal. So the JS10, Yump and Yimini, is your leader through the apex of turn number 1. As they come around to complete lap 1, Jimmy Stewart goes right to the buoy row in that JS10, Yump and Yimini. He'll come around to complete lap 1, 1 down, 3 to go here at Jersey Speed Skiff Qualifier 4A. Samantha and Jerry Watsio running in second position. The 99 of Alex DeWall running in third. The 721. Courtney Truelove running in fourth. The 113 of Louis Bourdain running in fifth. The 99 is all over the race course as Alex DeWall is hitting some rollers in that JS 99 Very Cherry. Looks like Louis Bourdain's having some mechanical issues, but as they go through turn number 1 here on lap number 2, Jimmy Stewart has opened up half a straightaway over top of Samantha and Jerry Awancio running back in second. The 99 still holds on to third. Alex DeWall and Michael Tremblay. Can't be a fun ride for Tremblay in there in that brand new painted JS 99 as they head down here into turn number 2. They go through the apex of turn 2 as Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio, your leader off the exit pin. Nice battle shaping up between the 45 and the 99 with Samantha Awancio currently holding on to that second place spot. So 2 down, 2 to go. Jersey Speed Skiff Qualifier 4A. Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio lead. Samantha and Jerry Awancio look over their right shoulder, and here comes the 99 on the outside. Very Cherry running in third position. Courtney Truelove and Rob Schiller running in fourth. Fifth, Abigail and Brendan Langford. The 113 of Louis Bourdain is broken down at the top end of the race course, unfortunately. And the 181 rounds out the field in sixth position. A 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here at Jersey Speed Skiff Qualifier 4A. It is Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio down into turn number 2. Comfortable advantage over Samantha and Jerry Awancio running back in second. Whoa, Jimmy almost cut it there too hard, but gathered it back up, and he'll come off the exit 2 to get the white flag this time by. So one more lap around for the JS10, Yump and Yimini and Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. Samantha and Jerry Awancio running in second position. The JS45 in the red. The 99 running in third. Alex DeWall running in third position. Fourth is Courtney Truelove and Rob Schiller as they head through turn number 1 here on the fourth and final lap. Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio have opened up the lead over top of the 45 and the 99 as they head down the backstretch here on the fourth and final lap. So Jimmy Stewart's checked out on the field. It's the in the red and the Very Cherry battling it out for second position here in qualifier 4A for the Jersey Speed Skiffs. And the 99 is going to move up on the outside of Samantha, try to take over second position, but off the exit of turn number 2, you just saw him flash through your screen there. The JS10, Yump and Yimini. Jimmy Stewart going to come really wide this time across start finish line. And your winner of Heat 4A, Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. Second place, we'll go to the JS45, Samantha Awancio. Yeah! Woo, that was close. Photo finish for second between the 45 and the 99. That was really close. Courtney Truelove will come home in fourth. And fifth position, go to the 41, the Crafter. Abigail and Brendan Langford. Up next, Pro Hydro 5A.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
Trois premières places, 3 présences en finale. Que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
Accrue, machin.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, je le fais.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
J'ai commencé à courser, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game. Puis on fait juste embarquer puis on continue après.
Love hockey? Check out bet99.net.
Denis Rousse dans le 110, Derek Smith pilote le 113, Éric Labelle pilote le 19, le Tweet. Dans l'embarcation numéro 109, Dominique Maisonneuve.
Alors, qualification 5 plutôt de la classe Pro Hydro. We just heard that the 76 and the 110 are scratched for the day. So, inside will be Derek Smith with the Adrenaline Rush V13. Lane number 2 will be Eric Labelle with the 19 Do It. Lane number 3 will be Dominique Maisonneuve with a 109. And at the outside will be Guillaume Charette with the 77 boat, the brand new boat this year. Alors, 2 pilotes de scratch pour le reste du week-end, soit l'Oiseau Bleu de Denis Rousse et le Essence 2 de Derek Anderson. So yesterday we saw the 19 won the 2 heats yesterday. Éric Labelle hier qui a gagné les 2 qualifications disputées hier. Charette a les 2 celles de vendredi. Et là, Charette doit absolument terminer cette qualification avec un bon résultat pour garder le couloir intérieur en vue de la finale. We are 2 minutes away to the start. Next up will be the Vintage. Éric Labelle qui est dans le 2e virage. Vous le voyez à l'écran avec cette belle prise de vue. Ça, c'est l'ancien Pure Canadian que pilotait Chris Galbraith l'an dernier. Et le V110 de Denis Rousse. Dominique Maisonneuve qui a le premier bateau test de la classe Pro Hydro qui était anciennement le V751 de Marc Lalonde. On est à moins d'1 minute, on est à 52 secondes. Il va rester 12 courses à cette 86e édition des Régates de Valleyfield. We'll have 4 consolation and semifinals, and the 6 finals and 2 runs of Vintage. We are at 24 seconds away to the start. Pas besoin de vous dire qu'on a eu des courses excitantes depuis le début de la fin de semaine dans cette catégorie. On est à 14 secondes. Derek Smith, là, qui a un peu de difficulté. On est à 7 secondes. Labelle et Maisonneuve sont en avance. 2, 1. crois que le seul au départ était Charrette qui était légal. Et pour l'instant, c'est Éric Labelle en tête. Le do-it, Derek Smith à l'intérieur. Et Charrette qui se pointe à l'extérieur de Maisonneuve. Mais est-ce que le do-it a devancé le départ? Du moins, ils étaient serrés. Oh, voilà Éric Labelle qui se pointe. On dit que c'est un bon départ. Les trois ont pris un départ sur l'année. So, Éric Labelle took a good start, but he has to watch now. The 77 of Guillaume Charrette. Et Derek Smith qui est pas très loin. On entend des ratés du côté de Labelle. Et Maisonneuve qui cogne durement dans le virage. Est-ce que Charrette fera le coup à Éric Labelle qui semble avoir des problèmes? Labelle is done, I think. Éric Labelle will be done, I think, with a 19. Et là, c'est Guillaume Charrette en tête. Est-ce que c'est une panne momentanée pour Labelle? C'est le même problème qu'on a eu vendredi. On a entendu des ratés dans le cas du do-it. Et là, ça semble pas bon signe. Mais Guillaume Charrette file loin en tête dans le Essence 1. Et Labelle va poursuivre. On va compléter le troisième tour. The white flag will be showing up for Guillaume Charrette in the 77 and Éric Labelle is done. Labelle will be done. Faudra voir si c'est un problème qui va l'éviter de revenir en finale. Et Maisonneuve là qui tente de se rapprocher face à Guillaume Charrette, mais je crois que ce sera trop tard pour le Charrette Racing. L'ancien Charrette Racing, mes excuses. Maisonneuve tente une dernière poussée. Dernier virage pour le Charrette Racing, alias Essence 1. La victoire de Guillaume Charrette. Deuxième, Dominique Maisonneuve. Formax. And third will be Derek Smith. Dans le Adrenaline Rush. Alors, dans quelques instants, on aura une sortie des Vintage et par la suite, finale consolation classe Formule R.
All right, vintage boats making their way out. Yeah, I don't know him. They switched up. Vintage Hydros on the race course for their first time today. We'll see 2 flights of vintage today. This will be the smaller vintage. Should have the 185. That's Mark Lamont Kia. The 60 of Matt Morshire. Fast Company. The 166 of Michael Perrette. The CE4. Pure Canadian, Norm Woods. That boat came to us from the Canadian Boating Hall of Fame. Good to see it out here on the Robert Theoret race course. On your screen right now, that is going down the backstretch. The 60, Fast Company and Matt Morsheimer, Carlson Hall. In turn number 2 right now, they go through turn 2. Boat on the far outside, I believe. We'll see when he comes by, but here comes the 60 5-liter Fast Company. On the outside, yeah, that's the 222 driven today by Grant Liddycoat, driving the 222. There's the Pure Canadian on your screen going through turn number 2 right now. Off across start-finish line, the Pure Canadian on the outside, and the Shockwave, there's 106 on the inside. There's Stu Shane back behind the wheel, the S1. He just flashed in front of the screen. So the Vintage Hydro's out, tearing up the bay here. And while they're out on the race course, we can kind of go down the schedule for you as we make our way past the halfway point of our Sunday, day number 3 of the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. There's Stu Shane, a good-looking Stu on your screen, going down the backstretch of that S1, the hijacker. We talked to Jimmy Shane yesterday. Jimmy was driving yesterday in that boat. That's a 1973 hull that Stu built himself, and Jimmy and his family restored it a couple years ago for his dad's 70th birthday, so good to see him out here. So our schedule for the remainder of the day, coming up next, we'll have our R Consolation Heat. As we talked about, we started with 12 R boats. We're going to have 5 in the Consolation. Then we'll get into the semifinals for Hydro 350, semifinal A and semifinal B. Then it'll be Grand Prix Consolation. We've got 6 boats lined up to run in the GP Consi. After that, we'll go to the Jersey Speed Skiff Final, the R Final, the F Final, the Hydro 350 Final, the Pro Hydro Final, and then we will end the day with the 6-boat Grand Prix Final, 5 on the front row and 1 trailer. Ace 350 will have 6 on the front row and 1 trailer. Good shot of the 77, the Pixie 2, driven by Wayne Butler at Jones Hall, built in 1986. The Vintage go around the race course, let them do their thing. And we'll go ahead and sit back and let you enjoy it. The 105. Going by for the first time. Going through turn 1, a good shot of the S166 OMC Cobra of Michael Perrette. I've been told that that was a gift from Mike Grindell. All right, I'll sit out and let you enjoy the Vintage. Coming up next, the R Consolation Heat. The winner will make it to the final. Everybody else will go on the trailer. That'll be coming up next.
est prêt.
Alors, finale consolation. Classe Formule R. Winner takes it all. Les autres, on se revoit à Tonawanda dans 3 semaines. So inside will be the 11 of Garrett Huff, the totally chaotic. It will be on this side. Rémi Beauvillain. But it's not on the water right now. Lane number 3 will be the lucky 13 of Alice Caron. Lane number 4 will be the 86 of Jean-Pierre Guillet and the 88 of Alexandre Leduc. Fat Boy will be outside. Alors, course de 4 tours. Winner takes it all. Les autres, on se revoit à Tonawanda dans 3 semaines. Sur la rivière Niagara. And I think Beauvillain won't be able to be on the race. So we are 250 away to the start. On sait que Beauvillain s'est arrêté un peu plus tôt aujourd'hui. Alexandre Leduc sera à surveiller dans le Fat Boy. Et encore Garrett Huff, ça fait 2 fois dans 5 minutes là, qu'il perd le contrôle au 2e virage. C'est lui le favori pour la consolation. And I think the 91 won me on the consolation heat. Alors, est-ce qu'Alice Caron peut jouer les troubles fêtes? Four laps races for the final consolation heats. Same for the Hydro 350 semifinals and the Grand Prix consolation. On est à 1 minute 27 du départ. Alors, il était sur l'eau, mais malheureusement, l'embarcation n'a pas quitté les puits. So he left the dock, but he has no power, so he bring back on the dock. We are 1 minute away to the start. Who will be in the final in the lane number 8. En finale, on aura le 8-17 de Renault de Francis Sauvé, le 21 de Benjamin Léger, Aiden Sauvé, Gustave Imbeau, Lucas Desrochers, Marc Lalonde et Marcel Descoteaux. Il ne faut pas devancer le départ. On est à 22 secondes. Garrett Huff doit surtout pas devancer le départ. Alice Caron s'amène. On est à 9 secondes. 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent départ. Garrett Huff a réussi son départ et même chose pour Alice Caron. Et qui va sortir au virage? C'est Garrett Huff. Garrett Huff is in the lead. C'est Alice Caron qui est deuxième dans le Lucky 13. Et troisième, c'est le Duc. Alors, Alice Caron qui saisit l'opportunité qui lui est donnée, mais attention à Garrett Huff dans le virage. Pardon, et là, Hoff qui talonne beaucoup trop là, dans le virage. On le voit bondir. Il a eu beaucoup de difficultés dans le virage ouest, mais attention, Lucky 13 et le Duc est maintenant à l'intérieur. Il tente le tout pour le tout. Alexandre Leduc dans le Fat Boy. Oh, est-ce que Alice Caron a résolu tous les problèmes qu'elle avait? Et là, le Duc qui cogne un peu trop dans le virage, mais ça aide beaucoup. Garrett Hoff. Et le Duc là, qui tente de s'approcher. Et qui est actuellement 4e. So winner takes it all. The others, we're going to see them back in 3 weeks. Alors, Garrett Hoff. Oh là, Caron qui vient de faire un crochet. Et là, on s'est presque touché. Le Duc a failli heurter Caron, mais il a réussi à l'éviter dans le dernier moment. Oh là là, j'aurais pas mis ma main entre les deux bateaux. Et ça vient encore aider Garrett Hoff. Est-ce qu'on va pénaliser Caron, mais tout semblait légal. Et Garrett Hoff way in front. I think it's slowing down a little bit. Et ça, ce serait quand même une belle histoire. Et Garrett Hoff, lui, va avoir le drapeau blanc. White flag is up for Garrett Hoff. Dernier tour à faire dans cette consolation. Et Caron pourrait quand même faire la barbe aux messieurs là, en allant chercher le maximum de points disponibles en consolation. And Gia is 4th. Alpha course for Garrett Hoff in the totally chaotic. Et ensuite toujours la bagarre pour la 2e place. Dernier virage pour Garrett Hoff. Doit tout passer comme il faut. Et il s'en va rejoindre les 7 autres pilotes en finale. Victoire pour Garrett Hoff dans le totally chaotic. Mais quelle belle performance du Lucky 13. Sa plus belle course de sa jeune carrière. Écoutez les fans dans la foule. 3e, Alexandre Leduc, Fat Boy. Et 4e, ce sera Jean-Pierre Guillet. Mais tout ça sur toute réserve, s'il n'y a pas de pénalité. Garrett Hoff s'en va rejoindre les 7 autres pilotes en finale d'ici quelques minutes. Next up will be the semi-final A of the Hydro 350. 7 pilotes, ça va brasser sur la baie Saint-François.
All right, here we go. H350 semifinal A. We were talking earlier today about how that works this year. The top boat, which was Nick Roos, made it into the final. So Nick will have lane number 1 in the final. We'll take the top 3 from each of these 2 semifinals, and they will transfer into the final. So a little bit different format here for 2026. I like it. Gives everybody an opportunity. We're not just worried about the top 5 making it in on points. So it'll be top 3 for semifinal A and top 3 for semifinal B. We'll make it into the final, and then it'll be based off of times to determine where they'll be positioned in their lanes for the final. We'll have a 6-boat front line and 1, trailer here in H350 competition. Day number 3 of 3 as we're into semifinals for H350. Here comes Mark the line, the 751, the Lolo Racing. Tommy Shannon, the 306 Dog Nasty, comes by start finish. Coming through turn 2 on your screen right there. That's Danny Leger and the 666, the Carpetech. To his inside is Jacob Haynu in the H2, the Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec. See Danny coming on a timing run. 23 of Francis Cote with Frederic Coutier in front of him. We should have 6 of them making their way out onto the race course. It looks like we do have all 6 as Grant Liddycoat scratched out of this semifinal A. 3 minutes to the start. 3 minutes, Nicholas, to the start of semifinal A. We explained to it in English. Why don't you explain how they get into the final in French for our French friends?
Alors, les trois premiers de chaque demi-finale vont s'en aller en finale. On a eu la chance de voir le système pour la première fois à Brockville et ça avait donné droit à tout un spectacle. Le seul pour l'instant qui est assuré de participer à la finale, c'est le H225 de Nicolas Rousse. Et attention, dans cette finale-là, on a celui qui menait le championnat avant le début de la journée, Tommy Shannon, mais il aura Jacob Hainaut, Marc Lalonde, Danny Léger et Frédéric Couturier. John, it will be really hard for Tommy Shannon to go in the final because we'll start in lane number 5.
Yeah.
And Marc Lalonde is very impressive this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle for the 306, as you said, Nicholas. Starting in lane 5, and he's got the 2, the 751, and the 666 were all very competitive boats to his inside. So it's going to be tough for Tommy Shannon, who came into this weekend in the points lead in H350, and he's probably going to leave Valleyfield. It's maybe even 3rd position in points. It's hard to tell. So very tight competitive racing at H350. That's what I love about it. It's the most competitive class in inboard hydroplane racing, bar none, as far as the tight battles that we see on the race course. 1:28 from the start, 1 minute, 28 seconds away. H350 semifinal A. Good to see Frederic Coutier out here today. He had a rough Friday and Saturday, but looks like they got it fixed up. He ran really well in his qualifier earlier today, so hopefully they'll have a good chance here. They'll have a shot at making the final. Lane 1 here in semifinal A is we're 1 minute from the start. They're up a little bit earlier than I would like them to be. Lane 1 will be Jacob Hainu. He is currently 2nd in points on the weekend. But remember, the top boat, who is Nick Roos, made it to the final. So Jacob Hainu will be in lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be the 751 of Mark Lalonde. Lane number 3, somebody's got to make a hole for Daniel Leger right there. Fred's going to have to move over. They're going to have to get a hole. Danny's got to go in between the 751 and the 14, and Danny's moved to the outside. From what I got. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. He's right. Danny's got to go in lane number 4. I'm sorry. And then the 306 of Tommy Shannon. Then on the outside will be the 23 of Francis Cote. Danny Leger all power back behind the rest of the field as we're 10 seconds from the start. That opens the door for Tommy Shannon. We'll see if he can make the most of it as we are 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, man, that's tight. We'll have to wait and see as the 751 leads him across start-finish line down into turn number 1. Mark Lalana is your leader, but on his inside is Jacob Haydu as they come through the apex of turn number 1 here on semifinal A. And it's Mark Lalana, your leader, with Haydu running in second.
Alors, belle bagarre entre Marc Lalonde et Jacob Hainaut, mais est-ce que les deux ont devancé le départ? Et Shannon est déjà troisième. Et il n'y a pas eu de place pour Danny Léger au départ. Est-ce qu'il y aura des sanctions? Pour l'instant, c'est Lalonde pourchassé par Hainaut et Shannon.
Off the exit of turn number 2. We'll wait and see if there's any calls. And it is the P1 on the 751. So Mark Lalonde jumped the start. So your leader is the 2. Jacob Haynu is the leader. 306 Dog Nasty is in second as they head down here to turn number 1. So unfortunately for Mark Lalonde, he jumped the gun. Hopefully everybody's letting him know. You can see Lalonde backing out of it. As Jacob Haynu is your leader up to 1, but Tommy Shannon runs in second.
Alors Lalonde a devancé le départ et on le voit ralentir. Mais est-ce que Shannon peut aller se placer le plus qu'il peut sur Jacob Hainaut pendant que Couturier et Côté se battent pour la 3e place, permettant une place en finale? 2 tours à faire.
So as they come off the exit of turn number 2, 2 down, 2 to go here in this 4-lap qualifier. It's still important they got to push hard because the faster they go, the better lane they're going to get in the final. On the inside is Jacob Haynu. On the outside is Tommy Shannon. Frederick Coutier currently sitting in the transfer spot for the final in the 14 Legacy 1 as they go through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 3. Haynu leads. Shannon about 3 boat lengths behind.
Oh, Shannon encore une fois! Tommy Shannon, c'est pas sa journée aujourd'hui avec un nouveau moteur. Est-ce que Danny Léger, malgré tout, pourrait se qualifier en vue de la finale? Parce que Couturier pourrait peut-être être appelé, on ne sait pas. Il n'y avait pas beaucoup de place. 1 tour à faire. Quel coup de théâtre. Mais Shannon repart.
3 down, 1 to go as we had Tommy Shannon break down off the exit of turn number 1. That puts Jacob Haynu in first position. Frederick Coutier in second position. Third position is Francis Cote, who could transfer into the final as they come off the exit of turn number 1. The top 3 on the water are currently the top 3 that will make the final.
Oui, pour l'instant, le top 3 qu'on voit à l'eau, c'est celui qu'on verra en finale sur toute réserve. Et ça, c'est rare de voir 2 fois le Dog Nasty s'arrêter. Et ça vient de lui faire mal au championnat. Dernier droit pour Jacob Hainaut.
They come off the exit pit. It'll be the checker flag this time by. And it's much deserving, but Jacob Haynu, he'll win semifinal A and make the final later on today. How about this? Frederick Coutier is going to make it to the final. The 14 Legacy 1. He struggled on Friday and Saturday, but Fred will be in the final, and so will the 23. Francis Cote will also transfer. My goodness, so we started on paper. I didn't think those would be the 3 transferring to the final.
But John, we have to see if there's a penalty because at the start, Danny Léger was behind the pack and he has no room to go in his lane.
Yeah, Nick's right. We're gonna have to wait and see because from my paperwork, Danny should have been in lane 3.
Yeah,
there was no lane 3. So we'll wait and see. I'm not gonna make that call. Obviously, our head referee, Jonathan Abbott, will make that call and we will get word on that. But right now, transferring is Jacob Haynu, Frederick Coutier, and Francis Cote. Those are the 3 transferring right now, tentatively. We'll wait and see if there is any calls after semifinal A, and once we find that out, we'll get back on the airways here and let you know. Coming up next, semifinal B, but we will wait and see.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
Love hockey? Check out bet99.net.
premières places, 3 présences en finale. Que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
À toi, Innocent.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, c'est le fun.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
J'ai commencé à courir, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game. Puis on fait juste embarquer pour continuer après.
All right, so as we thought, Nicholas, we did have a penalty there, and it is going to be on the 14. So a P10 for not being in his assigned lane for the 14, and that makes Danny Leger the final transfer vote in. So it'll be the 2, the 23, and the 666 transferring in to the final from semifinal A. Coming up next, semifinal B, H350. We just got to stand by, so they'll be making their way out. All right, H350 semifinal B going to make their way out. We just saw you got to finish in order to make the final. He had some attrition in that first semifinal, a couple penalties. So right now the 225 is sitting in wait. Nicholas Roos will have lane number 1. Jacob Hainu, Danny Leger, and Francis Cote transfer for semifinal A. Here in semifinal B, we've got 7 of them listed. And we've got 7 of them on the water. We're going to go 7 wide here in semifinal B for 3 spots to make it into the final a little bit later on this afternoon. 4 minutes, 6 seconds from the start. Nicholas, why don't you introduce us who's in semi-final B?
Alors, à l'intérieur, on aura le Pennzoil et Andrew Tate. Dans le deuxième couloir, on aura le Last Minute Again de Bert Henderson. Dans le troisième couloir, le 999, piloté par Eddie Canfouche, qui a remporté sa qualification ce matin. Donald Leduc, dans le New Cannonball, sera dans le quatrième couloir. Martin Rochon, le 773, sera dans le cinquième couloir. On a réussi à réparer l'embarcation. Michael Leboeuf dans le sixième couloir, dans le Leboeuf Motorsports. Et en position remorque, le groupe SFK, le H74, Matthew Brown. John, it's practically a final this season.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this could be a final any other weekend, but it's a semifinal here this weekend. And for those that are just tuning in, welcome. Day number 3, 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. You came at a pretty good time. This is the semifinal, the second of 2 semifinals for the H350 class. The top 3 boats from this semifinal will transfer to the 7-boat final later on today. So here in semifinal B, we'll run it down for you. You can see on your screen there a couple boats going across start finish line. That's the H8 last minute again of Bert Henderson. Bert found some speed after Friday and Saturday. Here on the outside, the 155 of Mikel LeBouf. Eddie Campouche in his first semifinal in the 999, the Black Beast. He got his first ever 350 win earlier today. He just came across start finish line. Here's Matthew Brown coming down start finish at a 74. The yellow boat on your screen, that's Andrew Tate in the 300, the Pennzoil. He's followed up by the 48 of Donald Leduc in the Cannonball. Martin Rochon on the outside of Bert Henderson right there as they go down to the 2. Rochon actually had a little bit of a belly pan issue after that first qualifier today. I'm assuming they got it fixed up as good as they could to come out here for the semi-final.
Oui, on a sûrement pu réparer le tout pour revenir à la compétition et on vivra avec possiblement les dommages s'il y en a d'autres. On aura 3 semaines entre Valleyfield et Tonawanda. J'ai hâte de voir Eddie Canfouche dans le 999 qui déjà a pris la piqûre du 350. Et est-ce qu'on a trouvé le pilote pour le restant de la saison? Est-ce qu'il voudra faire le saut éventuellement aussi en 350? Ça reste à suivre. Mais attention, Andrew Tate et Bert Henderson sont habitués de se battre un contre l'autre. Ils se sont bataillés souvent en Grand Prix, Henderson et Tate. 1 minute avant le départ, à l'intérieur, le Pennzoil dans le deuxième couloir, le last minute. Dans le troisième, le 999. Donald Leduc dans le quatrième. Martin Rochon dans le 773. Dans le sixième couloir, Michael Leboeuf et en position remorque, Matthew Brown.
All right, we're inside 1 minute, 40 seconds to the start. Lane number 1 will be Andrew Tate in the 300 to Pennzoil. Lane number 2 to his outside will be Bert Henderson. And the H8 last minute again. Then the 99.9 of Eddie Campouche will be in lane number 3. Lane 4 will be the 48 of Donald Leduc. Lane number 5 will be the 773 of Martin Rochon. Lane 6 will be the 155 of Mikel LeBoeuf, and the trailer will be the 74 of Matthew Brown. We're 16 seconds away. Semi-final B for the H350. The top 3 will make the final. We are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark! Wow, that is really tight for Eddie Campouche. Eddie's got to hold his lane in lane number 3 as they head down here to turn number 1. Ed Campouche will get there first. He turns left in the 999, the Black Beast, but he's got Andrew Tate on his inside. They come off the exit of 1. Eddie Campouche leads.
C'est Eddie Canfouche et Andrew Tate. Et Martin Rochon est à l'extérieur. On est à 3 pour la première place. Et là, attention, Andrew Tate à l'intérieur du pilote Eddie Canfouche. Tate, oh, là, très peu d'espace. Et Rochon qui s'amène.
Off the exit of 2, it's a side-by-side battle for the lead here in semifinal B. These guys got to understand if they're all legal, they'll all make the final, so they don't want to do anything dangerous as they head down here to turn number 1. Tate leads. Campouche runs in second. Rashawn runs in third. Mikael LeBouf runs in fourth. The 48 runs in fifth. And Bert Henderson runs in sixth. But it's all Andrew Tate off the exit, won by 4 boat lengths.
Eddie Campouche, Martin Rachon. C'est pour avoir un meilleur couloir en finale. Est-ce que le 999 va renaître de ses cendres, la bête noire qui était pratiquement sans rien enlever à Rémi Leblanc, inexistante? Un deuxième tour de complété.
Off the exit of 2, it's Andrew Tate. He's opened up by a full rooster tail. He comes down to complete lap number 1, or lap number 2, excuse me. So 2 down, 2 to go here in the H350 semifinal B. Tate leads, Rashawn runs in second, Campouche runs in third, Mikael LeBouf runs in fourth, Donald LeDuc runs in fifth, Bert Henderson runs in sixth, and Matthew Brown runs in seventh, but off the exit of 1, it's still Andrew Tate by 2 rooster tails.
Andrew Tate, Martin Rachon, Eddie Campouche. Leboeuf a passé devant son cousin Donald LeDuc, alors qu'Anderson, lui, a eu des problèmes, mais a tiré de la place au départ. Il va rester un tour à faire pour le Pennzoil et Andrew Tate.
Off the exit of 2 to come around and get the white flag, this time by. So 1 more lap around for Andrew Tate in the 300 to Pennzoil. On camera shot holds on to second. Eddie Campouche still holding on to that transfer spot. In the line, the Black Beast. Mikael LeBouf in fourth, hoping that somebody slips up in front of him. The 48 and the 8, but down the backstretch, it's all Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate, mais là, Martin Rachon semble avoir eu des problèmes. Et là, Campouche ne lâche pas dans le 999 qui aura le dessus. Et Leboeuf aussi qui s'amène, pendant qu'Andrew Tate, lui, s'amène pour remporter cette victoire. Bon.
Off the exit of turn number 2, Andrew Tate will come around and win semifinal B. Second position, we'll go to Martin Rachon. Eddie Campouche is off the pace back in third. Rachon will come around and get third. It's the transfer spot up for grabs. Campouche! It's Eddie. Eddie Campouche just did squeak it out, that transfer position over top of Mikael LeBouf. We were waiting to see if there were any calls on the gun jumps. Didn't get anything during that heat, so it must be very tight at the start. So we'll wait and see from the judges' stand. But right now it's Tate, Rachon, and Campouche transferring to the final. Up next, Grand Prix Consolation. 6 of them scheduled to come out for GP Consi. If all 6 can make the call, we'll have 5 on the front row, 1 trailer for Grand Prix Consolation. 1 spot in the final up for grabs. Coming up in just a few. I'll come back in a second when I have an update on that 350 semifinal. All right, so right now, the start was legal in semifinal B. So Eddie Campouche, as of right now, does transfer. So Tate, Rashawn, and Campush transferred to the final, but we'll wait and see if there's any calls that happened during the course of the race. We do know that the start was legal, so we're just waiting to get official word from the tower that everything that happened during the race was okay. Once again, coming up next, Grand Prix Consolation Heat, sponsored by Journal de Montreal, will be coming on the water next. After Grand Prix Consolation, we will get into the finals. So the GP, Consi, and then we'll have the Jersey Speed Skip final to start. Then we'll go Formula R, Formula F, H350, Pro Hydro, and GP final. So about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 heats left for you on this Sunday edition of the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Stick around. We'll be right back. All right, for our friends walking back home, welcome to the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Don't forget, our friends in Canada, Bet99, you can bet on the races here this afternoon. You can bet on who's going to win the F final, the H final, the GP final, whatever you want. Also, for our friends that are waking up bright and early Monday morning in Australia and New Zealand, you can download that HRL app now. It just became available in Australia and New Zealand for you to download, so make sure you do that. Coming up next, GP Consolation Heat. We just did get the official word that the 3 boats that we called are legal. The 300, the 999, and the 773 will make the final. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded. Grand Prix Consolation Heat. We did just get word that the 17, Miss Renee, will not come out, but we still will have 5 boats vying for that one position in the GP final. It's been a tumultuous weekend for some of these guys as they make their way out to the GP Consi. As they come around and get on your screen, we'll introduce to you. There you see the GP35 of Brandon Kennedy out of Bear, Delaware, and the Jones Junction presents the TM Special. He's coming through turn number 2. They have had electrical issues all weekend long in that GP35. Usually we thought Brandon was the favorite coming into today, but he's going to have to get through the consolation and become the trailer in that final. He'll be followed up by the 50. Bobby King coming across start finish line on your screen right now, the GP50 to Freedom. Eric Longevan coming off of turn number 2 right now down to start finish line at the 212 to Silco Racing. The 101 of Gislain Marcoux. Coming through turn 2, and just like normal, we're waiting on the GP10, but we know he waits till about 3 minutes on the clock.
Oui, il reste le GP10 arrivé sur le parcours qui devrait arriver très bientôt. Fait assez de l'habituel pour Brandon Kennedy qui, normalement, passe directement en finale. Là, il doit tenter de se qualifier pour la finale, mais attention à Bobby King dans le Freedom. Il y a Kevin Equick qui est défini sur le parcours. Éric Langevin dans le Silco sera surveillé, tout comme Gislain Marcoux dans le groupe ABS. Le gagnant s'en va en finale. Les autres, on se revoit dans 3 semaines à North Tonawanda. Il est assez intéressant là, dans cette finale consolation Grand Prix. C'est Jack Lupton qui sera à l'intérieur dans la finale. Qui va les rejoindre? Attention à Brandon Kennedy, lui qui était parmi les meneurs pour le vainqueur de la finale. Mais là, doit commencer par se qualifier en vue de la finale. Il partira dans le 3e couloir.
2 minutes, 5 seconds to the start. Grand Prix Consolation 4 times around here at GP Consi. The winner will move on to the final and be the trailer boat in that 6-boat Grand Prix final that will wrap up the day here on day number 3 of the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. A good shot of Eric Langevin. He's struggled this weekend in that 212 Silco Racing. But he's had a pretty good 2026. Here's the 10, Kevin Egret out of Edmonds, Washington, coming through turn number 2. Kevin surprised a lot of people this weekend. It's come with a lot of speed. He's been in it, but unfortunately he was the 6th boat. Only the top 5 made it directly to the final, and unfortunately for Kevin, he's boat number 6, and he's got to go through the consolation. 1 minute, 10 seconds to the start. Pretty simple. You win, you go to the final. You don't win, you go to the trailer. Not much easier than that to explain to everybody on what's going on out on the water here in the GP consolation. It's the final consolation heat of the weekend. After this, we'll be into the finals. We'll have 6 finals for you, as we've got 5 Grand Prix Hydros duking it out for 1 spot in the GP final. We are 32 seconds from the start. Lane number 1 out of Edmonds, Washington will be the GP10, the freaking Kevin Egret. Lane number 2 will be the GP50 out of Memphis, Michigan, Bobby King. Lane 3 will be the 35, the Jones Junction presents the TM Special. Brandon Kennedy out of Bear, Delaware, the 212 Silco Racing. Eric Langevin will be in lane number 4, and on the outside will be Giselle Marcoux in the 101. As we are 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Across the lane number 3 as they head down here to turn number 1. Kennedy's got to hold his lane all the way through the apex of 1. And Brandon Kennedy gets a great turn. The 35 is your leader, but look at Egret and King on the inside.
C'est Brandon Kennedy en tête. Bobby King est difficulté pour l'enjeu. Wayne Marcoux est le 4e. Alors Kennedy a connu la défense sur le nez. Bobby King, Egret et Marcoux. Oh, la King qui ralentit.
Brandon Kennedy comes off the exit pin with a nice, comfortable advantage. The battle is for second outside. Remember to go 4 times around here at GP Consolation. And it's Brandon Kennedy by a full count. And the battle for second between Egret and King.
Kevin Egret, Bobby King, Winston, il est là. Et Marcoux qui tente de le rejoindre dans les épaisseurs. Et il semble que Brandon Kennedy va aller en finale là où il devait être.
Coming around a complete lap, number 2, 2 down, 2. Oh, Egret almost spun it out, and he did. 2 down, 2 to go for Brandon Kennedy. Bobby King will move up into second position. In the 50. Giselle Marcoux moves up to third. Forward to 2-1-2, but it's all Brandon Kennedy down the backstretch.
Pour Brandon Kennedy et le TM Special. Il n'avait pas connu une bonne journée vendredi. Même chose hier matin. Et là, tout se replace pour le TKO Racing. Un tour à faire.
Coming around a complete lap, number 3. 3 down and 1 to go for Brandon Kennedy. And the Jones Junction TM Special. Second position will go to the 50. Bobby King. Giselle Marcoux just spun it out down in turn number 2 as well in the 101. And that's going to put Eric Langevin in third position. But down the backstretch here on lap number 4. Half a lap away from a transfer spot into the bottom of Brandon Kennedy. They'll bring the GP35 to turn number 2. You can see that tumultuous turn 2 has bit 2 guys here in the Constellation, but Kennedy's going to come really wide. Going to hug the outside buoy markers down to start-finish line. Your winner of the Grand Prix Constellation, Brandon Kennedy. Second position, Bobby King in the 50. The Freedom. Third place, we're going to Eric Langevin in the 212 to Silco Racing. And Giselle Marcoux got it back up and running in the 101. Mercier Racing, and he will finish out the field in 4th. Unfortunate Kevin Egret got in there, and he got bit by turn number 2 in Valleyfield. Everybody does once in their lifetime. And unfortunately for Kevin Egret, he got bit down there in turn number 2 in that GP10, the Freak. We'll wait to see if there's any calls, but right now it's Kennedy transferring to the final.
Pour l'instant, c'est Brandon Kennedy. Et là, est-ce que Egret semble être correct? On se dirige vers lui. Alors, à l'intérieur en finale, ce sera Jack Lupton. Il aura à ses côtés son frère Ken Lupton. Andrew Tate sera dans le 3e couloir. Ken Anderson sera dans le 4e couloir. John Shaw dans le 5e. Et en position remorque, ce sera Brandon Kennedy. Alors, prochaine portion du programme Vintage pour une dernière fois. And John, finally we're gonna call our first final.
Hold on.
But it's not done.
I'm not saying nothing till we start running the finals. We've been snake bit the last couple years, but yeah, we are set up to have some dynamite finals coming up for you here in just a few minutes. That's a great shot by our drone right over top of Kevin Egret, who got bit by turn number 2 down there. He's okay. He's just waiting on a tow rope. We'll get him towed back into the pit area. We'll wait and see if there's any calls. We just got a phone call from the tower. We'll see if there's any calls. No calls. All right, so all legal. So Brandon Kennedy will transfer to the final. Unfortunately, Brandon will be a trailer. So Brandon will slide into that 6th position. So our Grand Prix final is set. In lane number 1 will be the 33 of Jack Lupton. Lane number 2 will be Ken Lupton. Lane number 3 will be Andrew Tate. Lane number 4 will be Kent Henderson. Lane number 5 will be John Shaw. And on the trailer will be Brandon Kennedy in the 35. A dynamite GP final coming up for you later today. Scheduled to go right around 4 o'clock. So if you're timing it out for the rest of the day, about 2 hours from now. Coming up next, Jersey Speed Skiff final. All right, vintage boats making their way out. A great shot on your screen there. 3 of the old vintage boats. The Chesapeake Lady, the 7-liter on the inside of Dutch Struts in a Suey 7-liter. You've also got the GP also coming off of turn 2 there. You see the 101, the Dynamites. 1988 Triple Crown winner is that GP 101. In the middle is the GP1, the Sortie Special. It's Sylvain Demera, 2-time GP High Point champion with Jules LeBoeuf doing the driving back in the day. So some really cool competitive Grand Prix hydros, and 1 7-liter, the Chesapeake Lady in that J12 on the inside. So sit back, enjoy the vintage hydros as they make their way around the laps here on the Robert Theoret race course. Can't imagine what it's like to drive one of those GPs at full speed around this tight 1-mile race course. A pretty cool shot as they head down there into turn number 2 together. The Chesapeake Lady on the inside, the Sortie Special in the middle, and on the outside, the Miss Dynamites. Those are the 3 boats on the water. They'll do some laps. I'll sit out, catch my breath as we get ready for the Jersey Speed Skiff Final coming up next. Right now on the water, Olivier Mosnev coming out. He won the novice final earlier today that we ran this morning. They're going to recognize him and let him come back to the dock area, and they will interview him, which is a pretty cool shot for him to go around stands here. And he should make his way back around here. Yeah, he's just spinning around. So Olivier Mosnev, he had a 10-boat novice final earlier this morning. And Nicholas did a great job calling here on the HRL YouTube site. And they're going to bring him around to the victory dock and let him get interviewed by Luigi and Eric over the PA. So we'll sit out and let you listen to that. But Nick, anything you want to say about the novice? They did a great job this weekend.
Oui, Olivier a fait tout un travail ce week-end. Il a réussi un départ sur la perfection. Et, pardon, on le voit arriver au quai des champions, Olivier Maisonneuve. Premier vainqueur ce week-end. Et dans quelques instants, on aura la première finale, soit celle des Jersey Speed Skiff. So coming up next will be the final heat of Jersey Speed Skiff.
Par les fans à Valleyfield, Olivier Maisonneuve.
Il est accompagné de sa famille. On voit Dominique qui est à ses côtés. Olivier, ça s'est passé un peu plus tôt ce matin. Est-ce que tu réalises des champions des Régates de Valleyfield?
Ouais. Wow!
Ça représente quoi pour toi? C'est quand même plusieurs années d'époque. Tu es là depuis les débuts en novice, mais quand tu y repenses, là, ça représente quoi pour toi une victoire ici à Valleyfield?
Ça représente beaucoup de travail, puis et toute ma famille pour m'avoir m'aider. Puis merci.
C'est ça, on connaît Dominique, mais aussi maman Mélanie, il y a sa soeur Noémie qu'on a vu aussi. Ouais. Ici, si tu reviens sur cette course de finale-là, tu as eu un excellent départ. Olivier, selon toi, c'est là que ça s'est joué?
Oui. Parce que un bon départ, ça fait 50% des courses.
Exact. Oui, c'est ça. Et ça t'a permis d'avancer, entre autres. Zach Parent avait volé le départ, ça, vous êtes pas au courant, mais c'est un de tes féroces compétiteurs. Là, il y avait eu un beau duel avec lui tout au long de la saison, mais hier. Hein?
Oui, on était serrés côte à côte. Une très belle course. C'est la meilleure course que j'ai faite depuis longtemps.
Olivier, qu'est-ce que ça te fait de voir la grosse foule comme ça de Valleyfield devant toi? Là? Les gens t'applaudissent, ça te fait quoi de voir ça?
Je suis bien content qu'ils viennent me...
C'était mouvant, hein?
J'imagine que pour ton père Dominique, c'est une belle inspiration parce que lui aussi, il y a une finale qui s'en vient. Là. J'imagine Dominique très fier de Fiston qui ça t'inspire pour la prochaine finale.
C'est sûr, c'est une très grande fierté de voir son fils gagner Valleyfield, c'est le rêve de tout le monde. Lui, il l'accomplit à 14 ans, fait que c'est vraiment... C'est une des plus belles journées de ma vie quand même, parce que ça arrive pas tous les jours qu'on peut gagner Valleyfield, surtout pour son gars, fait on est très fiers.
C'est fantastique.
Félicitations à Olivier Maisonneuve et toute la famille Maisonneuve. On applaudit ses quatre champions de piste des Régates de Valleyfield.
Avec le champagne.
Belle fierté familiale. Oui, les Maisonneuve sont au course depuis longtemps. Dominique, on l'a vu notamment dans l'embarcation 109, une embarcation qui n'avait pas de nom, qui avait dominé à une certaine époque en 2.5 litres. Tu as toujours été associé avec le c'est un motoriste, un mentor pour plusieurs, le Fort Max. C'est un homme dédié au sport. Alors, chapeau à la famille Maisonneuve et surtout à Olivier, champion de Nice.
Merci beaucoup, Eric, pour ces nombreuses entrevues.
All right. We are ready for our first final of the day. We're inside the 1 to the 5 countdown for the Jersey Speed Skiff final. They're going to be first, followed up by the Formula R final, the Formula F final, H350 final, Pro Hydro final, and then we'll round the day with the 6-boat Grand Prix final. 5-minute gun has sounded. Jersey Speed Skiffs should be making their way out onto the Robert Theoret Racecourse here at a packed house here in Valleyfield. The grandstands are completely full. The backstretch is completely full of people. It is going to be a wonderful day, and you can just watch as those stands start to fill in as we go through these finals. And then when we get to that GP final, it'll be standing room only here in Valleyfield. 100,000 strong this weekend, I've been told, Nick, and it's been a great 3 days of racing.
Oui, on a eu 3 belles journées de course, pas de vent, du soleil garanti. Et là, on aura la première finale qu'on attend depuis 2 ans, avec, il y a 2 ans, les circonstances qu'on connaît. Et l'an dernier, la tempête qui est arrivée exactement à cette heure-ci. Donc, finale Jersey Speed Skiff. On remercie aussi Canadian Tire pour avoir commandité la finale novice. So thanks you to Canadian Tire to present the final of the novice novice class. So, and now we are in Jersey Speed Skiff here in Valleyfield.
All right, Jersey Speed Skiffs make their way out. 3 minutes, 30 seconds to the start. Boat on your screen, the JS99, the Very Cherry, Alex Dural with Michael Tremblay riding along with him. The boat coming down the front stretch, that's the JS45, your 2025 APBA and HRL High Point champion, Samantha and Jerry Awanso. The JS10 coming by your screen, Yumpin Yimini, Jimmy Stewart and Pega Awanso, obviously the favorite going into the final. Jimmy's had a great weekend. The 721 going skiffing crazy, Courtney Truelove and Rob Schiller. The 41, Abigail Langford and Brendan Langford coming underneath the drone there. There goes the 99 across start finish line. Got 5 boats out for the final for Jersey Speed Skiffs. Unfortunately, it looks like we're not going to have the 113 and the 181. I know Louis Boudin in the 113 had some mechanical issues in that final heat earlier today, so unfortunate for him, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to go. So our first of 6 finals, Nick, is on the race course. Jersey Speed Skiff final coming up right now, followed by the Formula R final coming up next. 2:17 from the start.
Évidemment, à surveiller, c'est celui qui est parfait depuis le début du week-end. Jimmy Stewart dans le Yumpin Yimini. C'est lui qui détient un nombre de victoires consécutives ici à Valleyfield depuis qu'il a battu Tom Pacradoni il y a plusieurs années. Sammy Wansio aussi peut jouer les troubles de fête, elle sera à ses côtés. Attention à Courtney Truelove aussi et Alexandre Roy qui a bien performé ce matin. Donc, beaucoup d'actions encore à venir. Et le 181 aussi, Chris Grant, on vient d'apprendre qu'il ne serait pas là. Donc, on est à 1:32 du départ de cette première finale de cette 86e édition des Régates de Valleyfield. Malheureusement pour Alexandre, Louis-Alexandre Baudouin, c'en est fait, c'est terminé. Problème mécanique. Est-ce qu'il sera du côté de Tonawanda? Je ne pense pas. On devrait les revoir à Bois-Noir.
All right, 1:15 from the start. They'll start to line up on the back stretch as they get ready for the Jersey Speed Skiff final. Jimmy Stewart won the last final that we had here in 2023. We'll see if he can replicate it here, but I know Samantha really wants to win here in Valleyfield. She's won everywhere else, it seems like, up and down the East Coast. As I said, she's your 2025 APBA and HRL High Point champion. We will see what she's got from lane number 2. 45 seconds to the start. Great shot of the boats going down into turn number 2. Jimmy Stewart, Pega Awancio will have lane number 1. Lane number 2 would be Samantha Awancio and Jerry Awancio will be in lane number 2. The 721 at Courtney Truelove will be in lane number 3 with Rob Schiller doing the riding. The 41, Abigail and Brendan Langford will be in 4. And on the outside, it'll be the 99 of Alex Duval who is giving the fans a show, driving that 99 Very Cherry here this weekend. We're 15 seconds from the start. Jersey Speed Skiff final, first final of 6 here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. We are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, Samantha got a great start in the 45 from lane number 2, but Jimmy Stewart's going to move up on her inside, and the JS10 Yump and Yiminy will lead them down into turn number 1. We'll go 4 times around here at Jersey Speed Skiff final, and Jimmy Stewart leads. Samantha Watsu got wet as they go through the apex of turn number 1. Just got word for the tower. It's a clean start. So Jimmy Stewart already opened up by 6 or 7 boat lengths over top of Samantha Watsu, running back in second.
Alors c'est Stewart et Watsu. Ah, il y a encore de Roy là, qui bondit. On l'a vu tantôt bondir littéralement. Et là, c'est Ewancio qui est 3e, True Love est 4e. Et De Roy se pointe à la 2e place dans le Very Cherry. Et Stewart est parti loin en avant dans le Yumpin Yemeni.
Off the exit of turn number 2 to come around a complete lap number 1. Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, your leaders across start-finish line off for lap number 1 of 4. So the 10 is your leader, but on the outside, the 99, the Very Cherry, Alex DeWatt making up a little bit of ground. Over top of Samantha Watsu back in second. Those two had a side-by-side battle earlier in qualifier 4A. For the Jersey Speed Skiffs, Courtney Truelove runs in 4th position, and 5th is Abigail and Brendan Langford. But through the apex of turn number 1, here on lap number 2 of 4, it's still Jimmy Stewart, Pegawancio, your leaders.
Stewart loin en avant, mais on est côte à côte entre Ewancio et De Roy. De Roy à l'extérieur, le JS99, et Ewancio à l'intérieur, le JS45. Et Stewart, c'est l'homme à battre. True Love est 4e et Brendan Langford dans le Crabster est 5e. Il va rester 2 tours à faire pour Jimmy Stewart.
Jimmy Stewart comes off the exit of turn number 2. The JS10 Yump and Yiminy's got a nice, comfortable advantage. We'll call it about 20 boat lengths over top of Samantha Watsu on the inside and Alex DeWatt on the outside. Nice battle shaping up for second place on the podium as they come around and complete lap number 2. So Stewart leads, Samantha runs in second, Alex DeWatt runs in third, Courtney Truelove runs in 4th, and Abigail Langford runs in 5th. About halfway through the Jersey Speed Skiff final, we're 2.5 in, 1.5 to go, and it's all Jimmy Stewart.
Et là, Ewancio a réussi à s'éloigner de Roy pour la 2e place, mais le Very Cherry résiste aux assauts de Samantha Ewancio. Le In the Red et le Very Cherry. Et Stewart va se faire montrer le drapeau blanc pour une autre victoire. Je crois que ça en sera une 5e de suite à Valleyfield.
Off the exit of turn 2, off for lap number 3. It'll be the white flag this time by. One more lap around for the JS10. The Yump and Yiminy and Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio. A comfortable advantage over top of Samantha on the inside and Alex DeWatt on the outside. Samantha Watsu and Jerry Watsu in the JS45 in the red, currently running in second. Alex DeWatt trying to make up ground as they head down here to turn number 1. Courtney Truelove and they go and skip it crazy, runs in 4th position, and Abigail Langford running in 5th. But off the exit of 1, off lap number 4, Jimmy Stewart got a nice lead, but a nice battle for second between the 45 and the 99.
Belle bagarre entre le 99 et le 45 qui ne lâche pas. Tantôt, on a vu De Roy venir chercher Ewancio au fil d'arrivée. Est-ce que ce sera encore le cas? Mais l'homme vainqueur ici, ce sera Jimmy Stewart de Cambridge au Maryland.
Off the exit of turn number 2, coming way wide. He's going to give a shout to the fans here in Valleyfield. But your unofficial winner of the Jersey Speed Skiff final, the JS10, Jimmy Stewart and Pegawancio, a battle for second on the inside, the 45 on the outside, the 99, Samantha and Jerry Will. Oh my goodness, once again it's close. The 45 and the 99, I don't know. I'm splitting hairs there if you ask me. I have no idea who won that final, so who ran second between the 45 and the 99. Courtney Truelove comes across in 5th, and the 41, Abigail Langford. I'm sorry, Courtney True Level come across in 4th, and Abigail Langford. Jimmy Stewart went back to the pits. He forgot he's got to come to the victory, Doc Nicholas. He went all the way back to the pit area.
Oui, possiblement par
It's been so long since we had a final. He forgot to come back to the victory, Doc.
Oui, Jimmy Stewart qui va revenir au quai des champions. Et John va aller l'interviewer pour savoir ses états d'âme. Lui et Peg Ewancio. I think, John, it's a 6 consecutive win since he broke
it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of consecutive wins for the 10.
And Alexandre Leroy finished second.
So Alex Leroy did get second over top of Samantha Wancio. And here comes Jimmy coming back out. I'm going to have to run down here and do this interview with Jimmy and Peg. But congratulations to the JS10, the Yumpin' Yiminy, your winner of the Jersey Speed Skiff Final. And while I head downstairs, why don't you get everybody ready for the Formula R Final, get that set up for everybody. I'll come back in just a minute. I got to head downstairs and do this interview.
Alors, Jimmy Stewart qui fait son tour d'honneur. Et depuis qu'il a brisé la séquence de Tom Pacradoni, Jimmy Stewart, mesdames et messieurs, champion Jersey Speed Skiff à Valleyfield. Et les beignes! Oh, oh, oh! Jimmy Stewart! Et la finale de la classe Jersey Speed Skiff aurait été une fière présentation de l'ESAG. Merci à eux pour leur participation à cette finale. Et dans quelques instants, on aura la finale Formule R présentée par Microbrasserie du Vieux-Canal.
Cette classe, je dirais même familiale, là. Les sœurs, les frères, tout le monde qui est là-dedans. Magnifique embarcation qui est le JS10. Jimmy Stewart et Peg Ewancio, on les applaudit très fort, mesdames et messieurs. Alors, le quai des champions est au pied de la stade Prestige. Alors, ils vont monter sur le quai dans quelques minutes. Et on pourra les entendre avec une entrevue avec John Tomey dans quelques secondes. Alors, comme on vous l'a dit, il y a des bourses de relier maintenant aux gagnants des différentes finales. Et là, c'est le Sage Incorporé qui offre une bourse aux pilotes.
All right, Jimmy, congratulations once again. Your winner here at the Jersey Speed Skiff Final one more time. Jimmy Stewart, how's it feel to win once again here in Valleyfield?
Oh, un peu technique au micro.
Hey, we're live! There we go.
Ça marche.
Thank you guys for coming. Hey, answer your question, John. It's always awesome coming here. It's all about these people. This is why we come. It's about making all these people having a great time and watching some great boat racing. Yeah, absolutely. You brought 4 boats here. Talk to us about your kids running behind you there. Everybody's a family in the Stewart family. I think you finished 1, 3, and 4 today. Yeah, 1, 3, and 4 in the final. It's great. I'll tell you one thing. We went into the final, and the family boats were 1, 2, 3, 4. So can't be any more proud of that. My girls did a great job. My niece and my brother-in-law, awesome job. You can see what Valleyfield does to you. It's all emotional, man. It's great coming here.
Mr. Beck, you pick it up a little bit. A great win for your family. I mean, 4 boats coming here. Talk to us a little bit about what it's like for you riding alongside Jimmy all these years.
Oh, it's just amazing. And to do this 6 in a row is something we never could have dreamed of. I'm so proud of our entire family. The girls driving the other 3 skiffs. My daughter winning high points in U.S. and Canada last year. First woman in history to ever do that. So proud of my family.
Absolutely. Congratulations. Your 6-time winners in a row. Jimmy Stewart, Pagawatsi of the JS10 Yumpin Yimini.
6 fois champion, Eric. Et eux, ce qui est intéressant, c'est qu'ils viennent en famille. 4 bateaux ici même, c'est de la famille là, qui représente. Donc c'était très émotif pour Jimmy Stewart.
Ce qu'on a indiqué, ils ont terminé en 1e, 3e, 4e et 5e position. Et sa fille, sa nièce, son beau-frère. Et 6e fois champion, alors qu'on asperge de champagne la foule. Et il a dit ce qu'il aime, c'est venir ici, faire plaisir à la foule. C'est des triples de...
All right, Jimmy Stewart Pagawatsi celebrating another win, 6 wins in a row here in Valleyfield for that JS10 Yumpin Yimini. Coming up next, Formula R final, 8-boat final scheduled to come out on the race course for you here in just a second. Stick around, it should be a matter of seconds before we get to stand by and ready to go for that for that Formula R final coming up next.
Finale classe Formule R. On aura à l'intérieur le Formax piloté par Francis Sauvé. Aujourd'hui, le Supernova de Benjamin Léger. Le R21, le R50 de Senseless de Hayden Sauvé. Le 55 de Gustave Ebo, le My Way. Le R104 de Lucas Desrochers, le D-Rock Racing. Le R910 de Marc Lalonde qui remplace Justin L'Espérance. Le R11 de Bennett Armstrong conduit par Garrett Hoff ce week-end. Le R113 de Marcel Descoteaux qui est encore sous restriction. Et attention, on doit s'attendre à toute une bagarre pour la victoire. Celui qui a rapporté les 2 victoires depuis le début de la saison, c'est l'équipe du Formax. Est-ce que leurs séquences vont se poursuivre ou vont-elles s'arrêter? Et attention à Marc Lalonde, il est capable de nous sortir à la paix de son chapeau. On est à 3 minutes du départ. John, since the beginning of the season, there were 2 finals, and the 2 finals were won by the 817.
Yeah, but you're right, Nicholas. 2 finals have been run. One in Cambridge and one in Brockville. And the 817 team has won both of them. Francis Suave, and they are set up to win again. They're in the inside lane here for this 7-boat final, or 8-boat final, excuse me, as all 8 boats have made it out onto the race course. Coming on your screen right now, you'll see down the start-finish line, that's the 11. Driven today by Garrett Huff. At 55, Gustav Himbel, who got his first ever heat victory earlier today. Down in turn number 2 right now, that's a 9-10, driven by Mark Lalonde this afternoon. The 104, Lucas Desrochers. Coming through turn number 2 right now on your screen. The 910, the 104 coming across our finish line right now. Going into turn 2, that's the 113. There's a good shot in the 910 and the 104. Formula R final. Remember, this is our rookie class. The guys that have just been in the sport for a few years or just started out. They're going to go 8 wide for the first time here this weekend. So far, it's been 6 boat heats, but we're going to go 8 wide here. Formula R final. Here's the 2 boats that I think you got to look out for. The 817 on the inside and the 50 on the outside. Francis Suave will have lane 1. Aiden Sobey will be trying to do it from lane number 3. We are 1 minute to the start, 1 minute away. Formula R final. We'll get them lined up for you as they head towards the back stretch. And 51 seconds. Lane number 1 will be the 817. The 4MAX Racing of Francis Suave. Lane number 2 will be the 21, the Supernova. Benjamin Leger. Lane 3 will be the 50 of Aiden Sovey in the Senseless Racing. Lane number 4 will be the 55, the My Way, Gustav Humble. Lane 6 will be the 104, D-Rock Racing, Lucas Desrochers. The 910 of Mark Milan. The 11 of Garrett Huff, and on the outside, the 113 of Marcel Descoteaux. We're 17 seconds away. Formula R final here at the 86th edition of the Valleyfield Regatta is 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark. Looks like a clean start. Garrett Huff will lead him from lane number 7. We're watching the boats to the inside. The 817 and the 50. Wow, it's going to get tight down there in turn number 1. All 8 boats. Somebody, it's Aiden Sovey got spun out down in turn number 1. But it's the 817 and the 55 coming off the exit of 1.
Alors c'est Sauvé, Bon et Desrochers. Et Léger qui est dans le coup aussi. On est à 4. Et Lalonde qui remonte aussi. Wow, quel spectacle. Gustave Bon qui impressionne dans le My Way. Est-ce que Sauvé peut viser une 3e victoire consécutive? Il a presque perdu la maîtrise.
Francis Suave will come off the exit pit of turn number 2. Just got word from the tower. It's a legal start. So Suave and the 817 is your leader. But how about Gustav Humble having a great ride in 2nd position? Lucas Desrochers on the outside in 3rd. Benjamin Leger in 4th. Garrett Huff in 5th. Marcus Descoteaux in 6th. Mark the line in 7th. Through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. We go 5 times around. The 817 leads, but the 55 is coming.
Attention à Beau et Desrochers aussi qui s'amène. Est-ce que Sauvé peut remporter une 3e victoire pour le Fort-Max cette saison? Et Beau ne lâche pas dans le My Way. Desrochers est 3e et Off est actuellement 5e derrière Benjamin Léger qui va, je crois, s'arrêter.
Suave comes up the exit of turn number 2 to complete lap 2. 2 down, 3 to go here in the Formula R final. The 817 4MAX Racing looking to go 3 for 3 in the 3 finals that we've run this season. Gustav Humble runs in 2nd. Lucas Desrochers runs in 3rd. Benjamin Leger runs in 4th. Garrett Huff runs in 5th. Mark Lalonde in 6th. Marcel Descoteaux in 7th. But it's a 2 Rouge-Tail advantage off the exit of 1 here on lap number 4.
On est au 4e tour et là, le Fort-Max s'envole de plus en plus vers la victoire alors que Lalonde navire passé 5e aux côtés de Garrett Huff. Il faudra voir aussi s'il y avait la place au départ pour Aiden Sovey. Le drapeau blanc s'en montrer un tour à faire.
Coming around and complete lap number 4. And it's the 817 of 4MAX Racing. Your leader, Gustav Humble in the My Way. Running in 2nd. Lucas Desrochers moved up to 3rd. Benjamin Leger is in 4th position. The 910 in the 5th. Garrett Huff in 6th. Marcus Descoteaux in 7th. but it's the 8-17 still with a nice, comfortable advantage.
Alors, et là, quelle bagarre pour la troisième entre Léger et Desrochers. Est-ce que Léger peut même viser la deuxième place face à Gustave Imbeau dans ce quatrième tour de piste? Toutes mes excuses. Il va rester, je crois, un tour à faire.
Francis Suave come around to get the white flag. One more time around for the 8-17 Max Racing. The battle is for second between the 55, the 21, and the 104 as they come on across start-finish line to complete their fourth lap. But through the apex of turn number 1 for the final time here on Sunday, the 8-17 Max Racing has the lead.
Un demi-parcours à faire. Est-ce qu'on vise le tour du chapeau cette saison? Mais Léger, qui n'est pas très loin de Gustave Imbeau pour la deuxième place. Ça va être à suivre pour la deuxième manche du podium dans le dernier virage. Mais l'équipe du Max aura de quoi à célébrer. L'ancien Cannonball, l'ancien Canada Girl va venir retrouver une place où il est habitué d'être ce bateau au quai des champions. Victoire de Francis Sauvé. Et là pour la deuxième, Imbeau, Léger, devant Imbeau, Desrochers troisième, va terminer quatrième. Cinquième, ce sera Marc Lalonde dans le Lalo Racing. Marcel Descoteaux va terminer sixième. Et septième, ce sera Bennett Armstrong, remplacé par Garrett Huff. Mais est-ce qu'il y aura des appels? Ça, c'est la question qu'on se pose parce que Hayden Sauvy n'avait pas de place au départ. Et là, ce sera à voir. Mais on remercie le commanditaire de cette finale, Microbrasserie du Vieux-Canal pour la Formule R. Donc,
3 finals run this weekend, or I'm sorry, 3 finals run this season, and the 8-17 has won all 3 of them. Francis Suave won the final in Cambridge. Renaud Samar won it in Brockville, and then Francis is back behind the wheel today. So that 8-17 team looking good here in 2026, and they get a final victory here in the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. I know that local team is going to feel good about getting a win here in Valleyfield.
Well, we asked all the votes to go inside the pit, so probably there's a call. I don't know who.
Oh, okay.
But for now, no votes. It's bringing back on the winner duck.
All right, so what Nick's saying is we're waiting to see if there were any calls during the heat. It was tight. It was tight down there in turn number 1, but it looks like Francis Suave is going to make his way back out to the winner's dock. And he'll be interviewed by Luigi and Eric, because I don't speak French, so I mean, it's just not, it wouldn't be possible for me to interview
Non,
him.
c'est impossible de croire que ce bateau-là va extrêmement bien avec le moteur Honda. Ça, c'est l'ancien Cannonball de Donald le Duc, qui a déjà gagné 3 fois ici et une autre fois avec Stéphanie Blain aux commandes, aux reprises des activités après la pandémie. Et ce sera une 4e victoire pour eux cette saison, puisque à Sorel, il n'y avait pas eu de finale. Et du côté de Cambridge et de Brockville, il y a 2 semaines, on a remporté les finales. Et Francis, qui vient de la course sur glace, sera certainement très heureux. Le Max, alors que le drone le suit de très près, sera certainement heureux. Machine de course signalée au quart de tour. Le 8-17.
Dans les gradins, puis c'est ce que tu avais dit la première fois que je les avais rencontrés, on était tannés d'être sur quai ou dans les gradins, ils veulent aller dans le show, ils ne sont pas juste dans le show, ils sont champions du show.
Finale Formule R. Next race will be
puis Lacoste au quai des champions.
Formula F, sponsored by Valleyfield.
sort.
Ben oui.
On l'applaudit, c'est votre champion formulaire! Francis Sauvé. Renaud qui vient l'accueillir. C'est un week-end de rêve pour eux, là.
Oui, absolument.
Wow! L'accueil triomphal.
Devant les siens.
On l'entend jusqu'ici, il y a une bonne voix. Toute l'équipe est là, tu comprends que c'est une belle gang qui se soutient.
Oui, absolument. Victoire très émotive. Alors, on l'attend sur la petite plateforme. Mesdames et messieurs, votre champion Formule R, Francis Sauvé!
Francis Renaud, félicitations.
Merci, merci.
À quel point c'est un rêve que tu viens d'accomplir d'être champion des Régates de Valleyfield?
Depuis 3 ans, j'attends ça.
Wow. Si tu permets de la course, la Formule 1, la compétition est très relevée, ça prenait un bon départ. Comment est-ce que tu as vécu ta course de champion?
Avec mon super spotter qui m'a gagé tout le temps. On a fait des beaux times toute la semaine. La fin de semaine, on a été sans gauche. Merci tout le monde!
Qu'est-ce qu'elle a de spécial, celle-là? Parce que depuis le début de l'année, là, vous les avez toutes gagnées en fait, mais tu sais, Valleyfield, elle doit avoir une saveur particulière.
Ouais, Valleyfield, on est chez nous, tout le monde la veut, mais là, c'est nous autres qui l'a eu. Tous les fans sont ici pour nous autres. Yes, sir!
Les gars, félicitations, vous ne l'avez pas volé, bien mérité pour vous deux. Bravo, les gars!
Merci!
Le champion Valleyfield, Formule 1, Francis Sauvé, et son coéquipier Renaud Simard, avec le champagne, et c'est parti! On s'arrête le temps d'une courte pause et retour. La finale en Hydro 350.
All right, so we did have a call there in the Formula R. The winner is the 817, but the call was on the 21 for coming over on the 50, as you saw Aiden Sovey spin out down there in turn number 1 on the first lap. So, unfortunately for Aiden, but a good victory for the Francis Suave and the Formax Racing team to get the victory there in heat. Or I'm sorry, in the final. Up next, Formula F final, sponsored by Honda Valleyfield. And John Shaw's got the inside lane over top of Eddie Camfush. Both of them are perfect on the weekend. They have not faced each other yet, but it will be determined here as Eddie's going to be in lane 2 and John will have lane number 1. It's going to be hard if that boat's running well for Eddie to drive around John, but we'll wait and see. The 555 has surprised me. They've had a great weekend. Mark Lecomte driving the 555 Happy Sunny now. They actually defeated Eddie Camfush in the final qualifier a little bit earlier today. So Formula F final coming up next. All right, 5-minute gun has sounded. Formula F final, 8 boats, all 8 that was showed up here this weekend will make the final. It's been a battle all weekend long between Eddie Campouche and John Shaw, but they have not met yet. 5 qualification heats were run. Eddie Campouche had a great Friday. John Shaw had a penalty on Friday. It pushed him out to lane number 7, not able to have really any competition between him and Eddie and John was null and void on Friday with the fact that John had to start in lane number 7. Now it's flipped. John will have lane number 1. Eddie will have lane number 2 for this Formula F final sponsored by Honda Valleyfield as they make their way out onto the race course. Hopefully all 7 make the call. We're 4 minutes away, Nick.
Alors à l'intérieur, ce serait le Tenacity de John Shaw qui a eu une fin de semaine parfaite jusqu'ici. Il aura à ses côtés Eddie Campouche dans le Viper. Marc Lecomte sera dans le 3e couloir, lui qui a gagné ce matin le 5-5-5. Mathis Gabriel Chiasson, le How, sera dans le 4e couloir. Carl Hayes, qui a pas un très beau son jusqu'à maintenant, sera dans le 5e couloir. Kenan Brody III sera dans le 6e. Kevin Smith dans le 7e. Et Adam Carruthers sera dans le 8e couloir. Alors, on l'attendait, cette course entre Eddie Campouche et John Shaw. John Shaw qui a gagné l'an dernier au point. Et lors de la dernière présentation de finale en 2023, il avait remporté. Alors, il est l'homme à battre ici à Valleyfield.
All right, 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes to the start. Formula F final here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta. Formula F sponsored by Honda Valleyfield this weekend. John Shaw coming across on a timing run, followed up by Matisse Gabriel Treshawn. There's Adam Carruthers. Good to see the 38 Heron Trucker Racing back up and running. Eddie Campouche coming through turn number 2 right now in the F-16, the Viper. 35. Of Kyle Hayes coming by. 2:25 from the start. Here comes Kevin Smith on the outside. Mark Lecomte driving the 555. Ken Brody the third driving the 50 comes across start-finish line. Nicholas, we're 2 minutes from the start, 2 minutes away, Formula F final.
Alors, pas besoin de vous dire à quoi qu'on peut s'attendre. Et Eddie Campouche, lui, n'aura pas terminé puisqu'il lui reste une autre finale à disputer, celle du H350, qui aura lieu tout de suite après celle-ci. Donc, s'il gagne, il y aura certainement un petit délai là, pour permettre à Campouche d'aller se placer convenablement dans la bête noire. Mais attention, Kenan Brody peut jouer les troubles de fête, tout comme Marc Lecomte dans le Happy Sunny qui a remporté toute une qualification plus tôt aujourd'hui. Qui sera le vainqueur de ces 86e Régates de Valleyfield en Formule F, qui est anciennement appelée Formule 2500 et qui nous ont donné tout un spectacle cette saison. Et on remercie Valleyfield Honda pour les avoir commandités ce week-end.
All right, 1 minute to the start. Formula F final. Let's get them lined up for you. The 92, John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland, in the Tenacity. He'll have lane number 1. Eddie Campouche out of Grand Island, New York, in the Viper will have lane number 2. Lane number 3 will be the 555. Mark Lecomte in the Happy Sunny. Lane number 3 will be the 57 of Matisse Gabriel Chason. Kyle Hayes will be in lane number 5. Lane number 6 will be the 50 of Ken Brody III. Kevin Smith will be in lane number 7, and on the outside will be the 38, the Heron Trucker Racing of Adam Carruthers. We're 20 seconds from the start. Formula F final. They're up just a little bit early. We'll go 5 times around here in Formula F final. All 8 of them. Kyle Hayes back a little bit as we are 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, we got gun jumpers. We'll have to wait and see. At least 2 or 3 of them are over. Go ahead down here to turn number 1. John Shaw was really late at the start. They'll go through the apex of one, and Eddie Campouche,
Oh,
your
là!
leader, Shaw, goes through the tail. So it's Campouche in the F16. You're leading with Matisse Gabriel Chasson right there on the outside, but it's Campouche leading off of
Eddie
one.
Campouche a réussi son départ. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé du côté de John Shaw? Je l'ai vu coupé à l'intérieur et là, il semble avoir des problèmes. Et Marc Lecomte est aux trousses. Est-ce qu'il a devancé le départ? Campouche qui mène.
Off the exit of 2, Eddie Campouche will come around and complete lap number 1. We'll wait to see if there's any gun jumpers. We know there's a couple, but Eddie Campouche will lead lap number 1. Martin Lecomte runs in second. Matisse Gabriel Jason runs in third. The 50 and Kevin Murray the third runs in fourth. Kevin Smith running in fifth. Adam Carruthers runs in sixth. John Shaw runs in seventh, and Kyle Hayes runs in eighth. But through the top end of the race course, it's the 16. Eddie Campouche off the exit of 1.
Et Marc Lecomte, là, s'éloigne. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé du côté de John Shaw? Et regardez Brody, là, qui est quatrième, alors que Smith et Carruthers se battent pour la 6e place.
Off the exit of 2, Eddie Campouche, your leader, coming around to complete lap number 2. 2 down and 3 to go here in the Formula F final. The F16, the Viper, looking for some clean water on the outside of this 8-mode final. 555 from Martin Lecomte runs in second. The 57. Matisse Gabriel Jason runs in third. Ken Brody the third runs in fourth. Kevin Smith and Adam Carruthers in fifth and sixth. But down the backstretch, halfway through this Formula F final, and Eddie Campouche has opened it up.
Et là, les positions demeurent échangées. John Shaw qui a perdu son aileron stabilisateur. Oh, alors voilà pourquoi il ne peut pas plus pousser la machine. Et Campouche est à 2 tours d'une consécration.
They come off the exit pit at turn number 2 to complete lap number 3. 3 down and 2 to go for Eddie Campouche in the 16, the Viper. He won the Friday final earlier in the weekend. Trying to win the Sunday final here today. Martin Lecomte having a great run in the Happy Sunday, running in second. The 57 of Matisse Gabriel Jason runs in third. Ken Brady the third runs in fourth. But we're 3.5 in, 1.5 to go, and Eddie Campouche still leads.
Et Marc Lecomte qui est toujours deuxième. Et j'ai hâte de voir ce qui s'est passé avec John Shaw parce qu'il a perdu son aileron stabilisateur. Et là, s'il y a des pilotes qui ont devancé, il faudra voir. Il va rester un tour à faire à cette finale Formule F.
Off the exit of 2 to come around and complete lap number 4. It'll be the white flag this time by. So one more lap around for Eddie Campouche in the 16. Martin Lecomte runs in second. Matisse Gabriel Jason runs in third. Fourth position, Ken Brody the third. But off the exit of turn number 2, Eddie Campouche, the F16, the Viper, takes it down the backstretch. There were some gun jumpers, but Eddie was not one of them, so he is legal as he comes down here into turn number 2. He'll be looking for the checker flag this time by as John Shaw's going to go really wide, but he'll come off the exit pin. And the F16 on your screen, the Viper, Eddie Campouche, Grand Isle, New York, your unofficial winner of the Sunday final in the Formula F. Second place, a great run for this Happy Sunday team. They'll get second. Martin Lecomte to the 555. Third, Matisse Gabriel Jason will round out the podium in third position. Fourth place will go to Ken Brody the third. Fifth, go to Adam Carruthers. Sixth, we'll go to Kevin Smith. John Shaw will get seventh, and eighth, we'll go to Kyle Hayes in the 35. Now all that is unofficial, as we did have some gun jumpers, and we'll relay that in a second. The unofficial winner was not a gun jumper, but there was issues down in turn 1. So we will have to wait and see if there's any calls related to turn number 1. But right now, unofficially, Eddie Campouche, your winner of the Formula F final.
Oui, pour l'instant, de façon non officielle, c'est Eddie Campouche le meneur. Mais on va attendre de voir parce que John Shaw n'a pas eu de place au départ. Et là, faut voir s'il y a des pénalités qui impliquent les canne-fouches. Donc, il faut voir. Mais lui, il n'a pas terminé. Eddie Canfouche, il lui reste une autre finale à faire. Et c'est la finale H350. Alors, il n'aura pas vraiment le temps de se reposer puisqu'il doit retourner dans la bête noire, le Black Beast. Et on va attendre de voir si tout est confirmé dans quelques instants. L'entrevue avec le vainqueur.
All right, we're just waiting for official word from the tower. As everybody is just waiting to hear if it's official. Eddie Catfish will circle back around, I think. No, you're good. And they'll come back around here to the victory dock. So unofficially your winner, the F-16 Eddie Campush. Got the lid up, so he might be getting a word that I haven't gotten. But I know they are looking at video from that first turn. But if everything's right, Eddie Campush walked away with this final, and he's the winner here in Valleyfield.
Alors, nous allons parler à Eddie Canfouche en entrevue avec John Tomey ici. Le temps de saluer quelques personnes sur le site. L'anniversaire de Caroline Pilon. Elle a 35 ans aujourd'hui de la part de Guy Collin. Alors, salutations aux autres. Merci d'être là. Les gens d'Aston. On salue la famille Arsenault également dans les loges. Alors, la famille Arsenault, salut à vous. Merci d'être là. Alors qu'on attend toujours notre champion qui monte sur le podium. Mesdames et messieurs, on accueille le toujours très sympathique et souriant monsieur Eddie Canfouche.
All right, once again, you won it on Friday, Eddie. You had to come back. A little bit of adversity today, but you come back and win the Sunday final here in Valleyfield. How's it feel, my man?
This is incredible. This is the best place in the world to race a hydroplane, and I'm so glad I get to come here every year.
Absolutely, man. This fans on the shoreline, they've been standing up for you since you went out onto the race course. Really tight when you get in there into turn number one. You didn't have the inside lane on John, but you beat him at the start, and you beat him through turn number one.
Yeah, we played chicken all the way up the backstretch, and we were dragging each other forward, and I knew that I had marks for doing that. I didn't know if he did too. So he was pretty late on the start, and then some boats on the outside kind of crowded us into one. I know John lost his lane, but I was basically on top of the next guy, so not much I can do there. But yeah, no, it was going to take John messing up his start for me to win this one, and that's exactly what happened.
Absolutely. Talk to us a little bit about your sponsors and your family and everybody that helps you put this F-16 together, man.
Thanks for another softball.
Gotcha.
Well, this year, my dad took ownership of the boat. He runs my radios. He does all the work on the boat. I don't really do a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. I make it look pretty, and you're not supposed to back me up there. my mom and my girlfriend Emily support us the whole summer, even though we take all their time away. The entire GP50 team is still behind us. Don Les got this whole thing started for me 5 years ago, and this one's definitely for him. And our sponsors, Greg Isaac with Goldfather. I'm sure he's pretty happy with this one. I'll probably call him in a little bit after I run the next boat, but it's just, I don't even know what to say.
All right, man, we're getting that 350. Your winner of the Formula F final, Eddie Kempouche. Eddie, go back on the jet ski. Go back on the jet ski, Eddie. Hurry up.
Alors, il va falloir que notre pilote gagnant retourne en sidou. Il sera dans la prochaine finale, Eric.
Ouais, on appelle le temps, c'est-à-dire qu'il faut que je sois rapide dans tout cet après-midi.
Exact.
Il y aura probablement peut-être un petit délai, mais ça va nous permettre de traduire un peu les propos qu'il vient de dire à l'ami John Tomey. D'abord, il a dit c'est la meilleure place pour gagner. Il apprécie beaucoup les fans et vraiment un week-end parfait. Des années un peu plus laborieuses ici. Il a parlé de la procédure du départ. Il a été un peu plus... on a vu 4 embarcations comme au départ. J'ai été un peu check-in. Lui, il voulait être sûr d'être légal au départ. Un peu comme John Shaw, il dit le but c'était d'être le premier devant. Il n'a pas trop vu, il a su à un certain moment que John Shaw avait été.
All right, so Eddie Kempouche is your winner of the Formula F final officially. We did have some gun jumpers of 50, 57, 38, and 26 all jumped the gun. We are getting some updated penalties. Also a P9 on the 57, not holding his lane. So a lot of penalties in that Formula F final there, but congratulations Eddie Kempouche getting right back on the jet ski you see there on our TV screen. He's got to get in the boat for that H350 final. He'll be the trailer in Eric McKenna's H999, the Black Beast. So coming up next, H350 final, followed by Pro Hydro final, and then we'll end the day with the Grand Prix final. Stick around. Coming up next, H350 final.
Première place, 3 présences en finale, que des victoires.
Faire attention à quoi?
À toi, Innocent.
Il y a une saine compétition entre nos deux, c'est le fun.
On va-tu le réessayer?
Quand ça frotte là, ça glisse.
Quand j'ai commencé à courir, j'avais 17 ans.
On s'en va en finale!
Ça fait partie de la game, puis on fait juste embarquer pour continuer après.
Love hockey?
check out bet99.net.
Le Journal de Montréal et le Journal de Québec. Téléchargez l'application.
All right, here we go. H350 final, making their way out on to the race course, sponsored by Grace Canada. We'll have 6 boats on the front line and 1 trailer as they make their way out of the pit area. All 7 have made their way out. 4 minutes, 6 seconds to the start. Nick, this is going to be a really good one. It stacks up to look really good on paper. I hope it turns out that way. We're 3:55 from the start.
Oui, alors à l'intérieur, ce sera Nicolas Rousse qui a une fin de semaine parfaite depuis hier. Il aura à ses côtés Jacob Hainaut dans le H2. Andrew Tate sera dans le 3e couloir, qui sera dans le même couloir en Grand Prix. Dans le 4e couloir, ce sera Martin Rochon et le 773. Il aura Francis Côté dans le 5e couloir. Danny Léger sera dans le 6e corridor. Et en position remorque, ce sera Eddie Canfoot qui est tout juste de remporter la finale en Formule F. Alors, à surveiller, c'est celui qui a fait une semaine parfaite. 3 victoires en 3 départs. Nicolas Rousse, qui est d'ailleurs le commanditaire principal de la finale pour la finale Hydro 350.
All right, if you haven't been with us, the way it worked out, Nick Roos was the top point getter. He's got lane number 1 here in the final. He did not have to qualify through the semifinals. He made it directly into the final. He was the only boat. Everybody else, 12 boats, the next 12 in line had to go through semifinal A or semifinal B. After semifinal A, Jacob Hainaut, Danny Leger, and Francis Cote made the final. After semifinal B, the 300, Andrew Tate, Eddie Campouche, and Martin Rochon made the final. After they determined who made the final, then they went off a time to determine the lane assignments here in the 350 final. And it'll be the 225. Obviously, he qualified directly in. He'll have lane 1. Jacob Hainaut will be in 2. The 300, Andrew Tate will be in 3. Martin Rochon will be in 4. Francis Cote will be in 5. 666, Daniel Leger will be on the outside in 6. And then Eddie Campouche will be the trailer. 145 away, 145 away, Nick. As we get ready to go for H350 Finals, sponsored by Grace Canada.
Oui, alors pour la finale, ce n'est pas Grace Canada qui la commandite, c'est Remorquage Salaberry-de-Valleyfield. Donc, Nicolas Rousse est le commanditaire de cette finale. Hâte de voir Andrew Tate dans le Pennzoil, partira du 3e couloir. Est-ce que Rousse peut remporter une 2e finale consécutive, mais une première à Valleyfield? C'est ce qu'on saura dans à peu près 5 minutes. Alors, à l'intérieur, on aura Nicolas Rousse dans le 225, Jacob Hainaut dans le 2e couloir.
All right, inside, 1 minute to go, 55 seconds to the start, H350 final, sponsored by Grace Canada. Here at the 86th Annual Valleyfield Regatta, we are 45 seconds away. The boats will start to get lined up down here in turn number 1. As we said, Nick Roos, automatic transfer to the final, top point getter on the weekend. He'll have lane number 1 in the 225, the Roos Motorsports. Lane number 2, Jacob Hainaut in the Novo Racing out of Beauharnois, Quebec, Canada. He's had a great weekend. He'll be in lane 2. Lane 3 will be Andrew Tate out of Wild Lake, Michigan in the 300, the Pennzoil. Lane number 4 will be the 773. Martin Rochon in the RTX sponsored 773. Francis Cote in the Yellow Torpedo will be in lane number 5. Danny Leger will be in the Carbotech, lane number 6. And the trailer will be the 999 of Eddie Campouche as we are 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I think we might have a couple over. We'll wait and see, but Andrew Tate will lead them down into turn number 1. Everybody got to hold their lane all the way through the apex of 1, and Nick Roos will get there first. He'll turn left first. The 225, Roos Motorsports is your leader, but he's got a bevy of boats on the outside, including Andrew Tate.
Nicolas Rousse en tête. Andrew Tate est 2e. 3e, c'est Jacob Hainaut. Dans le Nouveau Racing, Côté est 4e. Où est Martin Rochon? Il est actuellement 5e. Alors Nicolas Rousse en terre dans le 2-2-5.
Off the exit of 2, we just got word from the tower. It's a clean start. So this is for the lead. Nick Roos on the inside, Andrew Tate on the outside. Two veteran H350 racers going side by side for the lead here in Valleyfield. Jacob Haydu back to third position. Francis Cote having a heck of a run. Back and forth, and Dan Leger in fifth. Down into turn number 1. It's Nick Roos leading by about 3 to 4 boat lengths, but Andrew Tate's on his outside.
Andrew Tate remonte. Le 2-2-5, mais là qui se donne une écart de une queue d'eau. Et qui est troisième, c'est Jacob Hainaut. Mais attention, Francis Côté. Peut-il viser un podium? Mais Andrew Tate au trousses du 2-2-5 avec 2 tours de complété.
Off the exit of 2, Nick Roos with about a Roos tail advantage. The 225 has been untouchable this season. He'll come across start-finish line. Complete lap number 2. 2 down, 3 to go. He's got a 2 Roos tail advantage over top of Andrew Tate in the Pennzoil. Jacob Haydu running in third position. Francis Cote in fourth. Fifth is Danny Leger. Man, he tapped the transom. But as they come off of 1, we're halfway through the 350 final, and it's Nick Roos.
On est à la mi-course. C'est Nicolas Ross. C'est à 2 tours et demi de vivre son plus grand rêve. Lui qui sera de toute façon assuré de quitter vers North Tonawanda en tête du championnat. Tate ne tente nullement de le remonter. Hainaut est troisième.
Coming around to complete lap number 3. 3 down, 2 to go. Nick Roos in the 225, the Roos Motorsports. What a story this would be. He took 2 full seasons off to go car racing. He's back in inboard hydroplanes, and he is leading the Valleyfield final here in the 225 Roos Motorsports. Andrew Tate still runs in second. Jacob Haydu having a heck of a weekend, runs in third, and Francis Cote in fourth. Off the exit of 1 here on lap number 4 is Nick Roos.
On est au 4e tour. Andrew Tate. Hainaut est troisième. Côté 4e. Et Martin Rochon n'a pas la puissance qu'il avait depuis le début du week-end. Il va rester un tour à faire pour Nicolas Rousse. Quelle histoire ce serait!
Coming around to get the white flag this time by. One more lap around. Can Nick Roos hold on for one more lap? What a comeback story this would be for the 225. Nick Roos heads down into turn number 1 here on the 5th and final lap. He's got 2 full Rooster tails over top of Andrew Tate running back in second, and Jacob Haydu running in third. He comes off the exit pin down the backstretch here on lap number 5. Half a lap away from a tremendous comeback story victory for this 225 as he heads down into turn number 2. Chime walks it down there in the 225, hitting those headwinds down into turn number 2 for the 5th and final time. Tate still runs in second. Nick Roos comes off the exit pin, lap traffic in front, but he's going to come a little bit wide. Now he goes back to the inside. Your winner of the 350 final, Nicholas Roos in the 225. Andrew Tate will get second position into 300 to Pennzoil. Third will go to Jacob Haynu. A great weekend for Jacob in the Novo Racing. Fourth, Francis Cote in the Yellow Torpedo. Fifth, Danny Leger, who tapped the transom on lap number 4. 773, Martin Rochon will end up in 5th. And the 999 of Eddie Campouche will round out the field. But a great story is Nick Roos. That's 2 perfect weekends in a row for Roos. He won in Brockville, perfect 4 for 4. He comes here to Valleyfield, except for the Friday final. He really had a great weekend. And what a comeback story, as I said during the call. But Nick Roos was out of the sport for 2 years. He comes back and he wins his hometown race, the biggest one of them all here in Valleyfield.
Oh, il sera certainement très ému. Nicolas Rousse, qui est de retour après 2 ans d'absence. Et si on enlève la journée de vendredi, lors des fins de semaine, il est 8 en 8. John, I never see a driver be perfect 2 weekends in a row.
Yep. Great job by Nick Roos. Great job by his team. I know he's got a bunch of guys that help him out in that 225 team, but A great comeback story, as we talked about. Sat out for 2 years, went and did a little car racing on the side all around up here in the Quebec area, but good to see him back on the waters here on the Robert Theoret Racecourse. And Nick Roos, unofficially, your winner of the 350 final here in Valleyfield. So he'll come to the winner's dock. He'll get interviewed by Luigi and Eric, but this is going to be a great story. That they'll probably write about this in the papers coming tomorrow.
Yeah. And John, the comic story is Nick Roos was the sponsor for the final. But he's got to take the money for it. And look, donuts for Nicolas Roos. But what a story for him.
He took a page out of Brandon Kennedy's book there and did a burnout. Here the crowd here at Valleyfield, they like this victory. Great win for Nick Roos of the 225 team.
Et Martin Rochon qui l'applaudissait. Quelle histoire pour le 225. Un rêve de petit gars qui doit certainement se réaliser. Pilote québécois qui l'emporte à Valleyfield. Et qui va quitter vers Tonawanda en tête du championnat avec 2 courses à faire. Son gars de communication, Max Murray, qui est là. Et on verra très certainement sa conjointe et ses enfants, ainsi que son paternel, Denis Rousse.
Oui, alors qu'il va sortir de l'épitacle. Je vous invite à faire un max.
Mesdames, messieurs, votre vainqueur, Hydro 350, Nicolas Rousse!
Wow! Qu'il est content!
Performance incroyable tout au long du week-end, n'a jamais été inquiété. Et les gens sont heureux, là, on voit, ils se sont massés le long de la clôture près du quai des champions. Son père, Denis, qui est là aussi.
Oui.
Ouais. Fête ça en famille. Il va venir sur le quai. Ouais, il est très heureux. Oui, faites du bruit, là.
Oui, absolument.
Il le mérite, il a travaillé fort. Un week-end samedi dimanche parfait.
Très émotif. Mesdames et messieurs, votre champion Hydro 350, Nicolas Rousse! Wow! Nicolas, ici à la tour, re-bienvenue à Valleyfield.
T'étais revenu...
Je suis revenu juste pour ça. Je voulais l'avoir, je l'ai eu.
Ça va remporter plusieurs victoires en carrière, mais cela a gagné à Valleyfield devant tes fans. On voit que tout le monde est heureux. Là, à quel point tu es heureux et représentatif pour toi, cette victoire-là?
Ah, c'est... Ça fait 15 ans que j'essaie de pratiquer mon texte, puis je pensais encore un matin. Les mots me manquent, mais tous ceux qui sont derrière moi depuis déjà 30 ans, je suis dans la compétition, commanditaires, amis, les équipiers, tout le monde qui m'ont aidé pour me rendre ce que je suis aujourd'hui. La famille, je ne veux pas t'oublier, mais l'équipe a travaillé fort sur le bateau tout l'hiver. C'était décourageant par bouche, je ne savais pas ce qu'on s'en allait avec ça, mais on est là aujourd'hui.
Si tu nous parles de cette course-là, tu étais le favori corridor numéro 1, est-ce que tu avais une petite pression? Comment tu as vu ça au départ? Il y a quand même la compétition est revenue à Hydro 350.
Quand je suis arrivé vendredi, j'avais dit au gars, je vais aller en finale, mais je vais pas être corridor 1. J'avais vraiment pas ça. Puis j'étais un peu en retard au départ, j'étais un peu en retard, oui. Puis il fallait vraiment que je rentre le premier dans le coin. Puis quand j'ai vu que l'espace était là, j'ai sorti en premier. Je pense que c'est à moi, il faut juste que je me concentre. Mais j'étais content parce que j'ai battu Andrew, puis Andrew, ça a peut-être été le gars que je voulais battre. Puis la dernière année que j'étais ici, il m'a eu. Fait que merci d'être venu, Andrew, t'étais la source de motivation dans cette finale-là.
Et Nicolas, il y a 2 semaines, tu m'as inscrit, c'est la première fois que tu faisais un 4 en 4 en Broadville. Tu viens de refaire un 4 en 4, tu y prends goût, là, j'imagine, rendu là dans la saison, tu as les yeux sur le championnat?
Ouais, ça fait 8 ans. Ouais, c'est... Non, c'est le fun, puis je suis revenu pour une bonne raison. J'adore le sport, puis je suis là pour continuer, puis... Écoute, quand t'as du fun dans ce que tu fais, je pense à aller tout seul.
Nicolas, t'adores le sport et le sport t'adore. caméra avec ta famille d'élite à côté. Bravo encore une fois, champion Hydro 350.
Et Eric, question spéciale, la classe Hydro 350 est présentée par Grace Canada. Et on donne une bourse maintenant à Valleyfield à la fin. Remorquage Valleyfield et remorquage Savary. Donc, Nicolas Rousse se donne lui-même la bourse.
Ouais, moi lui-même, ça serait un chèque. Ça doit être tellement gratifiant.
Oui, exact.
Tu sais, dans le genre winner takes it all, je pars avec le trophée puis le chèque. Merci. Mais vraiment, chapeau. Puis il a mentionné Andrew Tate qui était sa source de motivation. Il est venu avec le benzol. Il y a tout un départ. Il n'a jamais regardé en arrière. 8 en 8, là, si on fait exclusion de la journée du vendredi. Maintenant, au sommet du championnat, avec ce qui est malheureusement arrivé à Tommy Charlotte, et lui est à surveiller. On sait qu'il est remplacé aussi à Grand Prix.
Alors, avant-dernière finale de cette édition 2026. On aura à l'intérieur le V77 de Guillaume Charette, le V109 d'Olivier Maisonneuve, de Dominique Maisonneuve, le V19, le Do It d'Éric Labelle et le V13 de Derek Smith, puisque malheureusement l'Oiseau Bleu et le Essence 2 ont dû déclarer forfait. Alors, je ferai cette finale et John fera la description de la finale Grand Prix. Alors, Éric Labelle, tantôt, c'est une balle d'hélice qui a brisé, ce qui lui a fait perdre la vitesse. La finale Pro Hydro vous est présentée par Automobile Denis Rousse. Le Ford Max qui mène actuellement au championnat avec les abandons des pilotes précédemment. Et à surveiller Guillaume Charette dans le Essence 1. On aperçoit Éric Labelle, on est à 1,45 du départ. Derek Smith sera à l'extérieur dans le Adrenaline Rush. Est-ce que Labelle va pouvoir donner un beau spectacle, tout comme Maisonneuve, tout comme Charette et tout comme Derek Smith? On a eu le droit à des courses spectaculaires tout au long du week-end. Oh, qu'est-ce qui se passe pour Maisonneuve? Oh, Maisonneuve, là, il y a quelque chose qui... Il y a un morceau qui semble céder. Est-ce que c'en est fait? Oui, c'est terminé pour Maisonneuve. Il y a une hausse du moteur là, qui vient de céder. Alors, on est à 40 secondes. Ça sera une finale à 3. Alors, le rêve de Maisonneuve de voir papa et fiston remporter les Régates de Valleyfield sera remis à l'an prochain, puisque Maisonneuve à 14 ans pourra revenir. On a une belle vue là, des bateaux qui s'amènent vers le virage numéro 2 par Tate Myers. On est à 12 secondes. On est un peu vite. Labelle. 6 secondes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. C'est un bon départ pour Éric Labelle. Oh, Labelle là, qui pétarade. Et on sort du virage. C'est Guillaume Charette. L'essence 1 en tête. Où est Labelle? Il est à ses côtés. Et Derek Smith là, qui a perdu du rythme. Et Charette s'éloigne, lui. Ne veut pas donner de cadeaux aux autres pilotes. Et Derek Smith là, pourrait tout de même aller chercher un podium. Et Labelle qui pétarade. Mais Charette qui se pointe loin devant lui. Et le Do It qui a eu un peu de difficulté à sortir du virage. Avec un tour de complété. Le Adrenaline Rush est troisième. Derek Smith qui réussit à descendre douteux. Est-ce que c'est le limitateur de vitesse? Et Charette qui a fait le saut l'an dernier avec l'ancien Blue Water Special. Et là, vise rien de moins que la victoire ici à Valleyfield. Et avec l'abandon de Maisonneuve, la course au championnat est relancée pour eux, qu'on les reverra seulement qu'à Beauharnois. À la mi-course, c'est Guillaume Charette. Éric Labelle doit se contenter de la deuxième place, alors que Derek Smith, lui, est toujours troisième dans le Adrenaline Rush. Et 3 abandons avant le départ, soit Denis Rousse et l'Oiseau Bleu, Derek Anderson avec le Essence 2 et Maisonneuve a dû rentrer dans les puits puisque hausse pour permettre de faire circuler l'eau dans le moteur à décrocher. Il va rester un tour à faire pour Guillaume Charette. Est-ce que Labelle tente de s'insérer à l'intérieur dans le Do-It? Et Derek Smith là, qui a beaucoup de difficultés aussi à tourner. Et on voit cette prise de drone de Guillaume Charette. Derek Smith s'amène aussi. Il sera certainement très heureux, tout comme Guy Durand, qui est le motoriste de ces embarcations. Labelle va terminer deuxième à son retour. Il aura connu un week-end incroyable. Victoire de Guillaume Charette, V77. Deuxième pour Éric Labelle dans le Do-It. Et Derek Smith va se contenter de la troisième place. Alors Guillaume Charette qui remporte la bourse de automobile. Denis Rousse sera certainement très heureux. Et ça démontre que ce programme mis en place il y a quelques années pour permettre la transition entre le Hydro 350 et le Grand Prix est maintenant fonctionnel. Et pour eux, la prochaine étape, ce sera Beauharnois à la fin du mois d'août, les 22 et 23 août, qui sera la dernière manche de HRL. Et Charette sera certainement heureux. Une nouvelle embarcation pour ce pilote. Aux couleurs du Salvatore. Hier, il était extrêmement déçu pour son coéquipier Derek Anderson qui a eu une pénalité, pas une pénalité, mais qui a subi un problème de moteur et ne pouvait revenir aujourd'hui.
Ramener le tout.
Je crois que c'est sa première victoire en carrière à Valleyfield.
Magnifique public de Valleyfield.
Voici votre vainqueur en Pro Hydro, Guillaume Charette.
Magnifique embarcation. Le V77. Essence Pro Hydro.
Embarcation qui a été construite spécifiquement pour la classe avec les specs qu'on a voulu avoir dans les règlements. Et c'est toute une performance qu'il vient nous offrir depuis qu'il est dans le siège du conducteur de cette embarcation très compétitive. Un pilote apprécié aussi, toujours eu un pilotage clean, sympathique. Vous pouvez bientôt le voir sortir du cockpit. Je pense que j'aperçois son père Denis qui est proche de lui. On s'équipe le Guy Durand. Ils ont travaillé fort pour assembler 2 embarcations. Et on peut faire un maximum de bruit pour Guillaume Charette!
Oui, oui, oui. Toujours plaisant de voir des Québécois Québécois en finale, surtout quand il les gagne devant le public de Valleyfield.
C'est un rêve de petit gars qui a vu
comme un petit Nicolas, Nicolas Rousse qui rêvait de ça. Francis Sauvé également. Du temps où on avait des régates en arrière de nos vélos, là, on était enfants, puis on gagnait la finale dans la rue, et là on la gagne dans la baie Saint-François.
On va grimper sur le podium. Une quinzaine d'années, je pense qu'il est compétiteur.
C'est une classe qui tire à sa fin en développement, on s'entend, ça va devenir une classe avec plusieurs embarcations, très intéressant. Puis au fil des années, je pense qu'on va gagner encore en confiance des embarcations. Et si on ajoute des pilotes, pourquoi pas? Alors, la classe Pro Hydro, il y aura une bourse qui sera faite par les automobiles de Rousse. Voilà, tout est dans tout.
On voit la famille qui est présente là.
Mesdames et messieurs, votre champion Pro Hydro 2026, Guillaume Charette.
Guillaume, félicitations. Et j'aimerais savoir, c'est quoi les premiers mots qui te traversent l'esprit là, je présume c'est un rêve pour toi ce que tu viens de vivre?
C'est sûr, c'est un rêve. Ça fait 15 ans qu'il est ici à Valleyfield. On s'est proche quelques fois, mais non, je pensais pas. Ça n'a pas été la course que je pensais non plus, malheureusement. Je m'attendais une belle bataille et tout. On va avoir des gens qui vont les autres.
Si tu nous parlais de ton équipe, Guy Durand, Denis, ton père, vous avez une équipe qui a assemblé deux embarcations qui est vraiment une machine de course incroyable, Guillaume.
C'est incroyable. Ça, vous allez voir mon équipe. Durant mon course, ils font tout le boulot, je m'occupe absolument à rien. J'ai pleinement confiance en l'équipe, puis je pense que l'équipe a confiance en nous aussi. Puis, ça donne les résultats que ça donne. On est vraiment contents.
À quel point tu apprécies, on va laisser les... À quel point tu apprécies les sensations du Pro Hydro? C'est quoi le potentiel de cette classe-là, toi qui es pilote depuis 2 ans?
Je pense que le potentiel est énorme avec la classe. J'espère aussi que vous avez apprécié. Ça a été des années difficiles, les 2-3 dernières années avec la classe. Je pense que cette année, la classe a pris son envol. Puis les sensations sont bonnes. C'est dur de demander mieux. On souhaite juste que ça continue.
Je te souhaite que ça continue parce que tu es premier au championnat, ça va très bien, je présume, c'est ton projet d'objectif. Je te le souhaite, Guillaume, félicitations, ça vaut le moment et encore une fois, plein d'applaudissements pour votre champion Pro Hydro, Guillaume Charette.
Merci beaucoup pour l'entrevue, on s'arrête le temps d'une courte pause et au retour, la dernière.
All right, here we go. It's time for the Grand Prix final. Boats making their way out onto the race course. 6 of them should make the call. We are 3:55 from the start. When you get in inboard boat racing, every single one of these drivers will tell you they dream of winning the GP final here in Valleyfield. It's the biggest opportunity that any of them have in inboard hydroplane racing is to win the Grand Prix final in Valleyfield. 6 of them will line up for a chance to go down in the record books on this Robert Theoret race course. It has been a beautiful weekend. It's been a beautiful day. There are 2 Kiwis on the front line. They will be side by side. Jack and Ken Lupton have had an unbelievable weekend leading into this GP final. I can tell you what, with 3 minutes to go, I am very much looking forward to it. 2:57 to the start. Boats on your screen coming down the front stretch. That is Ken Lupton out of Waverley, New Zealand. These guys started coming to the States and Canada back in the late 2010 with one goal in mind, to win the GP final in Valleyfield. And to date, this is their best opportunity. Jack and Ken will be in lane number 1 and 2 here in the GP final. We will see how it all shakes out. There's 2 minutes and 20 seconds to the start. Brandon Kennedy coming by. Here will be the trailer, as they've had electrical issues all weekend long, and that Jones Junction presents the GP35 TM Special. Andrew Tate on your screen right now, the Wild One. He is your defending champion. The last time we ran a GP final was 2023. He won it in the GP88 Hydrofish. Can he go back-to-back in GP finals? As he comes across start-finish line. Here's the Miss Lucas Oil out of Waverley, New Zealand. And Jack Lupton. Good morning to our friends in New Zealand. It's approximately 8 o'clock in the morning. Good Monday morning. Welcome to the GP final here in Valleyfield. We are 1:25 from the start. Everybody has made the call. Here's Kenton Henderson coming across start-finish line into the Canada Boy. What a story that would be. In Mario Blaine's final Valleyfield regatta, can Kent Henderson pull one out of a hat and get a GP victory? We are 1:04 from the start. 1 minute away. Grand Prix, 468 cubic inch blown alcohol motors. They run on methanol. Top end speeds at 160 miles an hour. Here we go, 42 seconds for the start. Grand Prix final on the inside lane. The 33, Jack Lupton out of Waverley, New Zealand. He'll have lane number 1. Lane number 2 will be his brother Ken in the 577, the Lucas Oil. Lane 3 will be Andrew Tate, the 71, the Wild One. Lane 4 will be the 757. The Canada Boy, Kenton Henderson out of Brockville, Ontario. John Shaw in the 135. The Cool Cat Motorsports will be on the outside in lane number 5, and Brandon Kennedy will be the trailer. We're 15 seconds for the start. Grand Prix final on the Robert Theoret race course. We are 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. John Shaw will be in lane number 5 as they head down here to turn number 1. Everybody gonna hold the apex is there. Jack Lupton hit a buoy. They come through the apex. It's Ken Henderson with the lead. Henderson leads. Tate runs in second. Lupton runs in third. They go down the backstretch, and here comes Jack Lupton. Jack Lupton on the inside down into turn number 2. Lupton and Tate. And look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate will fly the 71 Wild One down into turn number 2. Here the GP final. And Lupton spins it out. Now it's Andrew Tate on the inside, and Ken Henderson having a heck of a run on the outside. The 71 and the Canada Boy are side by side for the lead. Went down at 3 to go here, and it's and Henderson almost lost it. Henderson through the right spots, and now it's Andrew Tate. Through the apex of turn number 1 here on lap number 2. Remember, we only go 4 times around here in the GP final, and it's Andrew Tate. He picks up the right spots, and he chimes walks it down the backstretch. 4 boat lanes separate first and second as Andrew Tate heads down into turn number 2. The GP71, the wild one, is your leader through the apex of 2. He's going to go out to about lane number 3, couple around to complete line number 2. It'll be 2 down, 2 to go here in the GP final. Ken Anderson not giving up yet, back in second position. Anderson runs in second. Third place, Brandon Kennedy from the trailer is up to third. Through turn number 1 here on lap number 3. 4 boat lanes separate first and second, and it's Andrew Tate off the exit of turn number 1. Ken Anderson still running in second position, trying to make up ground as they head down the backstretch. We're 2.5 in, 1.5 to go here in the GP final. And it's Andrew Tate looking to duplicate what he did in 2023 as he comes through the apex of turn number 2. It's going to be the white flag, this time by 1 more lap around the Robert Theoret race course for Andrew Tate. Anderson still holding on second position to the Canada boy. Third place, Brandon Kennedy in the 35. We're going to 7-7 down at turn number 1. Wow, Tate hit a roller that time through the apex of 1. Henderson had to go to the outside of the 577, but it's half a lap away. The GP71, Andrew Tate and the wild one. What a story this would be for Huey Newport. Coming back to Valleyfield to win another GP final. He comes to the apex of turn number 1. Brandon Kennedy's hard down into turn number 2, but off the exit pin, out of Wild Lake, Michigan, the 71, Andrew Tate, your winner of the GP final. Battle for 600 in the 35. Kennedy will get second. Ken Anderson will get third. John Shaw will pick the 135 around, and he will get fourth. As John Shaw brings the 135 around to get fourth position in the Cool Cat Motorsports. Kenny Lupton got the 577 fired back up. As you see, the cowl is loose on that boat. And a heartbreak for Jack Lupton. He went hard down into turn number 1. Dislodged the buoy in that 33 Lupton Motorsports. But my goodness, we will wait and see the official results, but it does not get any better than what we just saw. Andrew Tate, once again, for Huey Newport, wins the Grand Prix final unofficially in the 71, the wild one. Just going to wait to see if there were any calls. It got tight down in there in turn number 1. As Jack Lupton on the inside took out the entrance pin of turn number 1. And it's got really tight down there. But we will wait and see what the official results are as Andrew has taken the 71 back to the pit area. So still waiting on official results to come in to the tower here. They will really look at that drone footage that we have down in turn number 1 to see. So we'll sit out, we'll come back once we know officially. But right now as it stands, Andrew Tate, your unofficial winner in the wild one.
Alors, quelle course là, spectaculaire. Malheureusement pour Jack Lupton, il a frappé de mauvaise vague. À l'entrée du deuxième virage et ça lui fait faire un crochet. Et Andrew Tate s'en vient. Lui qui remporte le 3e finale à Valleyfield. Et Kennedy qui, partant en position remorque, devrait terminer 2e. John Water, raced by Brendan Kennedy, will be on the podium.
Yeah, it is official. Andrew Tate is your winner of the Grand Prix final. And how about, like you said, Nicholas, Brandon Kennedy from the trailer position to second. What would have been if they hadn't had those issues earlier in the weekend. But that's why it matters that every heat matters in the Hydroplane Racing League. You just can't wait for the final. You've got to be there to win it. And unfortunately for the 35 team, they had to start for the trailer. But what a drive by Brandon to get through all that slop and make his way up to second position. So we'll see if Andrew brings his 71 back to the victory dot.
Alors, on vous revient dans quelques instants avec le vainqueur, Andrew Tate, et le mot de remerciement de cette édition 2026. Voici votre champion classe Grand Prix pour une troisième fois, Andrew Tate. Il a gagné avec les couleurs du Steeler, les couleurs du Hydrofish et maintenant les couleurs du Wild One. Andrew Tate. Et John Tomey va aller l'interviewer. Andrew Tate, mesdames et messieurs.
Également dans le public. Il s'amène au pied des champions, au pied des comptables. Et John Tomey qui vient de faire son arrivée au deuxième étage. La tour pour parler avec notre champion qu'on accueille. Ils vont monter sur la plateforme. Mesdames et messieurs, Andrew Tate.
All right, Andrew, congratulations once again, man. You did it in 2023. You're back here. Had 2 seasons off where we weren't able to run the GP final. All right, I'll let you finish that. All right, Andrew, congratulations, buddy. You've done it again. First time since 23 we've been able to run a final here in Valleyfield. How's it feel to win once again in front of these fans here in Valleyfield?
Nothing like it, John. This place is special. There was a lot of fast foods on the front line. I didn't know if we could go around one or both of the lock-ins. Some guy a little luck down there in turn 2. But just 5 fast votes, great team. Thank you to Northeast G, Donnie D, Huey Newport. My mom's running around here somewhere in a scooter. I'm sure some of you guys have seen her, but thank you very much.
Absolutely, man. Let's talk about that going down the one with 5 fast hydroplanes. You were in lane number 3. Like you said, you didn't know if you get around the lump. Just a little bit of luck, but man, how about that run down through 1 down the backstretch on the first lap?
Yeah, Keck had a hell of a start, held us all in there pretty tight, but he did what he had to do, and it ended up being a good road race between me and him. We knew we had to be there. We didn't have our nose up there. It was going to stall some trouble. But we put 4 laps together there at the end of the weekend. We hit the starting line when it counted. Thanks to my radio guy, Jimmy, for singing with me. I probably don't give him enough props, but...
yeah, I actually talked to Jimmy this morning. He's tired of traveling all over the country with you, man. You've got to give him a break.
Yeah, he's been riding with me. My ride or die since, it's been about 10 years now, I think. But started off a little rough, but I think I grew on him a little bit, and it's turned into one of my best friends. It's been a pleasure to do so.
Real quick, let's talk about your owner, Huey Newport. I mean, the man is not going to go away ever, is he?
Who is that, John? Sorry, Big Mike's church.
Big Mike's giving the interview over. Get out of there, Mike. Yeah, Huey. Let's talk about Huey a little bit, your owner. Been around the sport forever, the godfather of GP, and you get another victory for him.
What an honor. He's kind of the heart and soul of GP, isn't he? I mean, if he wasn't around, the sport would be a lot different, that's for sure. And I'm very blessed to have opportunities to not only me, but my father. It's kind of turned into a family affair here, and he's definitely a legend, and I'm proud to be associated with him, no matter how many times you got to repeat yourself.
All right, brother, go celebrate your GP final winner, Andrew Tate.
Thank you, Valleyfield. I'll see you guys next year.
Bravo Andrew Tate, mesdames et messieurs, votre champion 2026, catégorie Grand Prix, présenté par le Journal de Montréal. Il reçoit par le fait même une bourse de Jessel et on va lui remettre d'ailleurs le trophée tout à l'heure lors de la remise des prix avec tous les pilotes, toutes les équipes également.
Je vais résumer rapidement ce propos. Il dit, il savait qu'il y avait beaucoup de qualité, il fallait qu'il y ait le nez de l'embarcation devant les autres pour éviter le trou.
Merci
Ce qu'il a fait. Et la compétition était très relevée avec les deux Lotus. Et on a fini par remettre.
Alors, merci beaucoup tout le monde pour nous avoir suivis ce week-end. On a eu un excellent week-end de course. On a eu des finales. On a eu des conditions parfaites. Quoi demander mieux pour cette édition 2026? Des courses spectaculaires, spectacular races, John.
Yeah, man. I mean, everybody had just an awesome weekend. 3 full days of racing, 77, 78 something heats we ran. I mean, hats off to the HRL committee, everybody involved here. Steven doing the production for the HRL, Jared up top, Tate on turn number 2, the entire drone team. I mean, it's just been phenomenal this year that we got everything in. We ran every single heat we wanted to run. All the champions, congratulations to them. Nick, it's been fun working with you again. We'll do it again next season. But for Nick, I'm John. I hope you enjoyed it. And we'll do it again in Tonawanda in like 3 weeks. I'll be there. It'll be a great time. So we'll see you on the other side. Y'all have a good night.
Merci tout le monde et à l'an prochain.